Hello, and welcome to Brada Tales. Tonight, we're bringing you a selection of eerie stories paired with the soothing sound of rain to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Before diving into the atmosphere of suspense, leave a comment below letting us know where you're watching from and what time it is. If these stories send chills down your spine, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Get comfortable. Let the fear gradually envelop you, and tell us what kind of stories you'd like to hear next time. Settle in, we're about to begin. It's late. Too late. My fingers ache from typing, but I can't stop. The report is due tomorrow, and the deadline is looming like a dark cloud. The glow of the screen casts an eerie light over the room, leaving shadows in every corner. I glance at the clock, 2:45 a.m. The house is silent. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums, fills every empty space until it feels suffocating. My eyes flicker back to the screen, but something outside catches my attention. A movement. I freeze. I wasn't expecting anyone at this hour, especially not outside my window. I force myself to look again. The night is still, save for the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. But then, I see it. A figure. Standing on the sidewalk. Motionless. For a moment, I think it's just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe it's a shadow or someone walking by, but no. The figure is too still, too deliberate. It's facing the house, standing directly in front of the window, watching. My heart skips. I'm not sure if it's the late hour or the sudden surge of unease, but my chest tightens. I swallow hard, trying to steady my breath. I glance around the room, as if expecting someone else to be there with me. There's no one. Just the clicking of my keyboard and the distant hum of the refrigerator. I slowly turn my attention back to the figure outside. It hasn't moved. It's still staring in my direction. I hesitate, wondering if I should call the police. But what would I say? There's someone standing outside my window, and they're just standing there. I shake my head. It sounds ridiculous. I'm being paranoid. Still, my gaze lingers on the figure. Something about it makes my skin crawl. I feel like it's waiting for something. But what? I tell myself to look away. Don't stare. Don't make it worse. I focus back on the report, the words blurring together on the screen. But I can't ignore it. The figure is still there. It hasn't moved a muscle. My fingers hover over the keyboard, and I find myself drawn back to the window again. Just a glance. But the figure isn't where it was anymore. It's closer. I don't know how, but it's standing just a few feet from the window now, its face indistinguishable in the dark, yet I can feel its eyes, its gaze, locking onto me. I stiffen. This isn't normal. Something's wrong. The sudden shift in distance, the quiet way it happened, the cold dread building in my chest, this isn't right. My mind races, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it's someone lost. Maybe it's just a trick of the light, a shadow moving in the wind. But then, I hear it. A faint creak, like a footstep on the way outside. I flinch. That wasn't in my head. Another footstep. Then silence. I take a step back from the window, my heart pounding in my ears. I reach for my phone. Should I call someone? Should I check again? But no, something stops me. If I look, will it be closer? Will it be right outside? I stand there, frozen, my eyes fixed on the corner of the window, barely daring to peek. And then I hear it. A tap. A soft, slow tap on the glass. I don't move. I don't breathe. The tapping continues, rhythmic, deliberate. Like someone or something trying to get my attention. I can't bring myself to turn. I want to run, but my legs won't cooperate. I want to scream, but my throat feels like it's been sealed shut. The tapping stops. But now, I can feel it. Something is behind me. The temperature drops. I can feel the cold creeping into the room, seeping into my bones. I turn. Nothing. But I can still feel it, the presence, hovering in the air, thick and suffocating. I move to the window, but I don't want to look outside. I don't want to see what I know is there. But I do anyway. And when I do, it's gone. The figure. The tapping. Gone. I take a deep, shaky breath. What just happened? Was it a trick of the mind? Was I just too tired? I force myself to sit back down, my hands trembling as I try to focus on the screen again. The words swim in front of me. My thoughts are scattered, uncertain. Was I imagining it? I glance once more at the window. There's nothing outside. Just the empty street. Just the darkness. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I see something. A movement. The figure isn't gone after all. It's standing on the other side of the window now, staring straight at me. And this time, I know it wasn't my imagination. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my tired eyes. It had been a long day at work, and the ticking of the clock seemed to be mocking me, dragging every minute along with it. The office was silent, save for the soft hum of the overhead lights and the occasional shuffle of papers. I had stayed late again, like I always did. But tonight was different. There was an unsettling stillness in the air, like the world outside had gone completely quiet, holding its breath. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. Just one more hour, and I'd finally be able to leave. I turned my attention back to the screen, where the numbers and lines blurred together in a haze. I was trying to focus, but something kept pulling at the edges of my mind. A faint noise, something that didn't belong. It was like a creak, a scrape, but from where? The room was empty. I stood and walked to the window, my mind on autopilot. The city outside was bathed in the dull glow of streetlights, the streets eerily deserted. I leaned closer, squinting to make out any details. There, standing on the sidewalk, was a figure. A man. His face was obscured by shadows, but I could make out his silhouette clearly enough. He was staring directly at me. His body was still, unmoving, but his eyes, I could feel them on me. Cold. Unblinking. I froze. There was something about him that felt wrong, but I couldn't quite place it. Was he waiting for something? Was he just another late-night passerby? I turned away, trying to shake the discomfort that was creeping over me. It was just a trick of the light, I told myself. I couldn't focus on it. I forced my attention back to my work, but the image of the man lingered. The back of my neck prickled, as if he was still watching me, even though I couldn't see him anymore. I tried to push the feeling aside, but it stuck with me like a shadow. Minutes passed, maybe more, before I felt the pull to look again. I didn't want to, but something made me turn back to the window, to that same spot on the street. I gasped. He was closer. Much closer. He was no longer standing on the sidewalk. No, he had crossed the street. He was standing at the base of the building now, staring up at me, his face still hidden in darkness, but I could feel his gaze pinning me to the window. My heart started to race. How had he moved so quickly? How had he gotten so close without me hearing anything? I hadn't heard footsteps. There was no sound at all. I stepped back, my body suddenly heavy, my mind scrambling to understand what was happening. This had to be some kind of mistake. There was no way this was real. I forced myself to look away, to focus on something else. But my eyes kept darting back to the window, back to the dark figure that seemed to be getting closer with every passing second. The space between us, between the figure and myself, seemed to shrink with each blink. I thought calling the police, but what could I say? There's a man standing outside my window, but he's not doing anything. He wasn't doing anything. But he didn't need to. I felt the weight of his stare, burning into me. My skin crawled, my pulse pounding in my ears. There was something about him, something that felt too deliberate, too purposeful. It was like he was waiting for something, waiting for me to do something, to make the first move. I tried to breathe, but the air in the room felt thick, like it was choking me. Suddenly, the man moved. Slowly, like a puppet with its strings pulled by something unseen. His head tilted, just slightly. The motion was so subtle, but the change in his posture made my stomach lurch. I knew he was still staring at me, his eyes locked on mine, but the way his head turned, it felt wrong. The silence in the room grew deeper. There was no sound from outside. No passing cars. No wind rustling the trees. Just a heavy, suffocating quiet. I looked at the clock again. 3 minutes. That's how long it had been since I last checked. But when I looked back at the window, the man was no longer standing in front of it. My heart skipped a beat. Had he left? I stepped forward cautiously, my breath shallow. I peered through the glass, squinting into the dark. There was no sign of him. No movement. No shape in the shadows. He was gone. Relief washed over me, followed by confusion. What had I seen? Was I just imagining things? Had the fatigue from working too late played tricks on my mind? But just as I was about to turn away, I heard it. A tap. Tap. It was faint, almost imperceptible. A knock on the glass. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The figure was standing right outside the window, so close I could have reached out and touched him. He was smiling. Or was it just the shape of his face? The darkness, the way it seemed to shift around him, made it impossible to tell. But that grin, it was unmistakable. He was smiling at me. And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone again. I didn't wait to see if he was coming back. I ran. I slammed the door behind me, my heart pounding in my chest as if it was trying to escape. The apartment felt suffocatingly quiet, the only sound my ragged breathing and the frantic beating of my pulse. I stumbled backward, almost tripping over the cluttered floor, but I couldn't stop. I had to get away. I had to get out. What the hell was that? What had I just seen? The moment I turned away from the window, I was hit with a rush of panic. The face, that eerie grin, had it been real? Was I losing my mind? Or was there something out there, something watching me, waiting for me to make a move? I rushed to the door, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the lock. I had to get outside. I needed air. I needed to see someone, anyone, to make sure I wasn't trapped in some nightmare. I reached for the doorknob, but as my fingers brushed against the cold metal, the faintest sound stopped me. Scratching. It came from the window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My mind refused to process it. It was just the wind, I told myself. The building settling, the trees brushing against the window, anything but what I feared. But then it came again. A slow, deliberate scraping sound, like fingernails on glass. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the building. It was him. I turned and sprinted back to the window, but I didn't dare get too close. I pressed myself against the wall, my eyes darting around the room, every shadow now an enemy. The silence seemed to swallow the apartment whole. My gaze locked on the window. For a split second, there was nothing. Just the reflection of the dim light in the glass, the empty street outside, the darkened shapes of the city fading into the distance. Then, tap. It was light, almost delicate, like the whisper of someone's fingers tapping the glass. But there was no mistaking it. He was out there, just like before, and this time, he was trying to get my attention. Tap. 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 I felt my body go cold, and I instinctively backed away from the window, my legs shaking. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. My mind raced, desperately searching for a logical explanation. Maybe it was someone playing a prank. Maybe I was still just tired, too exhausted from working late and staring at the screen for hours. But no, deep down, I knew. This wasn't a joke. This wasn't fatigue. This was something else. A figure standing motionless in the dark. The sound of his fingers against the window. The way he watched. I tried to steady my breathing, closing my eyes for a brief moment. I needed to think. I needed to understand what was going on. What did he want from me? Why was he doing this? I thought of the people I called friends, colleagues I'd known for years, but I couldn't reach out to them. Who would believe me? What would I say? That I had a stalker standing outside my window, tapping on the glass as if he knew exactly when I'd be there? I couldn't explain it. I couldn't explain him. Suddenly, the tapping stopped. A silence so deep and unnatural, it felt as if the whole world had held its breath. It lingered, thick and oppressive. I crept back toward the window, unable to resist the pull to look. When I glanced outside, I saw nothing. The street was empty. The sidewalk was barren. No shadow, no shape, no man. Nothing. I exhaled a shaky breath, my body relaxing just a fraction, but my instinct screamed at me to stay alert. My mind was still reeling, but there was something else, something I couldn't explain. A sinking feeling. The sense that it wasn't over. That the worst was yet to come. I pulled away from the window, stumbling back into the center of the room. My eyes darted around, scanning every corner, every shadow, searching for something, anything that might explain this nightmare. Then I saw it. A figure in the reflection, standing directly behind me. My heart stopped. I spun around. The room was empty. No one was there. But when I looked at the window again, I could see it, the faintest outline of a person. He wasn't outside anymore. He was inside the reflection, standing just behind me, closer than he had ever been. His head tilted slightly to one side, his eyes dark and unblinking, the grin now wider, too wide. I backed away, my hands trembling, trying to tear my eyes away from the reflection, but I couldn't. The window, the glass, wasn't just a window anymore. It was a portal. And he was coming through. Suddenly, the glass cracked. A sharp, splintering sound that split the silence, and I screamed. The crack in the glass spread like a spider's web, jagged lines radiating from the center. I took a step back, my eyes fixed on the fractures. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear nothing else, nothing but the frantic drum of my own pulse. What was happening? Why wasn't anyone else hearing this? Why wasn't anyone coming to help? Was this all in my head? The room felt smaller now. The air had become thick, suffocating, like it had been pulled out of the room, leaving only panic. Every corner of the apartment seemed darker than before, the shadows stretching out as if they were alive. I tried to focus, tried to think, but my mind kept spiraling back to that man. The man in the window. He wasn't outside anymore. He wasn't behind me either. He was somewhere else. Watching. Waiting. I moved toward the kitchen, my steps unsteady, eyes darting across the room. The dishes from last night were still stacked on the counter, the half-drunk glass of water I'd left out earlier now forgotten. But none of that mattered. I was consumed by the feeling that something was coming, something that I couldn't stop. The window. The cracked glass. I needed to get out. I stumbled toward the door again, desperate to leave, but something tugged at my mind. A voice, whispering from somewhere deep inside me. You're not alone. The whisper was sharp, close, too close. It sent a shiver down my spine. I froze, unable to move. My breath hitched in my throat, my body paralyzed. I turned, slowly, trying to catch any movement, any shift in the shadows. Nothing. Nothing but the creaking of the building, the groan of the walls. I was losing it. This was just stress. Work. The isolation. The dark circles under my eyes. But the whisper came again, louder this time. You're not alone. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. There, in the reflection of the kitchen window, I saw it. His silhouette. Dark. Featureless. But his presence was unmistakable, standing just beyond the edge of the reflection, inches from where I was. I couldn't scream. I couldn't breathe. For a moment, all I could do was stand there, staring at the reflection. The shape of him, twisted and unnatural, seemed to press in closer with every heartbeat. His hands, long and thin, tapped softly against the glass. Tap. 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 The sound was sickening, each tap louder than the last. My vision blurred, my mind a hurricane of terror and confusion. I had to leave. I had to run. But where could I go? What if he'd followed? What if there was nowhere safe? The tapping stopped. I held my breath, not daring to move, not daring to blink. Then another noise. The sound of something dragging across the floor. Soft at first, barely audible. Then louder. Closer. I forced myself to look around the room, my eyes scanning every inch of the space, every shadow. The dragging sound was coming from the hallway, right outside the kitchen. The floor creaked underfoot as if someone, something, was inching closer. I didn't know if I should run or hide, or if either would even matter. He was inside my head now, turning everything into a nightmare. He had taken control of this place, this space that had once felt safe. The dragging stopped just outside the door, and then the light flickered. A slow, unnatural dimming that pulsed like a heartbeat. The room grew colder, the air heavier. I reached for my phone, desperate to call for help, but my fingers fumbled. The screen wouldn't light up. My mind was a blur of panic as I swiped uselessly at the screen, trying to find some signal, some connection to the outside world. But there was nothing. Nothing. I felt a presence behind me. I didn't need to turn to know it was him. I felt his gaze, cold and heavy, like a weight pressing against my back. He was there. So close now, so close that I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck rise in response. A whisper right in my ear. "I see you." I screamed. I didn't care if anyone could hear me anymore. I didn't care if I sounded insane. I didn't care about anything except getting away from him. I spun around, my eyes locking onto the dark figure in the reflection. But he wasn't in the reflection anymore. He was there. Standing just a foot away, his long, thin fingers outstretched, his eyes wide and empty, his grin too wide, too jagged. The room spun, and everything went black. I woke to the sound of silence. Thick, heavy silence. My eyes fluttered open, and the first thing I noticed was the air. It was cold, far colder than it should have been. My breath came out in visible puffs, a sign that the room had somehow dropped several degrees. I sat up quickly, the shock of the sudden change jolting my body into motion. I was still in the kitchen, still on the floor. But the man, the thing, he was gone. The figure that had been so close, so tangible just moments ago, was no longer there. Had it been a dream? A hallucination? The darkness played tricks on your mind when you were alone for too long, right? But then, why did I feel the lingering presence of his gaze? Why did my skin still crawl with the memory of that smile, that impossible smile? I rubbed my eyes, trying to push the images away. But the smell lingered. That sharp, metallic scent that clung to the air. It was faint now, but it was there, a reminder of what I had just faced. I slowly got to my feet, my body stiff and sore. The apartment seemed off. The familiar things in the room, my coffee table, the worn-out sofa, even the kitchen counter, everything seemed to be pushed to the edges of my perception, like they were fading, becoming distant. The room was a shadow of itself. The lights flickered again. I froze. This time, it wasn't just the usual power surge. It felt deliberate. A warning. The bulbs above me dimmed again, their light barely able to cut through the oppressive darkness that had settled in the room. Then came a soft sound, almost imperceptible, but undeniable. The dragging noise. It started faintly, from the other side of the apartment, and it grew louder. Slower this time, as if it was being dragged across something rough, something sharp. I couldn't help myself. I had to see. I moved toward the hallway. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if I was wading through thick, invisible fog. The walls felt closer, the air thinner, pressing in on me from all sides. I gripped the doorframe of the hallway, steadying myself as the noise became clearer. It was coming toward me. I forced myself to breathe. I could still hear my pulse, thudding in my ears, drowning out everything else. The dragging stopped just outside the living room, just out of my view. Then a sound I couldn't ignore. Did you hear that? It was just a simple question. one I would normally ask without a second thought. But tonight, in the quiet of my apartment, the words felt different. My voice, unsteady, seemed to hesitate before the question left my lips. I was talking to Alex, my childhood friend. We've shared everything over the years, but there was something in the air tonight, something that unsettled me. It wasn't the conversation. We'd been talking about a recent job I'd taken up, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, as the words left my mouth, I felt it, a subtle shift, a presence just beyond the edge of my awareness. The apartment was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside my window. I glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. Silence hung thick in the room. The city's usual hum was barely audible, as if everything had been muted. We had just finished talking about work when I heard it. A faint whisper, almost imperceptible, slipping between our words. At first, I thought it was just interference. You know, the kind that happens when the signal cuts out for a moment. But this was different. It wasn't the usual static. This was a voice. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Alex's. I stared at my phone, the screen still lit with our call. Alex, did you hear that? There was a long pause on the other end. Then he spoke, his voice low, almost cautious. Yeah. I thought it was just me. I heard something too. I frowned. My heart rate picked up. We hadn't said anything unusual. No one else was in the apartment, and yet the voice lingered, faint but present. It felt like it was just behind me, breathing down my neck. Could it be a prank? Alex suggested, his tone wavering slightly. No, it didn't sound like that. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the unease. It was like someone was whispering, but we couldn't catch it. The line went quiet for a moment, but then there it was again. A whisper. Only this time it was louder. Closer. It came through so clearly, I could almost make out the words. Turn around. I froze. My blood ran cold. Alex's voice cut through the tension. What did it say? I didn't respond. My gaze shifted to the living room, where the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally. I hadn't moved from my spot, and the apartment hadn't changed. Everything was exactly as it had been, save for that voice. But the air, the atmosphere, it felt different now. Like it was pressing in on me. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could, another whisper came through, this one even clearer. I'm right behind you. I jumped, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned toward the sound, toward the empty room, but there was nothing there. Only the dark corners, the quiet furniture, the cold stillness of my apartment. Alex's voice cracked through the silence again. You okay? I'm hearing it too now. But no one's here, right? I glanced at the door, the single entry point to my apartment. The locks were secure. No one had come in. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stood up slowly, my phone pressed to my ear, the quiet hum of the call barely masking the unsettling whisper that still seemed to echo in my mind. Yeah, no one's here, I muttered, my voice almost hollow. But Alex, I'm really starting to freak out. It's like it's in the room with me. Another pause. Then, a quiet response from Alex. Maybe it's some weird interference, or someone messing with us. But I couldn't shake it. The voice, that voice, wasn't a glitch. It was too distinct. Too real. I took a few hesitant steps toward the hallway. The whispering had stopped, but the air felt charged. The silence now felt oppressive, like the walls were closing in. My heart pounded as I moved through the apartment, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the otherwise quiet space. Then, just as I reached the living room, I heard it again. Turn around. It wasn't coming through the phone this time. It was coming from behind me. I whipped around, my breath caught in my throat. The apartment was empty. No one was there. But the whisper didn't stop. It kept repeating the same phrase, getting louder with each repetition. Turn around. I'm right behind you. Turn around. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. The room felt like it was closing in, the shadows pressing against me, the voice seeping into every corner of my mind. Alex, I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. It's here. It's in my apartment. Alex's voice was distant, as if he was unsure of how to respond. What do you mean? You're not alone? I couldn't answer him. My gaze drifted to the shadows, my body frozen in place. I could feel the presence now. It was undeniable. It was real. But where was it? I didn't know. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whisper stopped. For a long, agonizing moment, everything was still. No sound. No voice. Alex? I finally croaked, trying to steady my breathing. Yeah, he responded. His voice sounded normal again, but I could hear the edge of panic creeping in. Did you hear it? I whispered. I didn't hear anything now, but I think I did earlier. It was like he hesitated. It was like there was another voice, right? I nodded. I'm going crazy, aren't I? No. We both heard it. But I couldn't explain it. No one could. What I heard, what we both heard, didn't make sense. It wasn't a malfunction. It wasn't static. It was real. And that thought terrified me more than anything. I wasn't alone. And whatever that voice was, it was still with me. The phone call with Alex ended shortly after. I don't know why, but I felt like I had to end it, like talking more would somehow make whatever that thing was even real. But the silence that followed his words, it was suffocating. More than anything, it was unsettling, because the silence didn't feel like it belonged. It was as if the room itself was holding its breath. I sat down, trying to regain some sense of normalcy. The living room felt different now, off, somehow. The shadows were darker than they should have been, and even the stillness felt alive. My mind was racing. I needed to focus, to tell myself it was just a glitch, just a trick of the mind. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I ran my fingers through my hair, pacing in small circles around the apartment. The room felt too big and too empty. Every creak of the floorboards sounded too loud. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not by a person, but by something else. Something I couldn't see, but could feel. A noise broke the silence again. A soft click. Like a switch being turned on. I froze. I turned toward the window, half expecting to see someone outside. But there was nothing, just the darkness of the street below. The only movement came from the leaves blowing across the sidewalk, pushed by the faint wind. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat on the back of my neck. I was getting paranoid. This had to be a side effect of the stress from work, right? But then the voice came again. This time, it was louder. Look in the corner. It wasn't the same soft whisper anymore. It was a low growl, a scraping sound that sent a chill down my spine. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, the blood rushing in my ears. The corner. I knew what corner it meant. The one near the window, where my bookshelf stood, where a chair sat almost like it had been forgotten. But nothing was there. Was it a trick? My mind was still trying to rationalize it, to make sense of what was happening. But there was no logical explanation for it. I had just spoken to Alex, and he had heard it too. So why was I still alone in this room? Why did it feel like I was trapped in someone else's nightmare? I slowly approached the corner. The floor creaked beneath my feet, each step feeling heavier than the last. I looked around again, my eyes flicking from the bookshelf to the shadows. Nothing moved. There was no sign of anyone. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. I stood there for a moment, staring into the corner, waiting for something to happen. But there was only silence. I leaned forward, my breath shallow, my body tense. I reached out, pushing the chair aside. And there, behind it, was a small object. A broken cell phone. I didn't recognize it at first. But as I reached down to pick it up, my stomach dropped. I realized what it was. The phone had been smashed, its screen cracked and shattered. It looked like it had been dropped, or perhaps thrown. But the strange part was that it wasn't mine. I didn't own a second phone. And yet here it was, lying in the corner of my living room, broken as if it had been there for days. My hands trembled as I held it. The air seemed to grow colder around me, and a knot tightened in my chest. The phone wasn't just a random object, it felt like an omen. A sign that whatever had been whispering to me had a presence here, in this space, in this apartment. I turned the phone over in my hands, looking for any clue as to where it had come from, but there was nothing. No markings. No names. Just a random, discarded object. The whispering voice came again, but this time it was even more insistent, more demanding. Look closer. My pulse quickened, my hands shaking. I almost didn't want to, but I couldn't resist. The voice that shouldn't have been there, demanded it. I pressed my thumb to the cracked screen. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A flicker. A flash of light. But it was gone as soon as it appeared. My heart raced. What was that? I squinted at the screen, trying to make out any details. It was just static, a mess of blurry pixels. But then, through the haze, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A message. You're not alone. The words weren't written in text. They were different. As if they had been carved into the screen with a sharp object, leaving faint impressions behind. The message was clear, unmistakable, but it made no sense. How could this be? I had never seen this phone before. No one had been in my apartment except for me. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, the message vanished. The screen went black again. I stood frozen, clutching the phone in my hands. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do. My mind spun in circles, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Had it been some sort of hallucination? But deep down, I knew the truth. Someone was here. Watching me. Playing with me. And whatever it wasn't done yet. I dropped the phone onto the floor and backed away slowly. I glanced around the room one last time, but I could feel it now. That cold, oppressive presence was closing in again. And then I heard it. Another whisper. This time, it was clearer, sharper. It's too late to leave now. I froze. My blood ran cold. I had to get out of there. But where could I go? Who could I trust? And more importantly, who was the voice really? The voice had changed. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was louder, clearer, more confident. It felt like it was in the room with me, right next to my ear, a sharp, hissing presence that wasn't bound by the phone or the walls of my apartment. I stepped back, almost tripping over the coffee table in my haste to get away from the phone that now lay on the floor like an artifact of some twisted game. My mind raced. It's just a malfunction, I told myself. A glitch. A prank. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. No glitch could explain the cold, creeping fear that was sinking into my bones. No glitch could explain how the whispers felt alive. How they felt as though they knew me, as though they were watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. I didn't know what to do. My apartment felt like it was closing in on me, the walls pressing tighter, suffocating me with every breath. The light flickered overhead, and I instinctively reached for the switch, but the bulb only hummed in protest, dimming even further. I glanced at the phone again. I didn't want to pick it up. I didn't want to touch it, to risk hearing that voice again. But I knew I had to. I couldn't just leave it there. Maybe there was some way to track it, some way to figure out who had put it there. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and slowly bent down to retrieve it. As soon as my fingers touched the cracked surface, I felt something cold, a jolt of energy that made my skin prickle. The phone seemed to hum under my touch, and I yanked my hand back, heart pounding in my chest. I had never felt anything like that before. I stared at the phone, my breath shallow. Then, as though it were in direct response to my hesitation, the voice spoke again, cutting through the silence like a knife. You can't escape. The words were almost casual, as though they were saying something obvious. But the tone, it was wrong. Like it was laughing at me, playing with me, just waiting for me to lose my grip. The floor beneath me groaned in protest, a low, steady creak. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. No one in the hallway. No movement outside the apartment. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone, was standing just behind me, watching my every move. The sound of my own breath, shallow and rapid, was all I could hear now. The hum of the phone was louder, almost deafening in the silence. I felt a pulse of panic surge in me, urging me to throw the phone away, to smash it, to do anything to make it stop. But something stopped me. I couldn't explain it, couldn't understand it. But the longer I held the phone, the more real the voice became. I could feel it in my chest now, as though the voice wasn't coming through the speaker anymore, but directly into my thoughts. I staggered back, holding the phone out in front of me, trying to distance myself from it, but it felt like it was pulling me in, like I was tethered to it. You're already part of the game. The voice spoke again, this time with a chilling sense of finality. That's when I heard it. The sound of footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. They weren't mine. They weren't Alex's. They were coming from inside the apartment. I whipped around, my heart leaping into my throat, and my eyes scanned the empty room. I should have felt relief. It was just my imagination, just the fear playing tricks on me, but I didn't. The footsteps were real. I knew that. And they were getting closer. I could hear them, could feel them in my bones. I needed to leave. I needed to run. I backed toward the door, the phone still clutched in my hand, my fingers frozen to it as if I couldn't let go. The door handle was right in front of me now. I could almost taste the freedom, feel the cool night air on my face. But then, the voice came again. You won't make it out. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a murmur. It was clear. It was direct. It was a promise. The footsteps stopped, and an unnerving silence descended on the room, heavy and suffocating. I reached for the door handle. My fingers trembled as I gripped it, ready to flee, but something was wrong. It felt like the door was pulling back, like it was fighting me. The more I tried to twist the handle, the more it resisted, like it was stuck in place, frozen. No. I yanked harder, but it wouldn't budge. You can't leave. The voice was behind me now, so close I could feel its breath on my neck, an icy chill that sent a shiver down my spine. I turned, but there was no one there. Just the empty room. Just the silence, so loud I could hear my pulse in my ears. The door still wouldn't open. This wasn't real. I thought to myself, this can't be happening. But the voice persisted, unrelenting. This is your new reality. And then I saw it. The reflection in the hallway mirror. It wasn't mine. It was someone else's. A shadow, tall and indistinct, standing just behind me, its form flickering, shifting with the light. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. No sound. Just the heavy, suffocating silence and the figure behind me, its features indistinguishable, but its presence undeniable. I wasn't alone anymore. My heart raced as the shadow in the mirror twisted, its form becoming clearer by the second. It wasn't a person. It wasn't anything human. The outline was wrong in a way I couldn't even explain. It wasn't just tall. It was too tall. Its limbs were stretched out, impossibly long, and the edges of its figure flickered like the last remnants of a dying television signal. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on the edge of the coffee table, and I fell hard to the floor. Pain shot through my body, but it was nothing compared to the growing terror inside me. I crawled, desperate to get away from the mirror, from the thing in it. My breath came in ragged gasps, the air thick with an unshakable sense of impending doom. That voice, sounded once more, calm and deliberate. It's time for you to listen. I pressed my back against the wall, staring at the mirror. The shadow moved closer, gliding like liquid across the glass. It had no real shape, just an overwhelming presence that seemed to devour the light. And then, as I watched in horror, it began to speak without words. I saw it. I saw its mouth open. The edges were jagged, not like any human mouth I had ever seen, but more like cracks in the fabric of reality itself, pulling at the space around it. I didn't hear the voice from the phone anymore, but the same words began to form in my mind, whispered slowly, painfully. You're already part of it. There's no escape. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the voice, but the words burrowed deeper, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I could feel it, that thing, reaching into my mind, like it was trying to claim it, pull it into its endless void. No. I won't let it happen. I jumped to my feet, adrenaline surging through me, and I rushed to the door once more. My fingers fumbled with the handle, desperate to turn it. It was the only way out. I couldn't let it, whatever it was, trap me here. But again, the door didn't budge. It was like the very wood had grown roots, anchored to the floor, holding me in place. I heard the shadows' slow, deliberate steps behind me. I knew it was getting closer, closer. Every inch of my skin screamed at me to run, to do anything to break free. But I was paralyzed. My body refused to obey, locked in place by some invisible force. The air in the room grew colder, so cold that I could see my breath. It felt like winter, like the walls themselves were made of ice. And then I heard it. The faintest sound, no, a whisper, coming from behind me. It was the voice again, but this time it wasn't clear. It was distorted, like it was being filtered through static, lost in the crackling noise. You can't run. Not anymore. The shadow in the mirror grew more defined. I could almost make out its features, its face, or what passed for a face. It was as if a part of the room itself had come to life. There was no clear outline, just shifting, dark patterns that danced around the edges of the mirror. I finally twisted the doorknob with all my strength, feeling it give slightly, but still nothing. The door was locked, and this time it felt wrong. Like it wasn't just the lock that was keeping me inside. It was something more. You've been waiting for this. The voice. It was so close, too close. I whipped around, half expecting to see it right in front of me, but the room was empty. The only thing left was the mirror, and the shadow in it. It was no longer just standing still. The shape was moving, slithering. I reached for my phone, trembling hands clutching it as I brought it up to my ear. There was no dial tone, no sound, just an eerie silence. But then, the whispering voice started again, like a chant that reverberated in my skull. You can't escape. You can't hide. You're here, and you'll stay. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and I heard a loud crash from somewhere deep in the apartment. My heart skipped a beat as my mind screamed at me that I wasn't alone. The door still wouldn't open, and the mirror was now alive, pulsing with dark energy. I could feel it calling to me, pulling me in. I need to get out of here. I need to leave. But the more I struggled, the more I fought, the harder the room pressed in on me. It wasn't just the mirror anymore. The air felt thick, oppressive, alive. Every movement felt like I was being watched. No matter what I did, it was as if the room had been transformed into something else. Something wrong. I dropped to my knees, my breath shallow and frantic. There was no way out. There was nothing left to do. The shadow in the mirror didn't move. It waited. I reached out toward it, my hand trembling, as if I were being drawn to it. The edges of my vision blurred, and I felt a pull, a tugging force that threatened to drag me into the mirror itself. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of movement behind the glass, an eye, wide and hollow, staring at me. But before I could process it, the door slammed open, and I stumbled forward into the hallway, gasping for air. I didn't look back. I ran. I didn't stop running. My feet slapped the cold, hard floors of the hallway, my pulse racing, blood pounding in my ears. My mind screamed for me to move faster, faster, get away. But no matter how quickly I ran, it felt like the darkness, the weight of whatever had been in that room, was right behind me, trailing me through the halls. It was everywhere, like an unseen presence, breathing down my neck. I reached the stairs and stumbled down them two at a time. The building was eerily quiet, far too quiet for comfort. There were no neighbors shouting, no sound of TV sets from the apartments, not even the soft hum of a refrigerator. It was like the whole place had been swallowed by a void. I turned the corner at the bottom of the stairs, nearly crashing into a door I hadn't remembered being there. It wasn't part of the usual layout. The door was slightly ajar, the darkness beyond beckoning me with a chilling silence. The whispering started again, faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. It was all around me. You can't escape. I froze, my body locking up against my will. My stomach churned as a sense of dread sank in deeper, heavy and suffocating. The voice, it wasn't coming from the phone anymore. It was in my head. It was in the walls, in the floorboards. I forced myself to move, stepping away from the door. The hallway seemed to stretch unnaturally long, the shadows warping and shifting in ways that made my skin crawl. The apartment had turned into a maze, and every corner I turned felt like it was closing in on me, tightening its grip, trapping me in an endless loop. Then, a sound. It wasn't a whisper. It was a scratching, slow and deliberate, like nails scraping against wood. My breath caught in my throat. The sound was coming from inside the door. Inside the darkness. I couldn't stop myself. My body, weak from exhaustion, propelled me forward anyway. The door creaked open on its own, the sharp sound of its hinges cutting through the silence. Inside, the room was dim, with only a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. It flickered, casting strange shadows that seemed to dance across the walls. But there was something else. Something wrong. At first, I thought I was seeing things. The room was empty, no one was there. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw it, a figure, barely visible in the far corner of the room. It was hunched over, its back arched unnaturally, and I could hear it, its breath, ragged and strained. The air felt thick, like I was breathing through molasses. I couldn't breathe. The figure turned slowly, its head swiveling too fast, too jerky. Its eyes, those eyes, were hollow, dark pools of nothingness. The mouth opened, wide, stretching impossibly far, like a wound torn open in the fabric of reality. And then it whispered, "I've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my pulse hammering in my chest. The figure, no, it wasn't human, lunged at me, its movements fast, too fast. I couldn't even react, couldn't move out of the way. The air around me seemed to thicken, pressing in, suffocating me. I was trapped. But then, a sound, a real sound, sharp and sudden, pierced the air. The figure froze, as if the noise had hit it like a physical blow. I turned my head toward it, confused, but there was no explanation. The sound had come from behind me. The mirror. I hadn't seen it until now, but it was there, on the opposite wall. The one that hadn't been there before, when I'd first entered the room. And inside the mirror, I saw it. Not the same thing I had seen before. Not the shadow, but something worse. It was me. The figure in the mirror wasn't just an empty reflection. It was me, but not me. The face in the mirror was twisted, deformed, like something that had been pulled from the deepest nightmares. The eyes stared back at me with a mocking gleam, and the mouth twisted into a grin that wasn't mine. It moved. It moved, as if it knew I was looking at it. And the more I watched, the more alive it became. The figure in the mirror started to reach out, its fingers stretching toward the glass as though it could pass through. My own hands, My own hands moved without my command, mirroring the actions of the figure. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was dry, constricted. The reflection smiled wider. "It's your turn now," the voice from behind me hissed, echoing in my skull. I felt it. The shadow. The presence. It was behind me again. The real one. And this time, it wasn't just in my mind. It was real. The mirror shattered, the sound of glass breaking was deafening, and I screamed as jagged shards flew toward me. I turned and ran, but the hallway, the room, twisted. It bent. The last thing I saw before everything went black was that figure from the mirror, now standing before me, its face inches from mine. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was real. It was always real. I don't know what made me take the detour that night. It wasn't a shortcut I'd ever used before, and the road wasn't even marked on my map. But I'd been driving for hours, and the thought of getting home sooner, of avoiding the empty house and its creeping loneliness, was too tempting to resist. The headlights cut through the thick darkness, casting long shadows on the narrow, winding road ahead. My car's engine hummed steadily, the only sound in the otherwise silent night. I glanced at the dashboard, just past midnight. The rain had stopped, but the air was thick, damp, and cold. I wasn't too concerned when the familiar landmarks began to fade. The trees on either side grew thicker, their trunks twisting like unnatural shapes, and the road became narrower with each turn. Still, I told myself it was just another small detour, just another path I hadn't noticed before. The thought of taking the highway back seemed too distant. Then it happened. I noticed the first strange thing, the smell. It was faint at first, almost like wood earth, but it grew stronger with every mile, turning to something sour, rotten even. I rolled down the window, hoping for a fresh breeze to cut through it, but the smell only seemed to cling to the air, getting worse. I wiped my forehead, my eyes scanning the road ahead. There was something off about it, something wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The more I looked, the more the road felt like it was twisting, like it was not quite right, though it had been there, in front of me, for miles now. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel, and I glanced in the rearview mirror. A small part of me told myself it was nothing, just the paranoia of being alone in a place I didn't know. But as I looked back, I saw the headlights of another car. I blinked, then looked again, squinting into the darkness behind me. At first, I thought it was a trick of the rain-soaked glass, but no, it was there, trailing me. A single set of headlights, a distant, orange glow in the thickening darkness. For a moment, I felt relief, a sense of comfort. Someone was behind me. Maybe they knew the way out. Maybe they could help. But then, just as quickly, that relief turned to unease. There was no other car on this road. It was far too narrow, winding, and isolated for anyone else to be out here. I checked the rear view again. The headlights were closer now. Too close. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, urging the car to move faster, the engine roaring as the miles stretched on. The headlights stayed right there behind me, just a little too close, never wavering, never slowing down. The road twisted even more now, the trees pressing in from both sides. I felt a strange, mounting anxiety as I sped along. I glanced in the side mirror. No other cars. No other lights. But those headlights, they were still there. And now, I realized they were moving in a way they shouldn't. They weren't reflecting off of the trees or the road. They weren't shifting with the contours of the path. They were following me. I slammed my foot on the gas, but the car felt sluggish, as though it were being held back by something invisible. The headlights, still behind me, grew brighter. My pulse quickened, sweat collecting at the back of my neck. Just keep driving, I muttered to myself. Just get to the end of this road. But there was no end. The road stretched on endlessly, winding through the woods. There were no signs, no intersections, just trees, silent, looming trees that seemed to close in tighter with each passing minute. And then I saw it. In the distance, just beyond the flicker of my headlights, there was a figure standing in the middle of the road. It was dark, nearly impossible to make out, but I could tell it was human, too human. My foot froze on the brake. I pulled the wheel sharply to the side, just as the figure stepped forward, its outline becoming clearer. It wasn't just standing there. It was moving toward me, slowly, deliberately. I didn't know why I thought it would help, but I rolled down the window, my fingers trembling as I reached for the door handle. "Hey, are you okay?" I shouted, my voice cracking in the silence. There was no answer, no movement, no sign of life from the figure. But the headlights, their intensity, grew. And it was then I realized that the figure wasn't the problem. The car behind me had stopped. The headlights were no longer in my rearview mirror. They were in front of me now. I looked out the window again. No one. No car. And yet, the headlights, those blinding, too close lights, remained. I didn't even think about it then. I threw the car into reverse and slammed my foot on the gas. The tires screeched, the engine screamed, but as I backed up, the road didn't open up behind me. It changed. The way the road curved, the way the trees bent, everything, every detail, was no longer familiar. I wasn't going back. I was trapped. The headlights, those same headlights, shone brighter, blinding me. And then, with a sound like thunder, the engine cut out. The world went black. The world didn't return immediately. For a few seconds, though it felt like an eternity, there was only silence. I couldn't breathe. The air felt like it had thickened, suffocating me as I sat there, frozen. I blinked, forcing my eyes open, trying to push away the blackness that had taken over the world around me. I reached for the ignition. My hands were shaking, my fingers clumsy as I tried to turn the key in the ignition. Nothing. The engine wouldn't turn over. I hit the steering wheel in frustration, the sound of it harsh in the stillness, and then the reality of the situation hit me. I was stranded. In the middle of nowhere, with no cell signal, no way out. I grabbed my phone and checked it, just in case. The screen flickered briefly before showing me the same thing as before, no signal. I slammed the phone down on the passenger seat, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? I wasn't just lost. I was in some kind of trap. I unbuckled my seatbelt and opened the door slowly. The damp night air rushed in, carrying with it that rancid smell, the same sour scent that had clung to the air for miles. I gagged but forced myself to take a deep breath. I needed to think. I needed to get out of here. I stepped onto the road, feeling the gravel crunch beneath my boots. The ground felt softer than it should, the road too quiet, too still. My car's headlights, still blindingly bright, seemed to swallow up everything in their path, casting long shadows that stretched out before me like dark fingers. I looked around, hoping for some sign of life, anything to tell me I wasn't alone. There was nothing. Just trees. Tall, looming trees that surrounded me, blocking any view of the outside world. The figure. That strange, dark figure I had seen before, was it still there? I glanced to my left, toward the forest. I hadn't noticed before, but now it seemed as though the trees were moving, slowly, almost imperceptibly. My heart began to race again. It wasn't the wind. There was no breeze tonight. And then I heard it. A rustling, low at first, like someone shifting through the leaves. But it wasn't the wind. It was footsteps. I froze. They were coming closer. I whipped my head around, trying to find this source, but the sound was everywhere, circling me, surrounding me. I couldn't tell if it was one person or multiple. My breath caught in my throat as the footsteps stopped. The silence returned. I waited. I was certain I wasn't imagining this. I took a few careful steps forward, my feet unsteady on the ground, and peered into the darkness, trying to make sense of the empty space ahead. And that's why I saw it. A figure, just like before, standing there, only this time closer, much closer. It wasn't human. The shape before me wasn't right. It was taller than any person I'd ever seen. The outline was unnatural, too thin, too wrong. Its limbs bent at strange angles, as if they weren't quite connected. Its head, too large, too disproportionate, twisted unnaturally toward me, its eyes wide and black, swallowing all light. I couldn't move. It stepped forward, its feet dragging against the ground, its movements jerky and unnatural. My body screamed at me to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. I was paralyzed by something more than fear. It was as if my mind had locked up, unable to process what I was seeing. The creature's mouth opened, wide, impossibly wide. The smell of decay hit me in a wave, sharp and nauseating. My stomach churned, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. Then it spoke. "You're not supposed to be here." Its voice, if you could even call it that, was a distorted, guttural whisper, like static mixed with a low growl. It echoed around me, sending a chill down my spine. My heart pounded so loudly I thought it might burst through my chest. What do you want?" I managed to croak, but my voice sounded foreign, distant, like I wasn't the one speaking. "You took the wrong road." The figure's head tilted again, its movements disjointed. "It was never meant for you." I staggered back, my mind reeling. I had no idea what this thing was, but it was clear that it was here because of me. Somehow, I had gotten trapped, caught in whatever this place was. The creature took another step forward, its limbs jerking unnaturally with each movement. "You have to go back." A wave of panic hit me, so strong I could taste it. My hands trembled, and I scrambled backward, away from the creature. But as I did, something strange happened. The road itself, began to shift. The trees that had once surrounded me now seemed to fold in on themselves, the air growing heavier and more oppressive. The car, the headlights, everything started to blur, distort, as if reality itself were cracking apart. I was no longer sure where I was, or if I was anywhere at all. "You're going to stay here," the creature hissed, its voice a twisted mockery of human speech. "This road doesn't let go." The last thing I remembered before the world went black was the figure's eyes, those endless, black eyes, staring at me as the darkness swallowed everything whole. I don't remember how long I was unconscious. Minutes? Hours? It felt like I had slipped into a dream, and I couldn't tell where the dream ended and the reality began. I woke to the faintest rustle in the air, like a whisper brushing against my ear. I gasped, sitting up quickly, my heart thudding erratically. The world around me felt different. The weight of the air was thicker now, heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I was still outside, still on that road. The creature, that thing, was gone. At least, I couldn't see it now. The darkness, however, had deepened, suffocating everything in its path. The trees, those twisted, gnarled things, seemed to have gotten taller in my absence, their branches knotted together like claws reaching toward me. I tried to push myself to my feet, but my legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I stumbled, the gravel beneath my boots scraping harshly against my skin as I gripped the door of my car for support. I had to get out of here. But where? The road ahead, the same road I had traveled for miles before, looked completely different now. It wasn't the narrow, winding path I remembered. No, it had grown wider, more expansive, like it was stretching endlessly in both directions. There were no signs, no markers, nothing to tell me where I was or where I was headed. I pulled open the car door and slipped inside, desperate to start the engine again. But as my hands gripped the wheel, a sharp pain shot through my chest, like 1,000 needles pressing into my skin. The car wouldn't start. The key turned in the ignition, but the engine only sputtered once before falling silent. I slammed my fist against the dashboard in frustration. Why wasn't it working? And that's when I heard it. The sound was so subtle at first that I almost missed it, just a slight shuffling, the rustle of something moving nearby. Footsteps. Not far. Just beyond the trees, where the darkness pulled thick and impenetrable. I didn't want to look. I knew what it was. Or at least, I thought I did. But curiosity tugged at me, pushing me to glance into the rearview mirror. And there, standing just behind my car, was the figure. The same tall, twisted creature. Its body was like a shadow, indistinguishable from the darkness around it, but its eyes, those eyes, pierced the night, glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The creature was watching me, its twisted head cocked to one side, its dark eyes narrowing as if it were sizing me up, deciding what to do next. And then it spoke again. You shouldn't have come back. Its voice was a low rasp, like nails dragging against metal, and it made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. Every fiber of my being was screaming for me to flee, but all I could do was sit there, paralyzed. Suddenly, the trees around me seemed to shift. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble, and I could feel the air itself warping, bending in strange, unnatural ways. The road itself was changing. I looked at the trees. The once familiar trunks seemed to melt into one another, their shapes warping into grotesque, unrecognizable forms. The road, oh God, the road wasn't just stretching, it was twisting. I turned back to the creature, my pulse racing in my ears. It was still there, watching me, its dark, soulless eyes following every slight movement I made. It moved toward me, each step slower, deliberate, its limbs jerking unnaturally as it closed the distance between us. The air thickened with the smell of decay, that same rancid odor that made my stomach churn. I thought of running, but where? There was nowhere to go. I turned my head and looked out into the distance, desperate for some sign of escape, but there was only the same never-ending stretch of twisted road, the trees that seemed to bend inward, closing off any path forward. I had to move. I had to do something. But I was frozen. Trapped. Suddenly, the creature's head jerked forward, its movements like something not quite alive. And for a brief moment, I saw it clearly, too clearly. Its face, if you could even call it that, was a grotesque, misshapen mass of skin and bone with jagged teeth that poked out from its lips. Its eyes were wide, hollow, its pupils black voids that seemed to pull everything around me into them. I screamed, but no sound came out. The creature lunged forward, and in that split second, I did the only thing I could think to do. I grabbed the emergency brake and yanked it hard. The car lurched forward, the wheels screeching as they fought against the resistance, and I slammed my foot on the gas. The engine roared to life, its sound deafening in the night, and the car shot forward, knocking me against the seat as I sped down the now distorted road. I didn't dare look back. I didn't dare stop. But as I raced down that road, the trees, those trees, seemed to close in around me. The road wasn't a road anymore. It was a tunnel, a corridor, stretching into an endless black void where nothing else existed. The headlights of my car barely illuminated anything ahead, swallowed whole by the surrounding darkness. And then, the realization hit me, the road was moving with me. It wasn't just changing its shape. It was following me. I was running in circles. I was trapped. Forever. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. My mind raced, but everything around me moved too fast, the car's tires screeching, the engine screaming beneath me. The road wasn't a road anymore. It was a nightmare. Every twist, every turn felt wrong. The shadows were alive. They reached out, stretched across the landscape like hungry hands, as if the trees themselves were growing closer to me. I slammed my foot harder on the accelerator. The speedometer crept higher, but no matter how fast I went, the road kept stretching. It felt as if the car were caught in a loop, speeding down a track that led nowhere. My hands were sweating, my knuckles white against the wheel, and I couldn't stop. I couldn't. I didn't dare look behind me. I knew what I'd see. The creature, that thing, was still there. I felt it. I could sense it, even though I didn't dare to glance in the rearview mirror. Its presence was suffocating, like a shadow in my peripheral vision. It was following me. Or rather, it was always behind me, even when I wasn't looking. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. I couldn't let it control me. I had to focus. I had to find a way out. But the road was never going to let me go. I forced myself to take a deep breath, even though it felt like the air had thickened into something dense, almost gelatinous, making it hard to pull in enough oxygen. My chest tightened. The dashboard in front of me shimmered, as though the edges of the car were warping, bending. The view outside the windows seemed to stretch unnaturally as the trees sped by in a blur, their forms elongating and distorting as if they were part of some grotesque, living painting. I was trapped. There was no escape. The thought hit me like a punch to the gut. What if there was no way out? What if I was meant to stay here forever? I slammed my hands on the steering wheel, my frustration bubbling over. No! There has to be a way. I yelled aloud, though I knew no one would answer. The car jerked as if something had gripped it, something unseen, powerful. The wheels spun in the gravel, sending plumes of dust into the air, but the road didn't change. It didn't end. It just kept stretching out into the infinite night. I could feel the creature getting closer. It wasn't just following me anymore. It was almost beside me. I could hear its breath, ragged and wet, echoing in my mind. The whispers started again, that same guttural, distorted voice scraping across my nerves. "You can't escape." The words felt like they were coming from inside my head, but I knew better. It was the creature, whispering from the darkness, its voice so close I almost imagined it was inside the car with me. "You should have stayed on the other road." I didn't want to listen. I couldn't. I had to keep going. I had to keep moving. But then, just as quickly as the sound appeared, the road in front of me shifted again. The trees were no longer just moving, they were changing, their trunks twisting and bending, the branches stretching out like tendrils. It was like I was driving through a living forest, one that bent and reformed around me, pushing me in directions I didn't want to go. Suddenly, the headlights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the now deformed landscape. Everything seemed to bend and melt, the world warping like a bad painting, twisted, smeared, distorted. I slammed my fist against the wheel, desperate to keep the car steady, but the world around me was slipping further and further out of control. Where was the road? The white lines that once marked the path were gone. The edges of the road had disappeared into a thick fog, an endless grayness that stretched to all sides. I had no direction now. No bearings. The trees, if they were even trees anymore, stood like silent sentinels, their shapes constantly shifting, always moving. I could hear it, the sound of something scuttling through the underbrush, just beyond the trees. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I could understand. I could feel the creature now, just behind me. The air was thick with its presence, like it was suffocating me, crawling into every corner of my mind. My breath came in ragged gasps. My fingers trembled on the wheel, my eyes darting around the car, desperately looking for something, anything, that could explain what was happening. And then I saw it. In the distance, through the fog, I thought I glimpsed something. A shape. A shadow, barely discernible in the dim light, but there. It was moving. I squinted, my heart pounding in my chest. It was something, someone. Or at least, it looked like someone. A figure, tall and thin, with the same dark silhouette as the creature. I slammed on the brakes. The tires screamed as the car slid to a halt, the engine sputtering and gasping for air. I gripped the wheel, my hands slick with sweat. The figure was closer now. Much closer. It was no longer just standing in the distance, it was walking toward me, the same jerky, unnatural movements. It stopped in the middle of the road, just in front of me. It was waiting. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was as though I was stuck in place, like the world had frozen, except for that figure, which loomed in the center of it all. "It's your turn," the voice rasped, louder now, clearer. The figure tilted its head to the side, the motion jerky, almost mechanical. It was more than just a shadow, it had depth. It was alive. And I was caught. I had no way out. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, loud, frantic. The fog around me thickened. The world around me, the road, the trees, the car, was twisting. It was all distorting, warping into a nightmare I couldn't escape. And then the figure stepped forward. "Welcome home." I didn't move. I couldn't. The figure, the creature, was closer now, too close. The very air around it seemed to vibrate, hum with an unnatural energy. The fog pressed in harder, thicker, as if the darkness itself had come alive, swallowing everything around me. I could barely see anything outside the car now, just that shadow, moving with terrifying precision. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating, like the weight of 1,000 eyes pressing down on me. "Welcome home," it whispered again, the voice curling around me like smoke, insidious and sharp. I tried to speak, to shout, but my throat was tight, choked. My lips trembled, but no sound came out. I opened my mouth again, desperate for any kind of action, but only a hoarse, breathless gasp escaped. The figure moved closer still, stepping forward slowly, methodically, its legs jerking unnaturally with each step. The darkness seemed to shift around it, bending to its will, distorting the world itself. I could feel the ground beneath me tremble as if the earth was alive, reacting to its movements. My mind raced. I had to escape. I had to find a way out of this nightmare, but every path I thought of only led me deeper into the void. The creature was here now. There was no running. There was no hiding. The car's engine sputtered, almost as if it, too, was giving up. I slammed my fist against the wheel, cursing, my body trembling with fear. What did it want? What was it? I had seen it, I had felt it, but the more I tried to understand it, the more it slipped through my fingers like smoke. It was something old, something beyond comprehension, and no matter how much I wanted to turn away, to pretend I had imagined it, I knew I couldn't. I couldn't escape. The figure's eyes gleamed now, glowing with that same unnerving light, hollow and deep, pulling me in. I felt my breath hitch in my chest, my pulse racing uncontrollably as I stared into those abyssal eyes, drawn to them like a moth to a flame. It was as if those eyes were the only thing real in this twisted world. They were infinite, endless, reflecting the very essence of everything I feared. And then it spoke again. "You always knew you'd come here. You always knew it would find you." The words slid under my skin, burrowing into my mind, filling me with an icy dread. It found me. The realization hit like a thunderclap. This was never a mistake. The road, the detour, the confusion, it had all been part of it. I had always been meant to find this place. The thing that had been stalking me, whispering from the shadows, had been waiting for me to turn down this path, for me to step into its grasp. I closed my eyes, trying to block it out, but the pressure on my chest only grew. The air was thicker now, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere had been twisted and warped by its presence. I could feel it crawling under my skin, the cold that spread from my fingertips to my bones. The fog outside thickened, swirling in on itself like a living thing, until I could no longer see the trees, the road, anything. I was surrounded by nothing but darkness. The figure's voice cut through the air, louder now, closer. "You wanted to get away, but you'll never leave." I opened my eyes. My hands were slick on the wheel, my fingers numb with cold. The car had stopped, the engine was silent. I looked around me, but there was nothing. No trees, no road, no figure, only darkness. It was as if the world itself had disappeared. I reached for the door handle, my hand shaking as I tried to open it, but the handle wouldn't budge. It was like it was frozen, sealed shut. I pulled harder, my panic mounting as the silence closed in around me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I was trapped. No escape. No way out. "Let me out!" I shouted, my voice raw, desperate. But the darkness didn't respond. There was no sound now, no movement. Just a suffocating stillness. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. A flash. A movement. I turned quickly, my heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. Just darkness. But I felt it. Something was out there. It was waiting. I tried to open the door again, my fingers trembling as I forced it, but it still wouldn't budge. My heart raced, and I could feel the sweat rolling down my face. It was as if the car itself was holding me in place, not letting me escape, not letting me leave. Suddenly, I felt it. A shift in the air. A change. The darkness didn't just feel oppressive now, it felt alive. The world was pressing in on me, the walls of the car shrinking, the space narrowing. The silence was suffocating, louder than any sound could be. I looked back out the window. The fog had dissipated slightly, and I could see it again. The figure. It wasn't close, not yet, but it was there, standing just at the edge of my vision, its glowing eyes staring at me from the shadows. I was trapped. The road, the car, the world, none of it made sense anymore. Nothing was what it seemed. I didn't know if I was awake or still trapped in some twisted dream. The figure stepped forward, and for the first time, I saw its true form. Its body was elongated, impossibly tall, and as it moved, I could see that its limbs were like the branches of the trees around me, twisted, gnarled, and wrong. Its face was the most terrifying part. Not because of how it looked, but because it didn't look like anything at all. It was simply a void. A blackness that consumed everything, a hole where a face should have been. I gasped, my chest tightening. I knew what it was. I knew it now. It wasn't just a creature. It wasn't just a monster. It was the road. The road that had never existed. The road that had swallowed me whole. And now, it was time for me to become part of it. Forever. I've always been a morning person. There's something calming about the first few minutes after waking up, the quiet, the soft light of dawn creeping through the curtains, the stillness of the world outside. It was during one of these peaceful moments that I first noticed something strange. I was standing at the bathroom sink, splashing cold water on my face. My reflection was blurry from the water dripping off my face, but as I wiped it away, I saw it just for a moment, but it was there. My reflection didn't move. I paused, frozen in place. My hand hovered above the sink, water dripping from my fingers. I stared into the mirror. The reflection of myself, of my body, was still. I hadn't moved. It was as if the image had stopped. I blinked, thinking I was imagining things. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or my eyes were still adjusting. But then, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat, the hand in the reflection. It moved. It was slow, at first, as if it were stretching, just like my own hand, but my hand was still resting by my side. I quickly looked at my own hand. Nothing. It was motionless. But there, in the mirror, my reflection's hand was rising, fingers stretching upward toward the edge of the sink. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped back, confused, my pulse quickening. I didn't know what to do. I felt my heart hammering in my chest, a cold sweat forming on my neck. Was it a glitch? Something wrong with the mirror? I didn't understand. But then, as if in slow motion, the reflection's hand slowly curled into a fist. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. Something was wrong. I couldn't look away. The reflection's fist clenched tighter, and for a second, I wondered if I had imagined the movement. But no, there it was again. My reflection's hand was moving, twisting, as though it had a life of its own. I stepped back, my legs suddenly weak. My reflection was still frozen. But the hand, it didn't stop. It reached out, stretching farther. And it wasn't my hand. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. The reflection's fingers twitched, and then, impossibly, the hand pressed against the glass. I pulled away from the mirror, my heart racing. My breathing quickened. I backed into the hallway, my mind spinning in disbelief. I glanced at my own hand again. It was still at my side, still completely under my control. But the image in the mirror, it was different. I was starting to panic. I had to be imagining this, right? My mind was playing tricks on me. But as I stepped back into the bathroom, my eyes were glued to the mirror. The hand was still there, but now it wasn't just the hand. It was the whole reflection. It had begun to move, almost imperceptibly at first, just small movements. But it wasn't mimicking me. It wasn't following my actions. I stood there, staring at myself in disbelief. My reflection didn't blink, didn't breathe, didn't seem real. It was as if it had its own awareness. As if it was aware of me, not just a reflection of my movements, but something more. Something alive. I looked around the room, trying to gather my thoughts. I couldn't be going crazy. This wasn't normal. I needed to focus, to think. Maybe if I turned away, I could stop this. Maybe it would just go back to being the reflection I knew. I spun around, turning my back to the mirror, my heart still racing. I was trying to shake off the feeling, trying to convince myself that it wasn't real. But then, I heard it. A soft scraping sound, like nails dragging against glass. I froze. It was coming from the mirror. I turned slowly, my body tense, my mouth dry. My reflection was still there, but now, something was different. I saw it, its fingers moving against the glass, scraping in a slow, deliberate motion. And that's when I realized it was trying to get out. A wave of panic crashed over me. I stumbled backward, the cold tile of the bathroom floor sending a jolt through my body. My breathing was shallow, every instinct telling me to get away, but I couldn't move. The hand was now pushing harder against the glass, its fingers curling, pushing, trying to break free. I could see it clearly now. The reflection wasn't mimicking me. It was acting. The reflection's eyes locked onto mine. It knew I was watching. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened, and the air felt thick and heavy. The room seemed to close in around me. I was suffocating under the weight of something I couldn't explain. I knew I had to get out of there. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't look away. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the hand stopped. The reflection went still again, as if nothing had happened. But I knew it wasn't over. Something was wrong with the mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I know it sounds paranoid, but every time I looked at the mirror, the air around me felt wrong. Thick. As if the very room was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Something that was no longer just a trick of the mind. The feeling followed me everywhere. I tried to go about my day, but I couldn't focus. At work, I caught myself zoning out, staring at my reflection in the windows, in the glass of my coffee cup. I had to force myself to look away, to shake off the growing sense of unease that kept creeping in. My mind kept replaying what had happened in the bathroom, how my reflection had moved without me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. The fingers scraping against the glass. The unblinking eyes staring back at me. I had to stop thinking about it. I told myself it was nothing. Just a strange optical illusion. Nothing more. But even as I convinced myself of that, the fear lingered. It gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, lurking in the background like an ever-present shadow. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hand. I heard it, faintly, scratching at the mirror. I could almost feel it, like a cold touch on the back of my neck. I woke up every few hours, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. When morning came, I knew I had to face it. I couldn't run from it anymore. I had to see if it was real. I went into the bathroom, my footsteps heavy against the floor. I couldn't help but glance at the mirror even before I reached it, my breath catching in my throat. The room was silent. I stood in front of the mirror, staring at my reflection. It looked just like me. Just like it had before. My hair, my clothes, the faint lines on my face from lack of sleep, all were there, as they should be. But it wasn't the same. I was waiting for it. And sure enough, after a moment, I saw it. The faintest movement, too subtle to be a trick of my eyes, but it was there. The reflection's fingers twitched, curling slightly, almost as if testing the air. My stomach dropped. I reached forward, cautiously. My reflection mirrored the movement exactly, but as my fingers hovered near the glass, I noticed something else. The reflection's eyes, it was watching me. Not mimicking me. Watching me. I jerked my hand back, heart racing. My mind was screaming at me to run, to get away, but I stood frozen, unable to tear my gaze away. The air around me felt charged, like the room was too small, too confined. Like there was something more behind the mirror. The reflection's hand slowly lifted again, rising toward the glass. The motion was deliberate, unnervingly smooth. It was as though it was testing the glass, reaching for something just out of reach. I felt the panic rising in my chest again. My pulse quickened. I wasn't imagining this. It was happening. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew I had to stop it before it got worse. Without thinking, I grabbed the nearest object, a towel, and threw it over the mirror. It was a desperate attempt to block out whatever was happening, to make it stop. For a moment, everything was dark. The tension in the room lifted, but only slightly. I took a step back, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. It was over. For now. But then, in the silence that followed, something else began to happen. A low hum filled the room, like a vibration in the air. It wasn't coming from the mirror, but from within it. I didn't know how to explain it, but the hum grew louder, a steady, resonating pulse that seemed to come from nowhere. It was as though the mirror was alive. I moved toward the towel-covered mirror, my hand shaking as I reached out to remove it. But before I could touch the fabric, I heard a sound, a soft scraping. It came from inside the mirror. The sound was unmistakable. The scraping was back. My heart raced again, panic flooding my veins. I yanked the towel off the mirror, my breath hitching. The reflection was gone. Not just still, but gone. It was as if the glass had swallowed it whole. I stared at the blank surface, my mind reeling. What had happened? Where had it gone? The humming sound continued, but it felt more distant now, as though it had moved, as though it were coming from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. I backed away, stumbling as I did. I couldn't take my eyes off the mirror, terrified of what I might see next. Was it gone, or had it moved? Was it still there? I couldn't make sense of it. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't find my voice. And then, just as I thought I might lose control, I saw something, a flicker. A hand. A pale, slender hand was emerging from the surface of the mirror. It pushed through the glass with a sickening slowness, like something pushing through thick water. I watched in horror as the hand began to form fully, the rest of the arm following, as if it were crawling out of the mirror itself. The fingers curled around the edge of the frame. And then, with a final, nauseating crack, the reflection's face appeared. Not just in the glass anymore, but through it. It smiled. I couldn't breathe. The hand, no, the thing, was coming out of the mirror. It pushed through, its fingers curling with deliberate slowness, as if it were savoring the moment, savoring my fear. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out of that room before whatever it was could fully cross over. But I couldn't move. I stood frozen, my eyes locked on the hand as it inched its way further through the glass. The sound was like a deep, hollow groan, a wet, disturbing noise that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I watched in horror as the reflection's arm slid out of the mirror, twisting unnaturally as it took shape. The wrist cracked with a sound that made my stomach turn. And then it grinned. That smile wasn't mine. It was twisted, like a grotesque parody of my own face, stretching too far, its lips curling back in an unsettling, two-eye grin. The reflection's eyes, my eyes, burned with something dark and malevolent. The expression on its face was one of malicious enjoyment. It was enjoying this. Enjoying the fear. Enjoying me. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. My body was paralyzed with terror, every instinct telling me to run, to get out of that room, to get away from that thing. But no matter how hard I tried, my feet refused to move. The thing's other hand slid out of the mirror next, its fingers elongated, nails sharp like claws. The glass was no longer solid. It was warping, bending, as if it were no longer a reflective surface, but a living, breathing entity. I couldn't tear my eyes away. The reflection was no longer just a reflection. It was alive. A part of me wanted to close my eyes, to pretend this wasn't happening, to wake up from whatever nightmare I was trapped in. But I couldn't. I couldn't close my eyes, not when the thing in the mirror was coming closer. I didn't understand how this was happening. Was this a dream? A hallucination? Could it be some kind of trick? But I knew it wasn't. I could feel it. I could feel the presence of that thing pushing through the glass, pulling itself into this world. Its hand, my hand, reached for the frame. But it wasn't like mine. It was wrong. Too long. Too thin. The skin was pale, translucent, and covered in dark veins that pulsed with an eerie rhythm, as if it were somehow feeding off the fear in the room. And then the arm followed, inching its way forward, its fingertips brushing the wooden frame of the mirror. I stumbled back, gasping for air, the room spinning around me. It was too much. I couldn't take it anymore. My mind was unraveling, and I could feel myself losing control. The walls seemed to press in on me, the air growing thick, suffocating. I couldn't escape. It was like the room itself was shifting, changing, distorting around me. And then, as if sensing my panic, the reflection's head appeared. It wasn't my head anymore. It was something else. Something wrong. Its face was stretched, elongated, its eyes wide and empty, staring into me with a depth that went beyond the glass. I couldn't look away, even as the thing's grin widened, impossibly large. I finally found my voice. "What do you want?" The words came out as a broken whisper, barely audible above the pounding of my heart in my ears. The thing didn't answer. It didn't need to. It smiled again, its mouth opening wide in a soundless laugh, its teeth jagged and sharp like broken glass. The sound of its laughter echoed in my head, reverberating through the walls, the floor, the air itself. I could feel it deep in my bones, as though it were crawling under my skin. I had to get out. I had to. Before I could even move, the reflection's hand shot forward, faster than I could react, its fingers wrapping around my wrist with an iron grip. I tried to pull away, but it was too strong. The grip was cold, unnaturally cold. And its touch. It wasn't like touching glass or a mirror. It was like touching something alive, something wrong. It burned, like ice piercing through my skin. I gasped, my pulse pounding in my ears as I struggled to break free. My body moved of its own accord, jerking and thrashing, but the hand wouldn't let go. It pulled me closer, dragging me toward the mirror. "No, no!" I screamed, my voice hoarse. "Let go!" But the reflection didn't release me. Instead, it pulled me closer, and I felt myself being drawn in. The mirror was no longer just a reflection. It was a doorway to something else. The edges of the mirror were beginning to shimmer, warping, like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. The glass rippled, undulating, as if it were breathing. And in that moment, I knew. It wasn't just my reflection that wanted out. It wanted me. I tried again, pulling with all my strength, but my fingers were slipping, my vision blurring. The mirror wasn't a surface anymore. It was a void. A dark, infinite emptiness that was pulling me in, sucking me toward it, toward whatever was waiting on the other side. And then, just as I thought I would be consumed by the darkness, the doorbell rang. The sudden sound shattered the tension, cutting through the silence like a blade. I froze, caught between the pull of the mirror and the noise that had so unexpectedly interrupted. My heart was still racing, my mind reeling, but something inside me told me to focus on that sound. The hand that gripped my wrist loosened, just for a moment. It was enough. I yanked myself away, stumbling backward, away from the mirror. My feet hit the floor hard, but I didn't stop. I ran toward the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart still pounding. The hand had released me, but I knew it wouldn't be the last time it reached for me. When I reached the door and threw it open, no one was there. Just the empty, quiet street. But something was wrong. The air felt heavier now, thick with a presence I couldn't place. And then I saw it. On the ground in front of my door. A handprint. But it wasn't my hand. It was the reflection's. The handprint on the doorstep was unmistakable. A perfect, pale shape, just like the one I had seen on the mirror. The fingers were long, too long, and the outline of the palm was so unnatural it almost seemed to stretch. It was as though someone, had pressed their hand against the very fabric of the world, leaving a mark that shouldn't have been there. I stood frozen, staring at the print. My heart pounded in my chest, the rhythm quickening as I looked around, expecting something or someone to be watching me from the shadows. The street was empty, the air still. But something was wrong. Something was there, even if I couldn't see it. The moment I closed the door behind me, the sense of dread returned. The house, which had always felt like a safe haven, now felt suffocating. Every room was oppressive, every corner filled with an unsettling silence that made the walls feel like they were closing in. I made my way back to the bathroom, my footsteps heavy and deliberate. The mirror loomed over me like some kind of dark portal. I had to know if it was still there, if it was still waiting. I hesitated before looking into it. My reflection could have been anything by now. Anything but me. But despite my fear, I couldn't look away. I stepped toward it, cautiously, as if approaching a wild animal. And there it was. The mirror was now completely dark, like a window into a void. The light seemed to bend around it, as if the glass were sucking it in. I reached for the towel on the counter and, without thinking, threw it over the mirror again. But even as I did, I felt the pull. The same magnetic force, as if the reflection wanted me to come closer, to see it, to surrender. I backed away, my mind racing. I needed to think, to plan. The reflection had followed me out of the mirror once. What was to stop it from coming again? What if it was already here, in the house with me? The ringing of the phone cut through the tension. I froze, staring at it for a moment. Should I answer? Who would be calling this late? Against my better judgment, I picked it up. The receiver felt cold against my ear, like it had been sitting in the frost. I braced myself, expecting the voice of someone I knew, but instead, I heard a slow, shuddering breath. Nothing else. The silence stretched on, a suffocating pressure filling the air. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, thumping louder with every passing second. Hello? My voice cracked as I spoke, my throat dry. Another breath. Deeper this time, almost like a whisper. But it wasn't human. It was hollow. Empty. And then, the voice. Come back, it said, the words twisted and wrong, like they were coming from the other side of the mirror itself. I slammed the phone down, my pulse racing. My mind was spinning out of control. I couldn't think straight. The handprint, the reflection, the voice, it was all connected. But how? The house felt smaller now, as though the walls were pressing in. I glanced around, scanning for something, anything, that might make sense of what was happening. I spotted the small, framed photograph of my family on the mantelpiece. It had been there for years, a constant in the background of my life. But now, as I looked at it, something felt off. The faces in the photo weren't right. They were too still, their eyes too vacant, like they were trapped in a frozen moment that had no life. But what unsettled me the most was the faint, shadowy figure standing just behind them. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it was impossible to ignore. The figure was obscured, its outline indistinct, but it had a shape that made my blood run cold. It looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. I walked toward the photo, my fingers trembling as I reached for it. My reflection in the glass didn't match mine. It was wrong. Its eyes were vacant, like the ones in the photograph. Before I could react, the house trembled, just a slight vibration, like something huge shifting just beneath the surface of the world. And then, the lights flickered. Flickered? The entire room plunged into darkness. I froze. The familiar hum of electricity, the soft glow of the lights, it was all gone. The only thing left was the thick silence that enveloped the house, the same oppressive atmosphere that had followed me ever since I'd first seen the reflection move. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers shaking as I tried to turn on the flashlight. The screen lit up for a moment, then flickered and died. The dark was absolute. And then, I heard it. The soft scraping noise, like nails dragging across glass. It started low, distant, but it was unmistakable. It was coming from the mirror. I knew it without looking. But when I did look, my breath caught in my throat. The towel I had thrown over it was gone. The mirror was clear again, but this time it wasn't just a reflection of the room behind me. It was a reflection of me, but not the way I should have looked. The thing standing in front of the mirror didn't have my features. It had something more twisted. My face was stretched and distorted, my skin an unnatural pale hue. The eyes were black, empty pools, staring at me with that same malicious grin. The thing in the mirror raised its hand. I backed away slowly, my feet unsteady. It was too much. Too real. It was coming for me again. It wasn't satisfied. It wanted to take me. I had to leave. I had to get away, before it did. But no matter how fast I moved, the mirror followed me. The thing in the reflection mirrored every step, every movement, like it was bound to me by some unholy tether. And then, as I turned to run, I heard the most chilling thing of all. The thing in the mirror, it spoke. "Stay with me," it said, its voice cold and hollow. And then, with a slow, deliberate motion, it reached for the frame of the mirror, its fingers sliding over the surface, leaving black streaks behind. The glass was cracking. The cracks spread across the mirror like a web, each fracture a jagged line, twisting and curling into the glass. I stood frozen, staring at the reflection. The thing, the creature, was still there, grinning at me with that horrific, hollow smile. But now, its fingers were almost touching the frame. I could hear the faintest sound coming from the mirror, a soft scraping, as though something was moving just beneath the surface. The air grew colder, and the darkness in the reflection seemed to grow, stretching toward me. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But my feet were glued to the floor, my body paralyzed by fear. My heart was hammering in my chest, every beat louder than the last. My breath came in shallow gasps, fogging up the air in front of me. The thing in the mirror tilted its head, its dark eyes locking onto mine. It knew me. It knew I was afraid. I turned away quickly, stumbling backward toward the door, my hand groping for the handle. But the door wouldn't budge. It was stuck, locked. I twisted the knob again and again, but it felt like something was holding it from the other side. Panic surged through me. I had to get out. I had to escape. Then, a sound came from behind me. A soft thud. The distinct noise of something shifting in the room just behind me. I didn't need to look. I knew it was there. The air around me seemed to ripple with its presence, like a wave of cold spreading from the mirror. I spun around, desperate to see what was happening, but the reflection was now a blur, the cracks in the glass pulsing with an unnatural energy. I could see shapes moving inside, twisting like shadows. The thing in the mirror was no longer a mere reflection. It was alive. It was real. I reached for my phone again, my hand shaking uncontrollably. I needed to call someone, anyone, but as I fumbled with the device, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A hand. A pale, elongated hand reaching through the cracks in the mirror. The fingers were thin, impossibly long, each one ending in sharp, claw-like nails. The hand stretched toward me, as if it were trying to pull itself free from the glass. I stumbled backward, my feet tangling in the carpet as I fell to the floor. My breath was ragged, my chest tight with fear. The hand continued to stretch, its fingers inching closer and closer. And then it touched me. I gasped as the coldness of the touch sent a shock through my body. It felt like ice, a freezing, biting sensation that shot through my veins. The thing's fingers wrapped around my wrist, its grip tight and unyielding. I tried to pull away, but the strength in that hand was beyond anything I had ever felt. It was like a vice, a force from another world, squeezing, pulling me toward the mirror. I struggled, desperate to break free, but it was no use. The hand was dragging me closer, inch by inch, toward the glass. And then I heard it, the voice from before. "Come back," it whispered, the words slithering through the air like a serpent's hiss. I tried to scream, but the sound was trapped in my throat. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My vision was spinning, everything around me becoming a blur. I felt the mirror's surface pressing against my skin, cold, unforgiving. And then, with a final, violent pull, I was yanked forward. I slammed into the glass with a sickening thud. The impact sent waves of pain through my head, and for a moment, everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in the bathroom. I was somewhere else. The world around me was twisted, distorted. The air was thick, suffocating. The walls of the room stretched and warped, the colors shifting like oil on water. I could still hear my own ragged breathing, but it was muffled, distant. The very fabric of reality felt wrong, like I was in a nightmare. I tried to move, but my body felt sluggish, heavy. It was as if the gravity had changed, pulling me down in every direction at once. My legs wouldn't respond. Then I heard something else. A low, guttural growl rising from the shadows. I looked up. The figure from the mirror was there, standing in front of me. It was no longer just a reflection, it was real, standing in the twisted version of the room I now found myself in. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a black void, like endless pits staring into my soul. It took a step forward, then another. I tried to back away, but my body refused to obey. The creature loomed closer, its distorted form shifting and pulsating with each movement. It was no longer just a pale, faceless figure. Its skin was stretched tight over its bones, translucent in places, revealing a horrible blackness beneath. Its mouth was open, wide, and filled with jagged, broken teeth. It grinned, but there was no joy in its smile, only malice. I was trapped. There was no escape. It took another step, and this time I could hear its voice again. "Stay with me," it crooned, its voice low and sickly. "You belong here." I tried to scream, tried to break free, but the weight of the room, the weight of the creature, kept me pinned in place. And then I saw something that stopped my heart. Behind the creature, the mirror, my mirror, appeared again, floating in the air. But it wasn't the same mirror I had once known. It was cracked, shattered into pieces, like broken glass scattered across the ground. But instead of shards, I saw the reflection of the creature, the thing, and its eyes were locked onto mine. And in that moment, I realized the truth. It wasn't the reflection that was trying to take me. It was the mirror itself. The mirror was alive. It was the gateway to something far worse. And as I looked into its shattered surface, I saw the truth of what it had done. It had taken me. Have you ever had the feeling that something is just not right? Like the world around you is shifting and you're the only one who notices? I had been living in the same apartment for a couple of months now, nothing fancy, just a small one-bedroom in a quiet building on the outskirts of town. My life had settled into a comfortable routine: work, eat, sleep, repeat. There was a sense of calm in the predictability of it all. But recently, something had begun to disturb the peace. It started with the small things, the things you usually brush off. A pair of socks missing from the floor next to my bed. The TV remote I could have sworn was on the couch, but now it was on the coffee table. Nothing huge, nothing that would make you suspect anything out of the ordinary. But the longer it went on, the more unsettling it became. One evening, after returning from work, I walked into my apartment and immediately felt something was off. The air was different. The silence, heavy and thick, made it seem like someone or something was watching. But I didn't want to think about it. I convinced myself it was just a long day, and I was tired. I went to my bedroom to relax and threw my bag onto the chair by the desk. But something caught my eye. Under my bed. At first, I didn't think much of it, just the usual clutter that accumulates when you live alone. A few forgotten objects, dust collecting in the corners. But as I stared at the darkness beneath the bed, something felt wrong. The shadows were too deep, too still. I could have sworn I saw movement, a subtle shift, like something was there, just out of sight. My heart skipped a beat. I told myself it was my imagination, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Curiosity got the better of me. I dropped to my knees and looked under the bed. The space was narrow, just enough for a few things to get lost. I reached for the flashlight I kept in my drawer and shone it into the darkness. There was nothing. Just dust, a few forgotten items, and the familiar emptiness. But then I saw it. A single, small item out of place, my phone charger. I never remembered leaving it there. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The next night, as I prepared to go to bed, I heard something. A faint sound, almost imperceptible at first. Like a rustling, shifting movement. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. It was coming from under the bed. I stood still, holding my breath, listening. My pulse thudded in my ears. I slowly moved to the edge of the bed and knelt down, my flashlight in hand. Nothing. There was nothing there. But the feeling remained. Someone or something was close. Too close. I couldn't explain it, but every part of me screamed that I was not alone in that room. Unable to shake the feeling, I decided to take a step I never thought I would. I would set up my phone under the bed and record whatever was happening. Maybe then I would have proof. Maybe I was just overreacting, and the sounds had a rational explanation. The next night, I placed my phone on the floor, angled just right under the bed. I made sure the camera was on and set the recording to go for a few hours. Then I went to sleep, trying to ignore the nagging feeling that my every move was being watched. When I woke up the next morning, I immediately checked the footage. At first, it seemed ordinary, just the empty darkness under the bed. But as I skimmed through, something caught my eye. Toward the end of the recording, there was a subtle shift in the shadows. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. But as I zoomed in, my heart nearly stopped. In the darkness, Just beyond the edge of the phone's camera, two small, glimmering eyes stared back at me. They were watching me. I was paralyzed. The eyes blinked once, then vanished into the shadows. The phone slipped from my hand. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't unsee it. The question burned in my mind, what was that? I couldn't stop myself from thinking about it. The sound I heard before, the feeling of being watched, the charger out of place. Had it always been there? Was I losing my mind? I couldn't stay in the apartment anymore, but I had to know what was going on. What was living under my bed? I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, those eyes, the ones from the video, stared back at me. It wasn't just a hallucination. It was real. But how could it be? How could something have been living under my bed without me noticing? I paced around the apartment, trying to distract myself, but the apartment that had once felt like a safe haven now felt more like a trap. The walls seemed to close in around me, and the quiet was no longer comforting. It was oppressive. There was no escape from the creeping feeling that something was watching me from the dark corners of the room. I needed answers, and the only way to get them was to confront whatever was under the bed. But how? I was afraid that whatever it was, it might not be so easy to get rid of. The thought of staying in my apartment was unbearable, but leaving wasn't an option. The strange events had started to spiral out of control. I couldn't shake the image of those eyes. They weren't human. They were something else, something wrong. I decided I would take action the next day. I had to know what was happening. I couldn't live in this constant state of dread, feeling paranoid in my own home. I had to be sure. So I made a plan. I spent hours at the hardware store, buying items I thought might help me understand what was going on: an old-fashioned mirror, a thick rope, and a couple of long metal rods. The idea was simple. I would make sure whatever was under my bed couldn't escape. When I got home, I didn't waste any time. I moved the bed away from the wall and set up the mirror under it. It reflected the dark space beneath, a place I had never dared to truly inspect. The mirror would allow me to see everything in the darkness, every corner, every hidden inch. I felt a cold sweat form on the back of my neck as I got down on my knees and peered into the mirror. The shadows were still, lifeless. For a moment, I thought I might be overreacting. Maybe it had all been a mistake. Maybe I was just imagining things. But then the mirror caught something that made my blood run cold. A faint shift. A small movement near the farthest corner of the space under my bed. I held my breath. My eyes locked onto the spot. The shift became more defined. Slowly, someone was moving there. Something that didn't belong in a space so small. It was almost like a shadow, but darker. No, it wasn't a shadow at all. It was a figure. A long, thin shape that seemed to stretch in unnatural ways, crawling toward the edge. My pulse raced, my heart hammering in my chest. I should have run. I should have called someone. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure's head emerged from the shadows, and my blood froze. It was an unrecognizable face, twisted, like a grotesque version of a human. But there was something even more unsettling about it. Its eyes were too wide, too gleaming, as if they were absorbing all the light around them. They were staring straight into the mirror, directly at me. And that's when I realized whatever was under my bed had been watching me this whole time. A surge of panic shot through me, and I instinctively scrambled backward, knocking the mirror out of place. I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred, and my body was shaking uncontrollably. I heard a faint whisper, a raspy, guttural sound that seemed to crawl into my ears from all directions. "I see you." The voice was cold, distant, and yet right next to me. I stumbled to my feet, heart racing, my mind spinning. The room suddenly felt too small, the walls closing in on me. I had to get out. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My hands were clammy as I fumbled with the door, finally managing to escape into the hallway. But as I closed the door behind me, a thought lingered in my mind. What if it was still there? I spent the night at a friend's place, but I couldn't shake the image of that thing under my bed. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, the voice echoed in my mind, repeating its chilling words. The next day, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go back and confront it. I needed to know what was in my apartment. But when I stepped back into the room, the sense of wrongness was even stronger than before. The apartment had been disturbed. Things were where I left them. The couch cushions were askew, the books I'd left neatly stacked were scattered across the floor. It was as though someone, or something, had been moving around while I was gone. I approached my bedroom slowly, as though expecting the figure to leap out at me at any moment. I didn't know what I was hoping to find. A sign? An explanation? A reason for all of this? But what I found was worse. Under my bed, the mirror was gone, and in its place was something far more terrifying: scratches. Long, deep gouges in the wood, as though something had clawed its way out from underneath. They were fresh, the edges still dark with what could only be blood. I backed away, my breath caught in my throat. The door slammed shut behind me, the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway. It was still here. I couldn't breathe. My eyes stayed fixed on the scratches under the bed, but my mind couldn't process what I was seeing. Blood? Was it blood? No. No, it couldn't be. The logical part of my brain screamed that it was impossible. It had to be some sort of mistake. But the rest of me, every instinct I had, told me something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. I backed out of the room, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. Every sound felt like it was magnified: the creak of the floorboards, the soft tap of my shoes against the tile, the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Everything felt amplified, like the house was alive with whispers just out of reach. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to leave. I needed to get away from this apartment, from the presence that seemed to be growing stronger every time I turned around. But when I tried to make my way to the front door, my body froze. My mind raced, but I couldn't move. Something was behind me. Something was watching me. It wasn't just a feeling. It wasn't paranoia. I could feel it, its eyes, like hot needles, burning into my skin. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing. Just empty space, the shadows stretching across the walls in unnatural ways. The apartment was eerily still. And yet, I knew something was there, just beyond the edge of my vision. I stepped back, my hand shaking as I reached for my phone. I needed help. I needed to tell someone. But when I pulled it from my pocket, I noticed something strange. The screen was cracked. I hadn't dropped it, hadn't done anything to damage it. But there, on the surface of the phone, were more scratches. Small, delicate lines, like the marks of fingernails. I pressed the home button, but the phone didn't turn on. It was dead. Completely lifeless. It's here. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly turned to look back at the hallway, toward my bedroom. I had to go back. I couldn't keep running away. It was like it had been waiting for me to leave so it could claim its hold over me. I didn't know how I was going to survive this. How could I fight something like this? Something that didn't even obey the rules of reality? The door to my bedroom was ajar, the faintest crack of light spilling out from the gap. I walked toward it, the darkness ahead swallowing every step I took. As I passed through the doorway, I was met with the overwhelming scent of something foul, like rotting meat mixed with mildew. The smell hit me so hard it made my stomach churn. It was coming from under the bed. I slowly sank to my knees, bracing myself for whatever I would find. My hands trembled as I gripped the edge of the mattress, pulling it up. The sound of the bed creaking was deafening in the silence. I dropped it to the floor, and the darkness below was revealed. There was nothing. Just emptiness. For a second, I thought maybe I had imagined everything. That I was overreacting, that my mind had conjured up these images in a desperate attempt to make sense of something I couldn't explain. Then, I saw it. A figure. It was a blur at first, just a shadow at the edge of my vision. But then it moved. It was quick, too quick to follow, like a flicker of darkness darting beneath the bed. I reached for the flashlight I had brought with me, shining it toward the space under the bed. The beam sliced through the dark, revealing only dust, old boxes, and the scattered remnants of things I had long forgotten. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Something wasn't right. I slowly crawled toward the edge of the bed, the flashlight still pointed under it. As I leaned in closer, I noticed something strange. A faint outline, hidden in the shadows, that shouldn't have been there. It was a face. Just beneath the mattress, where no one could see. I gasped and recoiled, almost knocking the flashlight from my hand. My heart raced as I quickly scrambled backward, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. But when I took a breath and looked again, the face was gone. Disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the ordinary mess of things I had neglected. I should have left. I should have just walked out the door and never come back. But I couldn't. The need for answers had taken hold of me. I had to know what was going on. I had to face this thing, whatever it was. But when I turned to look at the bed again, something else caught my attention. On the floor beside it, there was a small, dark object. A key. It wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. But as I picked it up, a wave of unease washed over me. The key felt too familiar, too right. It was as if I had been holding it for years, but I had never realized it. And then I saw it. In the dim light of the flashlight, I saw a faint symbol engraved on the key, a shape I recognized. The same symbol that had appeared on my phone just days before, the same symbol I had seen in my dreams. It was the same shape that had been etched into the walls of the house. This thing, this presence, was no longer just under my bed. It had been in my life all along. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened, suffocating me under the weight of what I had just found. The key, the symbol, all of it, it was connected. But to what? I held the key in my shaking hand, staring at the intricate symbol carved into its surface, feeling as though it was pulling me in, beckoning me to understand. But I didn't want to understand. I didn't want to know. The air in my room seemed to grow heavier. The walls felt like they were closing in, tightening around me. I could feel it again, the same sense of being watched. But this time, it wasn't just a feeling. It was something tangible, something cold and suffocating. The darkness had weight. It had a presence. I glanced around the room. Everything was the same, yet nothing felt right. The furniture, the walls, the very floor beneath me seemed to shift. My eyes kept darting to the corners, expecting something to move, to shift in the shadows. And yet, nothing. But I knew it was there. I could feel its presence. I couldn't escape it. I stood up quickly, the key still clutched tightly in my hand, and stumbled toward the door. But as I crossed the threshold, I froze. My hand shook as I reached for the light switch. But when I flicked it, the light didn't come on. The room was plunged into darkness. I turned and fumbled around for the flashlight I had dropped earlier. The beam of light flickered on, casting long shadows across the room, distorting the furniture into grotesque shapes. I have to leave. I need to get out of here. I turned back to the doorway. The hallway was silent. Empty. But it was too quiet. The silence felt suffocating, like it was pressing in on me from all sides. I had to get out. I had to escape this place before it consumed me. I stepped into the hallway, but before I could make it to the stairs, I heard a sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A soft shuffling noise, like something dragging across the floor. I froze, straining to hear. It came again, louder this time. It was definitely moving. Something, or someone, was dragging itself toward me. No. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to face it, but my body moved of its own accord. Slowly, I turned to look behind me, the flashlight's beam shaking in my hand. And then I saw it. The figure. It was crouched on the floor, moving slowly, its body unnaturally contorted. It didn't look like a person, not fully. It was hunched over, its back twisted in a grotesque angle, the limbs bent in ways that were wrong, unnatural. Its skin was pale, stretched thin, as though it had been starved of life. And then there were the eyes, those eyes. They were watching me. It was watching me. It wasn't just a presence anymore. It had form. It had shape. And it was getting closer. I couldn't move. My feet were glued to the floor, my breath caught in my throat. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, the blood rushing in my ears, drying out everything else. The figure's eyes glowed, flickering like candlelight in the darkness. I could see the outline of its face, twisted in a silent scream. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. And then it spoke. Leave. The voice was soft, almost like a whisper, but it carried an undeniable weight. It wasn't just a command. It was a plea, an order, something ancient and primal, like it was pulling at my very soul. My body jerked into motion. I didn't even think. I just ran. My legs felt like lead, but I pushed forward, down the hallway, toward the front door. I could hear it behind me, slow, dragging footsteps, scraping across the floor as it followed me. No. No, no, no. I reached the door and yanked on the handle, but it didn't budge. I pulled again, my fingers slipping on the cold metal, but it refused to open. The door was locked. It was always locked. Panic surged through me, flooding my veins with terror. I turned around, the light of the flashlight flickering and sputtering as I swung it back toward the figure. It was closer now. I could hear its breath, heavy, raspy, like it had been suffocating for years. I didn't think. I just acted. I turned, running toward the back window. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. But when I reached the window, the familiar scene of the city street outside was gone. The window wasn't looking out into the familiar view I had known for years. It was dark, thick with shadows, but something was moving. Something was shifting in the blackness outside. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't make sense of it. But I knew I was trapped. Trapped in this place, this nightmare. And that figure was coming for me. The flashlight slid from my hand, clattering onto the floor. I stepped back, my mind racing, desperate for a way out. I tried to think. I tried to find a solution. But all I could see was that face, those eyes, getting closer, inch by inch. Suddenly, the door behind me slammed open with a deafening crash. I didn't look. I couldn't. I didn't want to see it. But I heard it. The voice. That same whisper. Leave, or it will take you. I turned around, heart pounding, my body trembling. And there, standing in the doorway, was something worse than the thing under my bed. The door slammed open with a deafening crash. My heart stopped for a split second, and my body froze. I didn't want to turn around. I knew that whatever was standing behind me, it was the last thing I would ever want to see. The heavy, suffocating air in the room grew colder. My breath was coming out in shallow gasps, as if the very air had turned thick, each inhalation burning my lungs. What do I do? My mind screamed, but my body didn't respond. I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were encased in concrete, my hands trembling at my sides. The room seemed to pulse with every passing second, the darkness around me growing darker, as if it were pressing in from all sides. And then there it was again, the voice. Soft, insistent, almost gentle, but it carried a command that I couldn't ignore. Leave, or it will take you. I swallowed hard, but no words came out. The figure at the doorway didn't move, it simply stood there, its shape barely discernible in the darkness. The dim light from the flashlight flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. And the shadows moved, twisted, as though they had lives of their own, stretching and curling like fingers reaching for me. Please, no. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to acknowledge what was there, but my head turned anyway, slowly, painfully. And I saw it. It wasn't human. Not anymore. The shape in the doorway was tall, but its proportions were wrong, too long, too thin. The skin was pale, unnaturally smooth, almost translucent. I could see the dark veins running beneath the surface, pulsing like they were alive. Its face, if you could even call it a face, was hollow, with wide, vacant eyes that seemed to stare right through me. And its mouth, wide and stretched, opened slightly, as if it were trying to speak, but nothing came out. It was wrong. So wrong. I stumbled backward, my pulse racing, my mind screaming in panic. The figure didn't move yet, but I could feel the pressure in the room intensifying, as if it were drawing all the energy from the space. The very air itself felt like it was being sucked away, leaving behind a suffocating emptiness. What is this thing? What does it want from me? And then I remembered the key. The key that had been left on my desk, the one I had found under my bed. It was the only thing that had changed, the only thing that had made a difference. The key wasn't just a random object. It had to be connected to all of this somehow. I glanced at the key still clutched in my hand, feeling its weight. The symbol on it burned into my mind, its meaning elusive yet undeniable. I had to do something. Anything. Without thinking, I rushed toward the key. I had to get out. I had to end this before it consumed me. But as I moved, the room seemed to shift, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. The air became even heavier, the darkness pressing closer with every step. The figure in the doorway remained motionless, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light, watching, waiting. And then, the sound came again, the dragging. It was louder now, coming from behind me, closer. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I just needed to get to the door, to the key, to the... Something brushed against my foot. I gasped, looking down in terror. It was a hand. A cold, skeletal hand emerging from under the floorboards. No, no, no! I jumped back, my heart pounding in my chest. The hand retracted quickly, as if it had never been there at all. But I knew it was real. I had felt it. It was alive. It wanted me. I turned back toward the door, ready to bolt for the exit. But the figure in the doorway was gone. I froze, the air thick with dread. It had disappeared. I didn't know whether to feel relief or fear. But before I could react, a voice, clearer this time, spoke from behind me. It knows. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. No figure, no face in the doorway. Only darkness. And then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of someone, something, breathing behind me. I spun again, and there, standing in the middle of the room, was a shadow. A silhouette. But this time, I could see it more clearly. The outline was wrong. The limbs were too long, the body too twisted. And those eyes. Those eyes. I could feel them on me, digging into my very soul. They were full of something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. And they were hungry. You should have left. The voice was a guttural rasp, like nails scraping across glass. It didn't sound like it came from the figure's mouth. No, the voice was coming from everywhere. It was in my head. It was all around me. My hand shook violently as I stumbled backward, my mind racing for an escape, but the room had no exit anymore. The walls had shifted again, and now they were solid, no door, no window. Just suffocating darkness. I looked down at the key in my hand. The symbol on it pulsed. It was alive. I raised it toward the figure, but it didn't move. It didn't react. Instead, I felt the key grow warm in my palm, hotter and hotter, until it felt like it was burning me. The key, the voice hissed. You cannot escape it. It will always find you. I screamed, but no sound escaped my mouth. The key in my hand shattered, the pieces falling away like ash, disappearing into the darkness. And then, silence. The figure was gone. The room was empty. But the key was gone too. And I knew that it was never meant to be found. It was a Tuesday. At least, that's what everyone kept telling me. I woke up like I did every other day, the dull light of the morning creeping through the blinds and casting long, lazy shadows across the room. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I picked it up, expecting the usual notifications, but there was something different about the date. It said Tuesday, but I knew something was wrong. I glanced at the clock, 6:47 a.m. No surprise there. But then I remembered, yesterday was also a Tuesday. I rubbed my eyes, thinking it must be a mistake. Maybe I had forgotten something, or my phone was glitching. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. How could 2 Tuesdays happen back to back? Confused, I stumbled out of bed and made my way to the kitchen. My roommate, Alex, was already there, sipping his coffee, his eyes glued to the screen of his laptop. I hesitated before speaking. "Hey, Alex, what day is it today?" I asked. He didn't look up. "It's Tuesday, obviously." I blinked. "No, I mean yesterday. Wasn't it Tuesday too?" Alex finally looked up from his screen, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "Yeah, it was." "What's wrong? You okay?" I opened my mouth to reply, but the words felt stuck. Something about his response didn't sit right. I could see him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the room had shifted. There was a subtle tension in the air, something heavy, as though I wasn't supposed to ask that question at all. "No, yeah, I'm fine," I said, forcing a smile. "Just didn't sleep well." He nodded and went back to his laptop. But as I stood there, trying to shake off the creeping unease, I noticed something else. The subtle hum of the refrigerator was louder than usual. The ticking of the clock on the wall seemed unnaturally crisp, almost mechanical. Even the light outside, filtering through the blinds, seemed wrong. It wasn't just daylight, it had a sharp, artificial quality to it, like everything around me was slightly out of sync. I shook my head. This wasn't normal. The rest of the day went on in a fog. Everyone around me seemed fine, going about their business like nothing was odd. But I kept asking myself, how could 2 Tuesdays exist in a row? Had I missed a day? Maybe I had somehow slept through an entire day. But that didn't explain why everyone else acted like nothing was amiss. I spent the day trying to convince myself that I was just overthinking things, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But even as I walked around, something about the world felt slightly off. The sounds were too loud. The air was too still. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one who noticed that something was wrong. Later that afternoon, I ran into Sarah, a friend from work, at the coffee shop. She smiled as she saw me approach. "Hey, you're here early for a Tuesday," she said, her tone light, but there was something in her eyes that made me pause. "How's it going?" I was about to respond when I noticed something strange. She was wearing the same clothes she had worn yesterday. The same outfit. Same shoes. Same everything. I froze. "Sarah, weren't you wearing that yesterday?" Her smile faltered. "What?" You're wearing the same thing as yesterday," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Didn't you wear this to work yesterday?" Her eyes darted to the side, then back at me. I must have. It's not like it matters, right? Anyway, how are you? You look kinda out of it." I didn't answer. My heart was racing. Something was happening. I was slipping, and I didn't know why. Everyone else was moving on like they hadn't noticed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was hiding something from me. As I left the coffee shop, the sky overhead seemed to stretch longer than it should have. The clouds moved too slowly, and the wind, it didn't feel like wind. It was too quiet. I found myself walking faster, my footsteps echoing in the empty street. And then, just as I was passing the familiar park bench, something caught my eye. There, on the ground, was a crumpled piece of paper. I bent down to pick it up, and my stomach lurched. It was a note, scrawled hastily in black ink. Don't ask. Just keep going. It's not real. I stood there, staring at the note. My fingers trembled as I held it. It was the strangest feeling, like I had just stumbled upon something I wasn't supposed to see. Something that had been waiting for me to find. I looked around, expecting to see someone watching me. But the street was empty, eerily so. I shoved the note in my pocket and kept walking, the unease gnawing at me, growing deeper by the second. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the events of the day, trying to make sense of it all. But there was one thing I couldn't ignore, the overwhelming certainty that something had changed, and I wasn't the one who had missed it. The clock on my nightstand read 11:42 p.m. And then, as I stared at it, I noticed something. The second hand, it had stopped moving. I leaned closer, feeling the cold sweat on my forehead. It wasn't moving. It wasn't possible for it to stop. Time had simply stopped. I reached out, touching the clock. The second hand trembled, just for a moment, before it jerked forward. The sound of the ticking echoed through the room, but it wasn't the same. It felt like it was fighting against itself. My phone buzzed again. I picked it up, heart pounding. It was a message from Sarah. Just one line, I hope you're ready to forget. And then, before I could even process it, the message disappeared. The screen went black. I tried to turn it back on, but nothing happened. I pressed the power button repeatedly, but it was dead. A chill ran through me, and I understood, finally. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't a glitch. Something had stolen a day from me. The world around me had shifted, but no one else seemed to care. And I was the only one who knew it was missing. The following morning, I woke up to the sound of my alarm clock blaring in my ear. My heart was still racing from last night's strange events, but I tried to push the feeling down as I reluctantly dragged myself out of bed. The clock on my nightstand read 7:15 a.m., and though it wasn't unusual to wake up a bit earlier than needed, today felt different. The morning light that filtered through the curtains was too bright, too sharp, and it made my head throb as if I hadn't gotten a good night's rest, though I knew I'd been lying in bed, unable to sleep, for hours. The room felt colder than usual. A strange draft seemed to creep in through the cracks in the window, and for a moment, I thought I heard soft whispers, just beyond my hearing, like faint echoes of someone talking. But when I turned, the room was empty, silent, the air stale. I rubbed my eyes and stood up, pushing the lingering dread from last night away. But as I looked in the mirror, something made my blood run cold. My reflection was different. Just a little, but enough to make my stomach twist. There was a subtle shift in my face, like I was seeing a distorted version of myself. My eyes were too wide, too alert, and my skin appeared paler than usual. I blinked hard, willing the image to settle, but it didn't. I stepped back from the mirror, shaking my head. It's just stress, I told myself. I hadn't been sleeping well, and stress was making my mind play tricks. I needed to calm down. But as I turned away from the mirror, my phone buzzed again. I grabbed it off the counter, and there was no mistake. The message was still there. I hope you're ready to forget. My finger hovered over the screen, and this time I opened it. It wasn't like the message had disappeared, but it seemed odd. Like it had been written for someone else, not me. The tone was all wrong, like Sarah wasn't the one who had sent it. I tried to respond. What do you mean? I typed, my fingers trembling. I had to get some clarity. I couldn't keep losing my grip on reality. But as soon as I hit send, the message vanished. I stared at the blank screen for a long time. This wasn't normal. I couldn't just be imagining all of it. I wasn't crazy. I knew what I'd seen. But now, it was like the world itself was starting to erode beneath my feet. I left the apartment and decided to head to work, hoping that the familiar routine of the day would ground me. Maybe if I focused on something, anything, I'd be able to make sense of this. But as I stepped out onto the street, the same unsettling feeling gripped me. The world felt too still. The usual hum of the city, cars honking, people talking, the distant sound of sirens, was all but gone. The air felt heavier, almost oppressive. It was like I had stepped into a version of the world where time itself had become warped, stretched out of shape. When I reached the subway station, I saw Alex. He was standing near the entrance, talking to someone, but the moment I stepped into view, he stopped. His gaze flickered towards me, and I saw something there, something I couldn't place. It wasn't just surprise. It was like he had seen a ghost. I approached, trying to shake off the gnawing feeling in my stomach. "Hey, you okay?" I asked. He seemed distant, and that smile I'd gotten used to seeing every day now seemed stiff, forced. "Yeah," Alex said, but his voice lacked its usual warmth. "Just tired." You know, I didn't buy it. Something was off. I tried to ignore the tension in the air as we walked toward the platform. We were quiet for a while, both of us caught in our thoughts. But just before I boarded the train, Alex turned to me, his expression serious, his voice low. "Do you ever get the feeling like things are happening that you didn't sign up for?" he asked, his eyes darting to the side. "Like the world's a little off?" I froze. His words echoed the very thoughts I had been battling with all day. He knew. "You felt it too?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he glanced around, making sure no one was listening. "Don't talk about it here," he murmured. "Not yet. It's not safe." Before I could ask him more, the train doors slid open, and he stepped inside without another word. I stood there, the sound of the doors closing behind him ringing in my ears. I watched the train pull away, my thoughts racing. What had he meant by that? What wasn't safe? The rest of the day dragged on. The sense that something was wrong only grew stronger. I caught snippets of conversations that didn't make sense, glimpses of people who seemed out of place. I overheard someone talking about the day before, but the details didn't add up. They spoke about events I didn't remember happening. Conversations I was sure I hadn't been part of. As I sat in my office, my mind kept racing back to the clock in my room. The one that had stopped. Was that a warning? Or was it something more, something deliberate? That night, I couldn't bear to be alone in the apartment anymore. I needed answers. But where could I turn? Who could I trust? The people around me were acting like everything was fine, but I knew they weren't telling me the whole truth. I grabbed my jacket and headed to Sarah's apartment. Maybe she could explain what was happening. If anyone could, it would be her. She was always the practical one, the voice of reason. When I arrived, I knocked 3 times, but there was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I turned the handle, and to my surprise, The door creaked open. It wasn't locked. Hesitantly, I stepped inside. The apartment was dark, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. I called her name, but there was no response. The silence seemed to swallow my words whole. I walked through the hallway, past the living room, and toward the bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, and as I peered inside, my blood ran cold. The room was empty. But on the bed, in the center, was a single item. Something small and insignificant, yet it made my heart stop. A watch. My watch. The one I thought I'd lost days ago. The moment I saw the watch on Sarah's bed, my breath caught in my throat. It was impossible. I hadn't seen that watch in days. The last time I remembered wearing it was, no, that wasn't right. I couldn't remember. How long had it been since I had last seen it? I reached out tentatively, my fingers trembling as they grazed the cold surface of the watch. It was an old, silver model, nothing special, but to me, it was significant. I had inherited it from my grandfather, who had passed away years ago. It was one of the few things that had grounded me when everything else felt uncertain. The thought that it had somehow appeared here, in Sarah's apartment, unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I picked it up, feeling its weight in my palm, but the moment I held it, a chill ran down my spine. It felt wrong. The hands of the watch were moving, but not in a natural way. The second hand was skipping, jerking ahead in strange, uneven intervals. I glanced up towards Sarah's bed. The room was still and quiet, but the air felt heavier, as if something were lurking just out of sight. I shook my head, trying to push down the panic. This is just a coincidence, I told myself. I was grasping at straws, looking for answers in the wrong places. But then I noticed something even stranger. The bed was perfectly made, as if no one had slept in it. The room looked untouched, too untouched, like time itself hadn't reached it. A heavy silence hung in the air, and my mind couldn't stop racing. Where was Sarah? Why was her apartment empty? I looked around the room again, and this time I saw it. On the floor, just by the edge of the bed, was a small scrap of paper. It was folded neatly, as though it had been placed there intentionally. My hand shook as I reached down and picked it up. Unfolding it carefully, I read the single, short sentence written in Sarah's handwriting. Don't trust the day. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't comprehend what I was reading. Was this some kind of warning? Had Sarah known something I didn't? Don't trust the day. What did that even mean? Suddenly, the air in the apartment felt even colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally along the walls. My mind raced back to earlier when I asked Alex about things feeling off. His words echoed in my head now. Don't talk about it here, he had said. Not yet. It's not safe. I quickly stuffed the note into my pocket, trying to force my breathing to calm down. I couldn't make sense of any of this. But one thing was certain, I needed to find out where Sarah was, and fast. Something wasn't right, and it wasn't just me who felt it. I left her apartment, trying to steady my steps as I walked back down the hallway. The elevator ride felt longer than usual, and the quiet hum of the building seemed louder, somehow. I could feel eyes on me, even though no one was there. My pulse quickened as I stepped out onto the street, the watch still clutched tightly in my hand. As I walked, the sound of my footsteps echoed against the pavement, too loud, too clear in the otherwise silent city. The streetlights flickered above, casting strange, shifting shadows across the road. The city, usually so full of life, now seemed like a desolate, empty place. Even the people I passed seemed distant, as though they were somehow disconnected from reality. And then I saw it. Across the street, standing by a street lamp, was a figure I recognized. Alex. I rushed over to him, feeling the weight of the watch in my pocket. My mind was a blur, but I had to know. I had to get answers. Alex. I called, but his back was turned to me. He didn't react. I quickened my pace, reaching out to tap his shoulder. But as my hand brushed against him, he spun around, his eyes wide with something, not quite fear, but something close. He didn't say anything at first. He just stared at me, his breath shallow. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What's happening to us?" Alex took a step back, as if the words themselves had physically pushed him away. "You're not supposed to remember," he said, his voice trembling. "You weren't supposed to remember any of it." The words hung in the air like a threat. "Remember?" I echoed, confusion washing over me. "What are you talking about? What's going on with the day? Why is everyone acting like—" "Stop," Alex interrupted, his face pale. "You don't understand. None of us do." He looked around nervously, then leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper. "The day, it's been taken. Something took it. That's why you're feeling like this. You're not going crazy. There's something in the fabric of time, and it's rewriting everything." I stared at him, my heart pounding. Something in the fabric of time? It sounded absurd, impossible. But as I looked at Alex, I saw the genuine fear in his eyes. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a prank. I wanted to demand more answers, to ask him what the hell he meant, but before I could speak, he grabbed my arm. "You need to get away from here. Get to the park. I'll meet you there. They are coming." I tried to process what he was saying, but before I could respond, Alex turned and disappeared into the shadows. I was left standing alone in the middle of the street, my head spinning with 1,000 questions and no answers. But I knew one thing for sure now. I had to go to the park. Something was coming, and I wasn't sure I'd make it out in one piece. I didn't know why I'd listened to Alex. It wasn't like I had any other option. The city, once so familiar, now felt like a maze, twisted, disjointed. Every corner, every shadow felt like it was watching me. But when Alex told me to go to the park, something inside me just obeyed. Maybe it was his look of genuine fear. Or maybe it was the instinctual feeling that whatever was going on, I needed to get ahead of it. I walked, trying to shake off the sense that I was being followed. Each step seemed louder than the last, the echo of my footsteps bouncing off the buildings that loomed around me like silent sentinels. The streetlights blinked in and out, flickering as if they too were uncertain of their place in time. The world around me felt wrong, like a dream that had started to unravel. When I finally reached the park, the cold air hit me, sharp and unsettling. The usual sounds of the city seemed muffled here, replaced by an eerie silence that felt unnatural. Even the rustling of the leaves in the trees was oddly subdued, like they too were afraid to speak. I couldn't see Alex anywhere. He hadn't given me any specific place to meet, just the vague instruction to come to the park. The wide, empty space stretched out before me, the shadows of the trees casting long, distorted shapes across the ground. The park had always been a place of peace for me, somewhere to clear my mind, but tonight it felt like the opposite. It felt like a place where time itself had been warped. I walked further into the park, hoping to spot Alex. My fingers gripped the watch in my pocket, the metal cold against my skin. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something in the distance. The feeling of being watched intensified with each step. And then I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the faintest scrape of shoes against the gravel. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound came again, closer this time. It was too deliberate, too slow. It wasn't the wind or a stray animal. Someone or something was following me. I turned quickly, but the park was empty. I stood there for a moment, straining my ears for any other sound, but all I heard was the soft rustle of leaves. Maybe I'm just imagining it, I thought. The paranoia was starting to get to me. But then, the sound came again. This time, louder. I snapped around and started walking faster, my breath coming in sharp gasps. I didn't know what I was running from, but I couldn't stop myself. Every instinct screamed that I needed to move, to get away. And then I saw it. A figure, standing at the far end of the park near the old fountain. Its outline was barely visible in the dim light, but I could make out the shape of a person. I didn't recognize them, but I knew they were waiting for me. Waiting in the shadows. Without thinking, I ran toward them. I didn't know why I was drawn to them, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this person held the answers I needed. As I got closer, I slowed down, cautiously approaching. The figure didn't move. "Alex?" I called, my voice sounding hollow in the quiet night air. The figure didn't respond. I stopped a few feet away, studying them. They were tall, with dark hair, wearing a long coat. Their face was turned slightly away from me, as though they were trying to remain hidden in the darkness. I took another step forward. "Are you Alex?" I asked again, my voice shaking. Finally, the figure turned. But it wasn't Alex. The face that looked back at me was familiar, but twisted in a way that made my stomach drop. It was someone I hadn't seen in years. Someone I thought was long gone. It was Sarah. She was standing there, frozen, her eyes wide with fear. Her lips parted, but no words came out. I could see the terror in her eyes, as though she had seen something beyond my comprehension. "Sarah?" I whispered, taking a tentative step toward her. But she didn't move. Her gaze remained fixed, staring right through me. And then, without warning, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness as though she had never been there at all. I stood there, staring at the spot where she had been, my mind reeling. What the hell just happened? My heart raced as I scanned the park, trying to understand what I had just seen. The chill of the night air pressed in on me, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the darkness. Something was wrong. Something was horribly, horribly wrong. I turned to leave, but before I could take a step, I heard a voice. This time, it was unmistakable. "Alex." "Don't turn around," he said, his voice strained. "Just keep walking. And don't stop." I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized the urgency in his voice. Something was behind me. I didn't dare turn. I just followed his instructions, my feet moving before I could think. The sound of footsteps behind me began again, only this time they were closer. Much closer. I quickened my pace, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Every instinct told me to run, but my legs felt like lead. The figure, whatever it was right behind me now. I could feel its presence, like a dark weight pressing in from all sides. I glanced back over my shoulder, just for a second. And there, in the distance, I saw her again. Sarah. But this time, her face was different. Her eyes were hollow, black pits that seemed to pull in the very light around her. Her mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. I turned and ran. The park blurred around me, the trees turning into jagged shapes in my periphery. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could hear were my own panic breaths and the relentless pounding of footsteps behind me. Was it Sarah? Was it something else? I didn't know anymore. I only knew one thing. I couldn't stop running. And I wasn't sure I could escape. My heart thundered in my chest, every beat reverberating through my whole body. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the very atmosphere around me had turned against me. My legs screamed for rest, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't afford to stop. The park stretched on, but no matter how fast I ran, the feeling of something closing in on me grew sharper. Every shadow seemed to twist and move as if reaching for me. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its eerie light across the twisted branches of the trees. The wind howled through the leaves, but all I could hear were the frantic footsteps behind me, matching my pace. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, the distance between us seemed smaller. Don't look back, I told myself. Just keep running. But I couldn't help it. I turned again, and there she was. Sarah. Her eyes were black pits, empty and hollow. Her grin had stretched impossibly wide, far beyond any human limit. Her skin, pale and stretched tight, glowed in the moonlight, and her fingers twitched as though they were waiting to reach for me. She didn't move. She just stood there, watching, like a phantom waiting for its prey to falter. My breath hitched, and my pace quickened. No, 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 I thought desperately. This can't be real. She's not real. But every step I took only seemed to make the terror worse. The park was no longer familiar. The familiar path that led to the entrance had disappeared. The trees had closed in, forming walls of darkness on either side of me. There was no escape. Just the constant sound of my own footsteps, the rhythmic pounding of my heart, and the terrifying feeling of someone or something always just behind me. The air felt heavier with each breath I took. I could almost taste the fear, thick on my tongue. I could feel my mind beginning to slip, reality blurring and shifting. Was this happening? Was it all in my head? Or was this something else? Something far worse? The darkness pressed in around me like a living thing, wrapping its cold, suffocating fingers around my chest, making it harder to breathe. But there was no time to stop. There was no time to think. I had to get out. I had to find a way out. I pushed myself harder, running blindly now. The sound of her laughter echoed around me, soft at first, like a distant whisper. But the more I ran, the louder it became. It was as if the very ground beneath my feet was laughing at my fear. I glanced to the left and saw it, an alleyway that hadn't been there before. A break in the trees. It seemed like an opening, a way out. Without thinking, I veered left and sprinted toward it, praying it would lead me somewhere, anywhere but here. The alleyway was narrow, the walls closing on either side. The air smelled stale, like old paper and decay. My feet slapped against the uneven ground, the sound of my shoes echoing off the stone walls. There was no turning back now, I pushed forward, faster, feeling my pulse racing in my throat. The alley seemed to stretch endlessly, its twists and turns becoming more erratic. But the laughter, that low, echoing sound, still followed me. No matter how fast I ran, it never stopped. Then, the path ahead changed. What had once been an alleyway now seemed like a long, dark tunnel. The walls narrowed, pressing in until they felt like they were about to crush me. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I could feel the panic rising in my chest. The tunnel was closing in around me, making it impossible to breathe, impossible to think. And then I heard it. A whisper. Not the laughter this time. A voice. Soft, but chilling. You can't outrun it. I froze. The voice was familiar, but distorted. It wasn't Sarah's voice. It wasn't Alex's either. It sounded like my own voice, but deeper. Like a twisted version of myself, calling from somewhere just beyond my reach. You can't outrun it. I turned, searching the dark tunnel for any sign of where it came from. But there was nothing. Only the shadows. Only the darkness that seemed to have swallowed everything. I'm losing my mind, I thought, but the thought wasn't comforting. It was terrifying. What if I had already lost my mind? What if this was just some twisted dream and I couldn't wake up from it? And then I heard it again. This time, closer. You can't outrun it. I spun around, my eyes wild with fear. But still, there was nothing. Only the darkness pressing in, closing around me tighter until I felt like I couldn't breathe. The ground beneath me shifted. I stumbled, trying to catch myself, but it was as though the earth was moving, changing beneath me. I reached out, grasping for anything to steady myself, but there was nothing. The walls were slick, like oil, and I slid helplessly down the surface. My legs kicked out from under me, and I crashed to the ground. For a moment, everything was still. The sound of my breath was deafening in the silence, but it wasn't the relief I had hoped for. The silence was wrong. Too wrong. I looked around, frantic, and saw nothing. It was as if the whole world had disappeared. I could hear the voice now, clear as day. It was no longer a whisper. It was right beside me, so close that it was almost impossible to tell if it was coming from the air around me or from my own mind. You can't outrun it. I closed my eyes, unable to bear it anymore. My heart was racing, my mind spinning. I didn't know where I was, or if I was even still alive. The tunnel, the park, Sarah, it was all a blur now, a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. And then, I heard something else. A crack, like a twig snapping, and then another. The sound of footsteps. Slow. Steady. They weren't mine. They weren't Sarah's. I wasn't alone anymore. I woke up early. The soft sunlight was creeping through the blinds, casting long, faint shadows on the floor. It was still quiet, as mornings usually are in my apartment. I got up and stretched, still groggy from sleep. But something was off. There was a small, heavy object on my desk. A key. I knew for certain I hadn't left it there. I stared at it, confused. It was old, made of brass, and looked like something from another time. Its surface was worn down, but the edges were sharp, almost unnaturally so. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool metal. There was no explanation for it. The key seemed to glimmer in the dull morning light, almost like it was waiting for me to notice it. I glanced around the apartment, trying to recall if I'd left anything out of place. Nothing. The windows were locked, the door to the balcony shut tight. I was alone in the apartment. The key, it shouldn't have been here. I brushed the thought aside, attributing it to some sort of lapse in memory. Perhaps I'd just forgotten placing it there. But as I sat down to start my day, the feeling of unease lingered. The key was still there, resting in the exact spot where I'd first seen it. The day went by as usual, but the key stayed with me. My mind couldn't stop circling back to it. It wasn't the key itself that bothered me, not at first. It was the fact that it shouldn't have been there. The thought gnawed at the back of my mind. The following day, I woke up, expecting everything to be normal. But as I groggily walked into my living room, I froze. There, on the desk, were 2 keys now. Both looked just like the first, resting side by side. I didn't know whether to laugh or panic. How could this be happening? No one had been in my apartment. I hadn't invited anyone over, hadn't even spoken to anyone the day before. There was no logical reason for these keys to keep appearing. I leaned in closer, examining them. They were identical to the first key, but somehow wrong. I could feel it in my bones, a shiver that crawled up my spine. It was like they had been waiting for me to find them, as though they knew I would be here. I stood there, staring at them, my thoughts spinning. I had to admit it, I was scared. I wasn't one to give in to irrational fears, but this was different. There was something unsettling about those keys, something that gnawed at me every time I looked at them. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound, every shadow in the apartment seemed amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, it was all too loud, too close. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the whispers in my mind. I kept telling myself it was nothing. A mistake. A trick of the light. But the keys were still there. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The 3rd day passed, but the keys remained. Each day, there were more of them. First 2, then 4, then 6. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, no explanation, no reason. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. Maybe it was sleep deprivation. Maybe I was imagining it all. But then came the night when things changed. It was late, and I was walking past my desk when I stopped dead in my tracks. A key had fallen off the desk, clattering to the floor with an unnervingly loud sound. I knelt down to pick it up, but as soon as my fingers touched it, I felt a chill run through me. It was as though the air had shifted. The key felt heavier now, colder, almost like it had been waiting for me to hold it again. I stumbled back, breathing hard, my heart racing. My mind was telling me to stay calm, to think logically, but something inside me refused to listen. There was no logic here. No reason. Just this, feeling that something was terribly wrong. I glanced at the other keys, scattered across the desk. They were all silent now, unmoving, but there was an undeniable presence in the room, as though they were waiting for me to make the next move. Suddenly, a noise broke the stillness, soft at first, a faint tapping sound. I froze. I couldn't place it. It wasn't coming from the desk. It was coming from the hallway. I took a deep breath, pushing myself off the ground. My legs felt shaky, like they might give way at any moment. I turned toward the hallway, and that's when I saw it. A shadow, barely perceptible, seemed to move across the wall, stretching and shifting as though it had a life of its own. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. But I knew it was still there, somewhere. I wasn't alone anymore. And this was just the beginning. I didn't sleep that night. The tapping sound, soft but persistent, kept echoing in my head even when I tried to block it out. I convinced myself it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind outside brushing against the windows. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It wasn't normal. I spent the next morning pacing around the apartment, staring at the keys on the desk. 6 of them now. They sat there, in perfect order, almost like they were waiting for me to understand something. Waiting for me to figure it out. I glanced at the clock, just past noon. The day was going by slowly, almost too slowly. I tried to focus on something else. Anything else. But I couldn't. My mind kept drifting back to the keys. The keys and the shadows. I couldn't ignore it anymore. The thing I saw in the hallway last night, it wasn't just a shadow. It wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. I knew what I saw. It had been something else. Something wrong. The idea that my apartment wasn't truly mine anymore, wasn't even real anymore, tugged at my thoughts. Every corner of the place seemed to be filled with an uneasy silence, a thick, suffocating quiet that made my skin prickle. It was as if the air itself had become heavier, denser. I was being watched, and I couldn't figure out why. At that moment, I heard it again, louder this time. The tapping. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't coming from the hallway anymore. It was coming from my living room. From behind me. I turned quickly, my heart pounding, expecting to see something, someone. But there was nothing. Nothing but the dim light spilling in from the window, casting long shadows that stretched across the walls. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog that was clouding my thoughts. I was losing my grip on reality. I had to pull myself together. It was just a sound. It could have been anything. But the keys, they weren't just keys anymore. They felt different. The longer I looked at them, the more wrong they seemed. There was something in their shape, their arrangement on the desk. They weren't in perfect alignment anymore. They were shifting. I slowly walked over to the desk, my hand shaking as I reached for one of the keys. As soon as my fingers touched it, I froze. The air grew colder. The hairs on my neck stood on end. It was as if the key was alive. I pulled my hand back, startled by the feeling that surged through me. I could feel it now. The keys weren't just inanimate objects. They were connected to something. Something dark. The apartment had changed. It felt wrong. The walls felt tighter, the air more suffocating. And I noticed something I hadn't before. The shadows weren't still. They were moving. Subtly at first, but undeniably. They slithered, stretching and retracting in ways that didn't make sense. My breath caught in my throat. I backed away, my mind racing for an explanation. I turned to the door, thinking I could just leave, run out of there and never come back. But the doorknob, it wasn't there. I reached for it, panic rising in my chest, but there was nothing to grasp. The door was solid, unyielding, like it had melted into the wall. I slammed my shoulder into it, but it didn't budge. I couldn't escape. I stumbled backward, eyes darting around the room. The shadows were no longer subtle. They were creeping toward me, inch by inch, like they were alive. They twisted and writhed, pulling themselves into vague shapes, figures I couldn't fully make out. But I didn't need to see them clearly to know they were wrong. I could feel them. I could feel their presence in the air around me. The walls seemed to be closing in, and the tapping sound, louder now, as if someone was knocking, softly at first, then faster, came from all directions. I tried to scream, but my throat felt tight, constricted. The fear was swallowing me whole. I stumbled toward the windows, desperate for any escape. But the glass, it was frozen. I pressed my hands against it, pounding, but the glass didn't give. It didn't even crack. It was like the whole world around me had been sealed off. Trapped. I turned back toward the desk. The keys, they were multiplying. Slowly, but surely, new ones were appearing, materializing from thin air. 7, 8, 10. But then, one key fell. It hit the floor with a sharp, metallic sound, and before I could react, the key rolled right off the desk and toward me. I froze. The key stopped, inches from my feet. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my chest. There was a faint glow around it. It was different from the others. Special. I bent down, almost against my will, and picked it up. The moment my fingers wrapped around the cold metal, everything stopped. The shadows froze. The air seemed to thin out, like a breath held too long. I was still. And then, I heard a voice. A whisper, soft, like the rustling of dry leaves. You took the key. I felt a coldness spread through me. The voice wasn't in my ears. It was in my head. But I wasn't alone. Someone, or something, was in my mind. The key pulsed in my hand. The voice whispered again. It has begun. The voice lingered, as if it had embedded itself within my thoughts, vibrating through my skull. I stood frozen, my fingers still gripping the key. It was cold, colder than it should have been. A chill that ran deeper than just temperature. It was like I was holding a piece of something ancient, something that shouldn't exist. It has begun. I couldn't make sense of it. My mind was unraveling faster than I could hold onto it. My breath quickened, shallow, each inhale trembling with the fear that clawed at me. I wanted to throw the key away, to run from the apartment and never return, but something kept me in place. Something invisible. I looked at the keys on the desk. They were still there, arranged as they had been, 6 of them, a neat row. But there was something different about them now. They seemed to glow. Not in the sense that they were radiating light, but the air around them had thickened, become somehow heavier. They pulsed softly, as though they were alive. Alive. That thought froze my blood. What if this wasn't just a trick of the mind? What if something had crossed into my world, something I wasn't meant to understand? I backed away from the desk, clutching the key in my hand like it was my only tether to reality. The air felt oppressive now. The silence, once a comforting presence, was now stifling. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I needed to leave. But as I turned toward the door, that horrible feeling returned. The door was still sealed shut. I tried to force it open, my hand slipping on the handle as if it was greased. Panic surged through me, but the harder I pulled, the more the room seemed to resist. It was as if the apartment itself was alive, pushing back against me, trapping me here. The walls seemed to close in. The shadows, those damn shadows, had started to move again, twitching and flickering in the corners of my vision. And it was worse this time. It wasn't just a flicker of light or a trick of the eyes. They were growing. I could see them now, distinct shapes, jagged and dark. Faces. Faint outlines of people that weren't there but felt like they should be. A woman with long, tangled hair. A man with hollow eyes, his mouth stretched in an impossible grin. Figures from my past, from my nightmares. I spun around, trying to catch my breath, but they were everywhere. They swirled in the air, moving like smoke, twisting and reforming into new shapes. It felt like the room itself was breathing, expanding, and contracting with each pulse of the shadows. "Don't let it in." The voice returned, so soft, so cold. It echoed in my mind, louder now, as if it were surrounding me. I staggered backward, trying to make sense of the growing terror. I had to get out. I had to leave before it was too late. But every time I moved, the space around me shifted. It wasn't just the shadows that were moving. The whole apartment felt like it was shifting, warping, as if the very dimensions of the space were bending. The floor beneath my feet seemed to tilt ever so slightly. My pulse quickened. I could hear the tapping again, faster this time, like a rhythmic pulse that matched my heartbeat. The knocking, no, it wasn't knocking. It was footsteps. Someone was walking through the apartment, moving closer to me. I whirled around, expecting to see a person, but there was no one. The footsteps continued, heavy and deliberate, and they were coming from the hallway. I was trapped. The apartment was closing in on me, and I couldn't get away. I turned to the desk again. The keys were still there. No, there were more now. 10, 11, how many had appeared while I was lost in the chaos of my thoughts? My hands were shaking uncontrollably, the key I held slipping in my grasp. I reached for the desk again, hoping to gain some control over this madness. But as I did, I saw it. A key, different from the others, had appeared among the others. It was larger, darker, its metal twisted and warped in a way that made my stomach churn. It was the key that didn't belong. It felt heavier in my hand than all the others, almost like it was pulling me towards something. I hesitated, the dread gnawing at me, but it was too late. The moment my fingers brushed the cold metal, a cold wave washed over me. Whispers. They were coming from everywhere now. The shadows had multiplied, each face pressing in closer, their eyes hollow, their expressions twisted. I could feel them reaching toward me. 100 whispers, all asking the same thing. Why did you take it? I dropped the key, my hand trembling. It clattered against the floor, but before I could even blink, it was gone. Gone, like it had never existed. The air seemed to constrict around me. The shadows weren't just shadows anymore. They were figures, real figures, standing tall in the corners of the room. Their faces were distorted, unrecognizable, but they were unmistakably human. They had come from the keys. And now they were here, in this place, in my apartment. The tapping stopped. Then, the door to the balcony, a door I hadn't even realized was still open, slammed shut. I turned in time to see the figure standing in the doorway. A woman. Her face was pale, her eyes black voids. Her mouth hung open in a twisted smile that wasn't hers. And the keys. There were so many now. Dozens. Everywhere. They were scattered across the room, lying on the floor, on the windowsills. Each one seemed to glow faintly, pulsating as if they had a life of their own. You took the key, the voice echoed, louder this time. It wasn't just in my head anymore. It was in the room. It's not just one anymore. You took them all. And in that moment, I realized the keys were more than just keys. They were a doorway, a way in, a way for whatever was waiting to cross over. And I had let it in. I backed away from the woman, my heart racing. She stepped forward, her figure becoming clearer, more solid, like she was made of shadow and dust, blending with the walls. I had to escape. But how? How could I run when the door, the window, the very space around me was sealed? I felt the key in my pocket, the one I had taken earlier. It pulsed, like it had been waiting for me to make my next move. But what was it asking for? What would happen if I used it? If I opened the door? I didn't have the answer. But I knew one thing, the keys were no longer just objects. They were the key to something much darker. I couldn't think. My mind was racing, spinning in circles, trying to make sense of the horrors unfolding around me. The woman in front of me, no, the thing, was slowly approaching, her figure merging with the dark shadows that now covered the entire room. The glow of the keys seemed to intensify, casting an eerie, unnatural light across the walls. My heart was pounding so loudly in my chest, I thought it might break through my ribcage. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. It felt like my body was frozen in place, held captive by something far more powerful than fear. The key in my pocket. I could feel it pulsing against my skin, as if it were alive. The key I had taken, the one that didn't belong, had now become a part of this nightmare. It wasn't just a thing anymore. It was a symbol, a trigger. And the more I resisted it, the more I could feel its influence creeping into my thoughts, unraveling my mind. The woman's face twisted into a grotesque grin, her eyes black voids that seemed to pull me in. "You shouldn't have taken it," she whispered, her voice rasping, like the sound of dry leaves crunching underfoot. The words were like a punch to my gut. They rang through me, deeper than fear. They echoed a warning I had ignored. I had opened a door that shouldn't have been opened. I had taken something I wasn't meant to. Her mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, the smile stretching beyond human limits. The shadows around her began to move again, but this time they were no longer merely flickering, they were alive. They were reaching out, tendrils of darkness that crawled along the floor, creeping up the walls, and coiling around her limbs like chains. And then I saw it. The door was slowly opening behind her. At first, it was just a crack, a sliver of blackness so deep it seemed to absorb all the light in the room. But the crack widened. The shadows pressed against it, seeping into the space like liquid, pushing the door further open. The key in my pocket burned against my skin. A sharp pain, almost like it was calling to me, urging me to act. No, I can't. Not that door. I backed away, my body moving on its own, but the woman, the thing, stepped forward. She was closer now, her shape shifting, distorting like liquid smoke. Her smile widened impossibly as she raised her hand toward me. Her fingers, too long, too thin, reached out, her nails gleaming like sharp daggers in the dim light. "You've already taken it," she said, her voice filling my head, drowning out everything else. "You can't go back. You can't close the door now. You must go through." I wanted to scream, to push her away, to escape. But I was rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from her or the door that was now fully open, revealing only darkness beyond. The shadows were thick, heavy, like they were alive, waiting for me to step through, to make the final choice. A low hum began to rise from the darkness. A sound so deep, so ancient, it made my bones ache. It wasn't just a sound, it was a presence. Something was waiting. Something was calling. I turned to the keys on the desk. There were more now, too many to count, their metal gleaming in the eerie light. They were arranged in no particular order, as though they were waiting for something. Waiting for me to make the choice. The key, the one I had taken, lay in the center of the desk, glowing brighter than the rest, its surface rippling like water. "It's time," the voice whispered, soft but insistent. I reached for the key. My fingers trembled as I picked it up, the cold metal sending a shock through my hand. The key felt heavier now, more solid, like it had changed somehow. It felt like it was calling to me, urging me to use it, to unlock what lay beyond that door. The shadows pressed closer, their cold fingers reaching for me, their whispers growing louder, like a cacophony of voices that I couldn't quite understand. They were telling me to open the door, to step through, to embrace what I had unleashed. I didn't have a choice. I could feel it deep in my gut, the sense that this was it. This was the only way. If I didn't step through, the shadows would consume me. If I didn't unlock whatever was waiting on the other side, I would become part of it. A piece of the darkness. I approached the door. The woman, no, the thing, was gone now, her presence replaced by the darkness beyond the door, stretching like an endless void. The key in my hand pulsed, and I felt it again, that sharp pain in my palm as if the key was alive. The door seemed to beckon me, drawing me closer. My breath caught in my throat as I reached for the lock, my hand shaking violently. The key slid into the lock with a satisfying click, and the moment it turned, the world shifted. The air grew colder, the room darker, and the shadows twisted around me like a living thing. I was holding my breath, waiting for something to happen. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing nothing but blackness. I didn't want to step through. I didn't want to know what lay beyond it, but I had no choice. The key had already chosen me. The shadows had already chosen me. I stepped forward, and the moment my foot crossed the threshold, I felt it. The cold, the weight of it. It wasn't just temperature, it was pressure. It pressed down on me, thick and suffocating, until I could barely breathe. The door slammed shut behind me with a deafening bang, trapping me in the darkness. I was surrounded by nothing but shadows now, black, thick, endless shadows. I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. I couldn't breathe. But then I felt it. A presence. Something watching me from the depths of the dark. Something waiting. And it was then that I realized I had made a terrible mistake. The darkness was suffocating. Every breath felt heavier than the last, as if the very air around me was made of lead, pressing against my lungs, stealing my ability to think clearly. The room was silent, a dead silence that was more terrifying than any sound could ever be. It was as if the world had stopped, as if time itself had frozen. I could feel the presence, an overwhelming weight that pressed down on me from all sides. It wasn't just the oppressive darkness, it was something else. Something ancient. Something that didn't belong in this world. I took a step forward, my feet barely making a sound on the cold, hard ground. But it was a step into nothingness. The floor beneath me seemed to stretch, becoming uneven, shifting with every movement I made. It was like walking on the edge of a precipice, one wrong step, and I would fall into an endless abyss. Was this it? Had I crossed a line I couldn't return from? I felt the key in my hand, its cold, heavy metal still burning against my skin. It wasn't just an object. It was a connection, a conduit between this world and whatever lay beyond. And as much as I hated to admit it, I knew that I had opened something. Something that was never meant to be opened. A whisper echoed through the darkness, faint at first, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, but then it grew louder. Closer. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear the desperation in the voice. The pleading. Who was it? I turned in circles, straining my ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice, but the darkness had swallowed it whole. The shadows were alive, moving, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I could see them, like dark figures at the edges of my vision, but the moment I tried to focus on them, they disappeared into the blackness, leaving me with nothing but the unsettling feeling of being watched. My heart was racing now. Thump. Thump. Each beat felt like it was louder than the last. I had to get out of here. I couldn't stay. But where could I go? There were no walls, no windows, no door. Only this endless, suffocating void that seemed to stretch on forever. I could feel my body trembling, but I couldn't stop moving. I couldn't stand still, not with the presence pressing against me, suffocating me. I had to find an answer. I had to make sense of this. Then I heard it again. The whisper. This time I could make out a word. Help. It was a woman's voice, soft and strained. But it wasn't like any voice I had ever heard. It was distant, echoing from all directions, as if it came from deep within the walls of the void itself. I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute. The weight of it was unbearable, pressing down on my shoulders, making it hard to stand. I had to find the source of that voice. I had to understand. With every step I took, the shadows seemed to shift, warping around me. The whispers grew louder. There were more now, multiple voices, all calling to me, pleading. Desperate. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I knew it was something horrible. Something I didn't want to hear. Then, without warning, the ground beneath my feet gave way. I stumbled, my body lurching forward as if the very floor had disappeared. I flailed, reaching out for anything to grab onto, but there was nothing. My hands scraped against the air as I fell into the blackness. I couldn't see. I couldn't feel. It was like I was falling through an endless void, weightless, lost in the darkness. I tried to scream, but my voice was swallowed by the silence, by the cold, by the emptiness. And then, just as suddenly as the fall had begun, I stopped. My body slammed against something solid, and I gasped for air, my lungs burning as if I had been holding my breath for an eternity. I lay there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to understand what had just happened. When I opened my eyes, the darkness was still there, but it was different. It was deeper now, somehow. It had a texture to it, like something I could touch, but couldn't quite grasp. And ahead of me, barely visible through the shadows, was a shape. A figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, standing in the center of the void, bathed in the faintest light. At first, I thought it was just another shadow, but then I saw it, eyes. Eyes that were wide open, staring directly at me. They were watching me. I froze. The air felt like it had thickened, like it was pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. I tried to speak, to ask who or what it was, but no words came out. The fear had stolen my voice. The figure moved. Slow, deliberate steps that seemed to echo through the darkness. It came closer. Each step was like a ripple in the air, distorting everything around it. It was like the world was bending around it, warping in a way that made me dizzy. What was this thing? It stopped just a few feet away from me, and I could see it now. It was human, or at least it looked human, but it wasn't. The face, if you could even call it that, was an impossible, contorted mask. A mouth stretched wide in a grin that wasn't human, eyes that were too large, too dark, like endless pits that swallowed everything they looked at. And then, without a sound, it raised its hand. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I stumbled back, my legs shaky, my feet scrambling to find purchase in the shifting darkness. The figure's hand didn't move toward me. It moved through me. I felt a coldness, an unnatural chill that seeped into my bones like it was touching something deep inside of me. Something that shouldn't have been touched. It was reaching for my soul. The pain was unlike anything I had ever felt. It wasn't physical, it was a pain that gnawed at the core of my being, a pain that twisted my insides and left me gasping for air. I tried to pull away, but my body wouldn't respond. I was frozen in place, trapped by the cold grip of whatever this thing was. The whispers were deafening now, all around me, filling my mind, drowning me in their voices. Help! 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 I closed my eyes, trying to block out the noise, trying to block out the horror, but it was no use. The darkness had consumed me. There was no escaping it now. I had crossed the threshold. There was no going back. The phone rang at exactly 9:13 p.m. I had been sitting at my desk, staring blankly at the screen, trying to focus on the pile of work in front of me. But my mind was elsewhere, drifting through a fog of thoughts that had become harder to untangle over the past few days. I reached for the phone without even thinking, glancing at the screen. No name. No number. Just a string of digits I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer it. I had grown used to the endless spam calls that seemed to flood my phone every day, but something about this one made me pause. I don't know why. Maybe it was the time, too precise, too late to be a coincidence. Or maybe it was just that feeling, the one we get when something is off. I swiped the screen and pressed the phone to my ear. Hello? My voice was barely above a whisper, still caught in the haze of my scattered thoughts. There was a long silence on the other end. My stomach twisted, and I nearly hung up, thinking it was some automated message. But then I heard it. The voice. Don't open the door tomorrow night. The voice was chillingly familiar, almost identical to my own. I froze. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it. Maybe it was a prank, some cruel joke, but no. That voice, my voice, was unmistakable. It wasn't possible. Who would do something like that? How could they know? I hadn't mentioned anything about tomorrow to anyone. Before I could speak, the line went dead. The dial tone hummed in my ear, too loud, too jarring. I stared at the phone in my hand, my heartbeat thudding in my chest. The message was clear, too clear, and it left me with an unsettling sense of urgency that I couldn't shake. Don't open the door tomorrow night. I tried to dismiss it. It must have been a wrong number. But the words echoed in my mind, over and over, too persistent to ignore. Why had it sounded like me? Why would anyone call to say such a thing, especially in such an ominous tone? It didn't make sense. I looked around the room. It was the same as it had been minutes before the call. A dark, quiet apartment that had always felt like my sanctuary. But now, it felt different. The silence, once peaceful, now felt heavy, almost oppressive. My gaze flickered to the front door. My pulse quickened. Was there something I was missing? Was there something more to that call? I stood up abruptly, pacing in a tight circle. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds, louder than I remembered. The same hum from the refrigerator, the same rustle of wind outside. Yet everything felt off. I rubbed my forehead, trying to push the anxiety out of my mind. It was just a prank. I was overthinking it. I had to be. No one could possibly know anything about tomorrow, and there was no reason to believe that the call was anything but a coincidence. But as I sat back down at my desk, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. That something was waiting for me. I glanced at my phone, wondering if I should call the number back. But the call had already vanished from my recent history. A strange impulse made my fingers hover over the screen, but I quickly pulled away. I couldn't explain why, but the more I thought about it, the more it felt like something, or someone, was trying to warn me. I leaned back in my chair, letting the silence stretch on, only broken by the faint sound of the wind outside. The shadows of the room seemed darker now, longer. The quiet felt deeper, somehow. And despite the late hour, I could have sworn I heard faint footsteps coming from the hallway just outside my door. I dismissed it at first, thinking it was my imagination playing tricks. But then I heard it again, clearer this time. A slow, deliberate step, as though someone was walking just out of sight. I stood up again, heart racing. The footsteps stopped. I swallowed hard and glanced toward the door. Nothing. The hallway was empty. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The phone buzzed in my hand again, breaking the silence. I jumped, startled. But when I looked at the screen, it was just a text message. From a number I didn't recognize. Tomorrow night. Don't open the door. My blood ran cold. The same warning, the same message. There was no mistaking it. This wasn't a prank anymore. It couldn't be. I felt my hands tremble, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. It was happening again. What the hell was going on? I tried to steady myself, taking slow, deliberate breaths, forcing my mind to focus. I had to think logically. There had to be an explanation. But none of the possible explanations made sense. This couldn't be happening. Tomorrow night. Don't open the door. The words blurred as I read them over and over. My brain seemed to be stuck on those simple, terrifying instructions. It was like the universe had sent me a message and I couldn't decipher it. Why tomorrow? Why the door? I glanced toward the window. The street outside was dark and quiet. Everything was normal. But that didn't feel reassuring anymore. Something had changed. My world, my reality, felt less certain now, less stable. I had no idea what was coming, but I had a feeling that tomorrow night would bring answers. And those answers weren't going to be good. I sat back down at my desk, hands shaking as I stared at the phone in my hand. The screen was blank now, the message is gone. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that the call, the warning, had set something in motion. Something I couldn't control. Something I couldn't outrun. and I wasn't sure if I even wanted to. The night dragged on, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind kept circling back to the voice. My own voice. That strange, almost distorted tone on the other end of the line. It was as if the universe had decided to play some twisted trick on me. But there was nothing funny about it. Not now. I had tried everything. I turned on the TV, scrolling mindlessly through channels that blurred together in a haze of noise and flickering images. I tried reading a book, but the words on the page didn't make sense. I even tried calling my friends, hoping for some distraction, but the calls went unanswered. It was like the world had suddenly gone quiet, leaving only the buzzing in my ears, the pounding in my heart, and the constant reminder of that chilling message, "Don't open the door tomorrow night." I stood up and walked toward the window, peering out into the street below. It was a small, quiet neighborhood. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. A place where nothing ever happened. Or so I thought. The streetlights cast long shadows, stretching over the pavement like dark fingers. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, so I had a good view of the street. Everything appeared normal. Cars parked along the curb, a few people walking by, oblivious to the silent tension that gripped me. I leaned against the window, staring into the night, when I heard it. A faint sound, like a footstep. Then another. I blinked, looking down at the sidewalk. But there was no one there. Just the empty street. I shook my head, forcing myself to dismiss it. It was just my imagination. The fear was starting to play tricks on me. That's all it was. It had to be. But when I turned back to the room, my gaze landed on the door. I hadn't thought about it much before, but now it felt like it was staring back at me. I could almost feel it, this invisible weight pressing against the wood. I took a slow step toward it, reaching for the handle. The sudden sound of my phone buzzing startled me, and I jumped back. The buzzing grew louder, almost frantic. I glanced at the screen. Another unknown number. My heart skipped a beat. I swallowed hard before answering, afraid of what I might hear next. "Hello?" My voice was barely a whisper. For a moment, there was only silence. Then that same voice. My voice. "Don't open the door tomorrow night," it repeated. "It's already too late." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Too late? What did that mean? I wanted to scream at the phone, demand answers, but all I could do was listen as the line went dead once again. The silence that followed was suffocating. My breath caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to make sense of everything. Too late? What did it mean? Too late for what? I felt a cold chill wash over me. It wasn't just the fear of the unknown. It was something deeper. Something primal, like a warning from the deepest part of my mind. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here, waiting for whatever this was to happen. I paced around the room, my eyes flicking toward the door every few seconds. Was it really a threat? Or was my mind playing tricks on me, constructing a danger that didn't even exist? But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't ignore it. My hands were shaking as I picked up my phone again. I dialed the number of the building superintendent, hoping for some kind of explanation, something to ground me back in reality. It rang a few times before I heard the tired voice of Mr. Thompson on the other end. "Hello?" he answered groggily. "Mr. Thompson," I said quickly. I know this is going to sound strange, but did anything unusual happen in the building today? Anyone acting strange? Any weird noises or, I don't know, anything? There was a pause on the other end, as if he were processing the question. Unusual? No, nothing like that. Just the usual. Why? I sighed, relieved but still on edge. Just making sure. Thanks. I hung up the phone, but the unease lingered. There was nothing out of the ordinary? So why did I feel like the world around me had shifted, like something was just out of reach, waiting to catch me? Suddenly, a new thought crossed my mind. The building. The hallway. Had I heard any strange sounds before the call? Anything that seemed off? I stood motionless, listening. The house was eerily quiet again. The sound of my own breathing felt too loud. Then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound. Footsteps. Coming from the hallway. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps were soft but distinct, almost too slow. Too deliberate. I didn't move. I barely even breathed. The footsteps stopped just outside my door. I wasn't imagining it. I knew that. I could feel it. Was someone there? Someone was waiting for me. The clock on the wall ticked, louder now, like a countdown. A warning. The silence that followed was thick. I stepped toward the door, slowly, cautiously. My hand reached for the handle once again. I needed to know. Needed to see for myself. But before I could touch it, the doorbell rang. The sound was sharp, abrupt, and it made me jump back. My heart stopped for a moment. Tomorrow night. The words rang through my head like a broken record. What was I supposed to do? I didn't know. But whatever was about to happen, I was no longer in control. The doorbell rang again. And then again. 3 times. The sound was deafening, too loud in the stillness of the apartment. Each ring seemed to echo, vibrating in my bones. I stood frozen, staring at the door. My breath quickened, my thoughts scrambling to make sense of what was happening. I hadn't heard anyone approach. No footsteps, no sounds of movement in the hallway. The building was supposed to be quiet. Yet here I was, faced with the reality that someone, or something, was just outside. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to call the police, to do something. But another part, the more primal part, told me to stay still. To wait. I didn't know why. But I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was trapped in this silence, suspended in time. The knock came next. A single, sharp rap against the door. No gentle tap, no hesitation. Just a firm, insistent knock. My chest tightened. I felt the walls closing in, the room spinning as I fought to control my breath. What was I supposed to do? The voice on the phone said it was too late. Too late for what? The whole situation felt like a nightmare. The logical side of me was trying to dismiss it, but there was an undeniable pull, a feeling that this was something I couldn't ignore. I backed away from the door, my eyes never leaving the handle. A part of me wanted to run, to flee from the apartment and never look back. But I couldn't. I had no idea what was out there, but I couldn't escape it. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a voice. A voice I didn't recognize, but that sounded somehow familiar. "Let me in," it called out, deep and steady. "Let me in, or it'll be worse." I flinched. My blood ran cold. There was something about the tone that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just a voice asking to be let in, it was a demand. But what did it mean by "it'll be worse"? I couldn't understand. My mind was racing with questions, with confusion, but I couldn't find any answers. I had to act. I had to do something before whatever was outside found its way inside. I grabbed my phone, my hand trembling as I dialed 911. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity. I could hear the operator's voice ringing through the static. 911, what is your emergency? I exhaled, too quickly. There's someone outside my door. I think they're trying to break in. I'm not sure who they are, but they're acting strange. They keep knocking. I could hear the operator's calm voice on the other end, asking for my address, asking for more details. But my mind was somewhere else. I was still fixated on the door, still hearing that low, chilling voice. My heart pounded in my chest. The footsteps had stopped. The knocking had stopped. It was silent again. And then, before I could respond to the operator's questions, the door handle turned. I dropped the phone. My fingers fumbled as I stumbled backward, my mind in a complete panic. It was as if my body was on autopilot, reacting before I could even process what was happening. The handle rattled, twisted, but the door remained locked. I had locked it. I knew I had. The noise, the trembling of the doorknob, it felt like a threat. Like something was testing the lock, probing for weakness. The door was my only barrier, and I had no idea if it would hold. I crouched down behind the couch, trying to control my breathing. The silence was unbearable. I could feel the weight of it pressing against my chest. My heartbeat was deafening, too loud in the stillness. The air in the room felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. It was suffocating. I glanced toward the window. The street outside was still empty. No one was there. I had no way of knowing if the person outside was really there or if it was just my imagination. Then came the scratching. I froze. It wasn't loud, but it was there. Soft, almost like the sound of fingernails dragging against the wood. It started low at the base of the door, but it quickly crept up, moving slowly but steadily, as though something, or someone, was dragging its nails along the surface, inching closer and closer. I bit my lip, trying not to make a sound. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. The fear paralyzed me, rooting me to the spot. The scratching continued, growing louder, and I heard it shift, slowly moving to the side of the door, as if whatever was outside was trying to get a better angle, trying to find a way in. Then came the voice again. This time, it was louder, more desperate. "You're not safe in there. Let me in. It's the only way." My stomach churned. The voice was wrong. It sounded like it belonged to someone or something else entirely. I leaned back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I couldn't let it in. I couldn't. But what was it? Who was it? And why did it sound so much like me? The door shook again, harder this time. The entire frame rattled, and I feared it would splinter under the pressure. I had no idea how long I could hold out. The fear was overwhelming. My hands were clammy, my head spinning. There was no escaping it. Whatever was on the other side of that door, whatever was behind those knocks, was real. and it was determined. I could hear it breathing now, shallow, raspy, almost like it was waiting for me to make the next move. "Let me in," the voice repeated, but this time it was different. It wasn't a demand anymore. It was pleading. Suddenly, the air felt colder. My breath came out in visible puffs. I glanced at the door again, but I could see nothing through the peephole. The hallway outside was still empty. And then, just as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The scratching, the voice, the knocking. Everything. Silence. I sat there, trembling in the dark. My mind was spinning. What was that? Was it really me out there? Or was I just losing my mind? The silence was unbearable. It was like the entire apartment had been swallowed whole by the quiet. For a long moment, I sat on the floor, heart pounding in my ears, my mind racing. My hands shook uncontrollably, clenching and unclenching, as I tried to gather myself, to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no making sense of it. The knock, the voice, the scratching, they were all too real, too present. But where had they gone? And why had it stopped? I looked down at my phone, still lying on the floor where I had dropped it in my panic. My hands trembled as I picked it up, my fingers numb as I unlocked it. The call log was still open, the 911 operator's number displayed on the screen, but the call had ended. Had they hung up? Or had I? I couldn't remember. I quickly dialed again, my mind still whirling, but this time there was no answer. Just the ringing, stretching into an unnerving silence. "Hello?" I whispered to the empty room, almost expecting an answer, though I knew I wouldn't get one. The weight of the room seemed to grow heavier, thicker, until it was impossible to ignore the feeling of being watched. I wasn't alone. I could feel it. I couldn't explain how, but I could sense something that had slipped through the cracks of reality, something that wasn't supposed to be there. I stood up shakily, moving toward the door once more. I had to look. I had to know if there was someone out there. I approached cautiously, placing my hand on the doorknob. It was cold. Too cold. The chill seemed to seep into my bones, making my body tense up. I opened the door a fraction, just enough to peer out. The hallway was empty. No one. No sound. The air was unnaturally still. It was as if the entire building was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I stepped out into the hallway, my footsteps echoing off the walls. Each step felt like a mistake, as though I was walking deeper into something I didn't understand. The fluorescent lights flickered above me, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally across the walls. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see something following me, but there was nothing. Only darkness behind me. I made my way slowly toward the stairwell, my heart hammering in my chest. Something was wrong. The weight of it pressed on me, suffocating, making it hard to breathe. And then, from somewhere deeper in the building, I heard it. A low sound. The same scratching. It was faint at first, just a whisper. But it grew louder, closer. It was coming from the walls. I froze. The scratching sound was not from the door anymore. It was coming from inside the apartment. Inside the walls. My stomach twisted, and I took a step back. But as I did, I caught something in the corner of my eye. A flicker of movement. I turned my head sharply, my breath catching in my throat. At the end of the hallway, standing in front of the elevator, was a figure. It was motionless, but I could feel it watching me. My body tensed, my heart racing. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The figure stood there, tall and unnervingly still. Its features were indistinct, like a shadow, yet there was something horribly familiar about it. It felt like I was looking at a distorted reflection of myself. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. It was me. I wasn't sure how I knew, but I knew. It wasn't me physically, not entirely, but the presence, the energy, was unmistakable. It was as if the very essence of my being had been twisted into something that didn't belong. It stood there, unmoving, and yet I could feel its coldness radiating toward me. The lights flickered again, and for a split second, it vanished, swallowed by the shadows. I stumbled back, my pulse thundering in my ears. I spun around, but when I looked again, there was no one there. Nothing. I stood frozen in place, my mind struggling to make sense of it all. Was I losing my mind? Or was there something truly wrong with the world? I couldn't tell anymore. Every inch of my body was screaming for me to leave, to escape, but something held me in place. I looked down at my phone again, willing myself to focus. I needed to call for help. I needed answers. I couldn't trust my own eyes, not anymore, not with the way the world felt like it was shifting beneath me. I dialed 911 once more, the phone shaking in my hands as I waited for the operator to pick up. The line clicked, and the familiar voice answered. 911, what's your emergency? My throat went dry. I couldn't speak at first. I didn't even know what to say. There's something wrong, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I don't know what's happening, but I saw myself. A shadow. It's following me. It wants me to open the door. I don't know what it is. The operator's voice was calm, too calm for the situation. Stay calm. Where are you? I'm in my apartment, but it's not safe. I don't know what's going on. I understand, the operator said, their voice soothing but distant. You need to stay inside. Lock all doors and windows. Help is on the way. I wanted to believe them. I wanted to trust that help was coming. But something deep inside me told me it was too late. I ended the call and turned back to the hallway. The scratching had stopped. The figure was gone. But now, the silence felt heavier than before. I knew then, with a terrible certainty, that whatever was happening to me, whatever had been trying to break through, it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. It was only just beginning. The silence that followed felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. I stood there in the hallway, frozen, unable to move, my eyes darting around as if waiting for something to emerge from the shadows again. My mind was racing, trying to piece together the fragmented images in my head, the figure, the scratching, the voice that sounded like mine, but nothing made sense. The fear that gripped me felt real, but was it? Was it all just a figment of my imagination? Was I unraveling at the edges? I forced myself to take a deep breath, to steady my shaking hands. I had to think. I had to make a plan. But first, I needed to make sure I wasn't losing my grip on reality. Turning on my heels, I rushed back into my apartment, slamming the door shut behind me. The lock clicked, but the sound was strangely hollow, as though it wasn't enough to keep whatever it was out. I didn't trust the walls anymore. I didn't trust anything. The apartment, my safe place, now felt foreign. The air was thick with tension, and the oppressive silence stretched out around me. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor as I moved into the living room, each sound exaggerated in the stillness. I walked toward the window, hesitated for a moment, and then drew back the curtains. The night outside was thick with fog, the streetlights casting faint halos of light into the mist. I stared out at the empty street, but there was nothing. No figure. No movement. Just the dense fog and the eerie quiet. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I wasn't alone. The phone in my hand vibrated, breaking the silence. I glanced down to see a new message. It was from an unknown number. You know what you saw. Don't ignore it. It's coming back. You can't stop it. Not this time. I stared at the message, my blood turning cold. Who was this? How did they know? I swiped the screen to call back the number, but it just rang endlessly, the same void of emptiness I'd heard before. Whoever it was, they weren't picking up. I set the phone down and sat on the couch, trying to gather my thoughts. Everything was spiraling out of control. I had to find answers, but where? That's when I heard it again, the scratching. It was faint at first, just a whisper of sound, like the rustling of paper. But then it grew louder, more distinct. I froze. It was inside the walls. I got up so quickly I nearly stumbled. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat like a drum. The noise was coming from behind the drywall, just to the left of where I stood. The sound of claws scraping against something solid, slow, deliberate. Something, or someone, trying to get in. The room felt smaller. The walls felt like they were closing in on me. My fingers tingled as I reached out toward the wall. I didn't know why I did it. Maybe I thought if I touched it, I could feel what was happening on the other side. Maybe I thought I could push back whatever was behind it. But as my fingers brushed the surface of the wall, a sharp, searing pain shot through my arm as though I had touched something electric. I yanked my hand away with a strangled gasp. The scratching stopped. For a long moment, there was only silence. I held my breath, waiting. Was it gone? Had I imagined it? Was this just a nightmare? But then, something new started. A soft, almost imperceptible sound. A faint breathing. I felt it more than I heard it, the warm air brushing against my skin, close. Too close. It was coming from the wall. The wall. I backed away slowly, my legs trembling, my vision narrowing as panic set in again. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. Something wasn't right, and I knew it deep in my bones. The phone buzzed again, breaking through the madness. Another message. It's not over. You can't hide from it. It's already inside. I dropped the phone onto the coffee table. The words echoed in my head like a chant, each syllable driving me closer to madness. The air felt too heavy, thick with an oppressive dread that I couldn't shake. I grabbed my coat, my mind numb, desperate to escape. But where? Where could I go that would be safe? No place felt safe anymore. The world outside was just as wrong as the one inside. There was no escape. I rushed to the door, my breath shallow and uneven, and opened it without thinking. The hallway outside was empty again, the quiet oppressive, broken only by the hum of the overhead light. I stepped out into the corridor, my gaze shifting frantically from side to side. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. At the end of the hall, near the stairwell, the figure was standing again. This time, it was even more distinct. Its shape was more solid, more real. I could make out the outlines of what looked like a face, but it was twisted, grotesque, like the reflection of something broken. It was me. The realization hit me like a punch in the stomach. The fear that had been building inside me finally exploded. It was me. But how? How was this possible? I didn't have time to process it. My heart was hammering in my chest as I turned and ran back into my apartment, slamming the door shut behind me. The walls shook with the force of it, as if they were alive, as if they were trying to break free. And then I heard it again. The scratching. Closer this time. Louder. More urgent. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if it was real or if I was losing my mind. But I knew one thing for sure. I was running out of time. I never believed in ghosts. Never gave much thought to the idea of spirits lingering around or strange forces pushing against the boundaries of the world we knew. That was all nonsense. Or at least, I thought it was, until the day I found the first mark. It was an ordinary Tuesday, the kind where nothing happens, where time drags on as if the world was in no rush to move forward. I woke up late, as usual, and stumbled out of bed into the kitchen to make a quick cup of coffee. I had the routine of 1,000 other people, the kind of life that slid into the background of every moment. Quiet. Predictable. But that morning, everything felt slightly off. A faint smell of something chalky lingered in the air, as if someone had been drawing on the walls. I paused for a moment, my fingers hovering over the coffee mug. The smell was subtle, almost undetectable, like the dust of an old classroom or the remnants of forgotten doodles. It shouldn't have been there. I was alone in my apartment, as I had been for years. Shaking it off, I continued with my morning. The same dishes, the same empty refrigerator. Everything normal, yet I couldn't quite shake the unease settling in my chest. Later that day, while doing some work on the couch, I noticed something odd on the living room wall. A faint white mark, as if someone had drawn with chalk. At first, I thought it was just dust or a trick of the light, but when I got closer, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a mark. It was a word. Look under the bed. I stepped back, staring at it in disbelief. I hadn't touched that wall. I hadn't even been near it. The chalky writing seemed so ordinary, yet so out of place. It felt wrong, unnatural, as if it didn't belong there. For a long moment, I just stood frozen, my mind racing. Who had written it? The apartment was mine, and mine alone. I hadn't invited anyone in. I lived alone. My only visitors were the occasional delivery or the guy from the maintenance crew, but none of them had been here recently. And even if they had been, why would someone leave a message like this? I glanced around the room. The light from the window was soft, casting shadows across the furniture. I moved closer to the wall, my fingers almost brushing the mark. It was dry, not like something freshly drawn, but not faded either. It was as if it had been there for much longer than I realized. I backed away slowly, my stomach churning. I could feel my heart rate increase, my palms beginning to sweat. Something was wrong. Very wrong. With a shaking hand, I grabbed my phone. I checked the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. I had no plans for the evening, no obligations to anyone. Yet there was a strange compulsion to act, to do something. Anything. After a deep breath, I took a step toward the bedroom. My mind couldn't stop racing, spinning in circles as I walked down the hallway toward the bed. The apartment, which had once felt like a haven, now felt like a cage, each step echoing louder than the last. I reached the bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The feeling of being watched prickled my skin. Something told me this wasn't a coincidence. I crouched down and looked under the bed. There was nothing there. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger. The air in the room felt heavier now, suffocating almost. I stood up quickly and backed away from the bed, my gaze darting around the room. The silence in the apartment had become oppressive. Then I heard it. The softest of sounds, a scuffing noise. It came from behind me, from the living room. I turned, but nothing was there. The air felt still, too still. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. It was just my imagination, or maybe the wind outside. I had to be rational. This was just a strange, unexplainable incident. That's all it was. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The phone buzzed in my pocket, interrupting my thoughts. I pulled it out quickly, and for a brief second, I thought it might be a text from a friend. Maybe some normal message that would bring me back to reality. But when I opened it, my blood ran cold. Another message. You're late. It was from the same unknown number. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering against my ribs. You're late. The words were short, to the point, and yet somehow they carried more weight than they should have. Who was this? Who was sending these messages? And why was it so personal? The sensation of something cold creeping down my spine made me shiver. I tried to think rationally. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was someone from work, a colleague messing with me. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. No one had any reason to send such cryptic, unsettling messages. Especially the first one. Who would know to tell me to look under the bed? And how did they know that I'd actually done it? My hands were shaking as I typed a response. Who is this? I pressed send, feeling like I might regret asking, but there was no way around it. I needed answers. I waited for what felt like an eternity. My fingers hovered over the screen, ready to type more if needed, but the response never came. Instead, an eerie silence filled the apartment. The same silence that had started to weigh on me ever since the first mark had appeared on the wall. It wasn't like the usual quiet I'd grown used to. This silence felt suffocating, as if the air itself was thick with something I couldn't see or touch, but could feel deeply in my bones. I dropped my phone onto the couch and rubbed my eyes. I needed to think, to clear my head. I paced around the apartment, but it didn't help. Every corner seemed darker than usual. Even the familiar hum of the refrigerator seemed wrong, like it was part of the strange tension that now permeated the air. I could almost feel it pressing in on me from all sides. The walls felt closer, the room smaller, the shadows deeper. I forced myself to focus. The messages, first the mark on the wall, then the cryptic text. They were connected. There had to be a reason. A pattern. But I couldn't find one. I sat back down on the couch, the weight of the silence almost crushing me. And that's when I noticed it again. The smell. That faint, chalky scent. I couldn't place it, but it was stronger now, almost as if it were following me, lingering wherever I went. My eyes darted around the room. The walls seemed unchanged. No new marks. No new messages. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something was waiting just out of sight, lurking in the shadows. I didn't want to check again, but I had to. I stood up and turned toward the living room wall. There, in the same spot where the first message had appeared, was a second mark. My pulse quickened as I took a cautious step forward. This time, the message was different. Too late. The words were sharper, almost as if they had been written in anger. Or perhaps urgency. I felt a coldness wash over me. It was as if whatever had been leading these messages knew things about me, things it shouldn't have. It was as if it had been watching me all along, waiting. I reached out to touch the mark. My fingers hovered over it, trembling, but I didn't dare to make contact. It wasn't chalk, like I'd originally thought. It felt slick, almost oily. And the texture, it wasn't something that should have been there. I recoiled and stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. Too late? Too late for what? A faint sound, barely audible, came from the hallway. It was a whisper, almost like a breath against my ear. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. The apartment was as empty as it had been since I'd moved in. But it didn't feel empty. Not anymore. It felt like something else was here. Something unseen. Something I couldn't escape. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't stay in this apartment any longer. I grabbed my phone again and dialed a number, my best friend, Ethan. He had to know what was going on, or at least he would listen. But before I could hit call, my phone buzzed again, making me jump. A new message. This one, however, was different from the others. It wasn't just text. It was a picture. A photo. Of me. Taken from behind, in the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the blurry image. The only thing I could see clearly was my own back. My hair. My shoulders. The walls of my apartment. But whoever had taken this picture was close enough to touch me. The message that followed was even more chilling. Now you see me. The words felt like a punch to my gut. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The room was spinning, my heart thundering in my ears. I felt a presence behind me, and I knew I wasn't alone. My phone slipped from my hand, landing with a soft thud against the couch. I stood there, frozen, my breath shallow and quick. The buzzing in my ears made it hard to focus. It wasn't just the message. It wasn't even the photo. It was the feeling. The weight in the air. The creeping sense of something that shouldn't be there, but was closer than ever. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and I turned slowly, my pulse pounding in my throat. The hallway behind me was empty. Just the soft glow of the lamps along the walls, casting their tired yellow light across the floor. But something had changed. The shadows were thicker, darker. The familiar shapes of the furniture and the doorways looked different now, almost misshapen in the dim light. The whisper I thought I had imagined returned. Soft. Faint. As if it was coming from the walls themselves, wrapping around me, tightening. Look behind you. I spun around, but the room was as still as it had ever been. Nothing moved. No one was there. My heart was racing, and I was starting to feel dizzy, like the walls were closing in, suffocating me. I forced myself to move toward the door, my steps uncertain, but I had to get out. The apartment felt like a cage, like a trap closing around me. I grabbed the doorknob, but before I could twist it, something caught my eye. A mark. It wasn't just on the wall this time. It was on the door. Written in the same oily chalk, only this time it was smeared, like someone had hastily scrawled it. Don't leave. I blinked, thinking I was seeing things. Maybe I was losing my mind. I felt the cool metal of the doorknob in my hand, but my mind was racing, telling me to leave, to get out, to run. I looked at the mark again, my pulse steadying for a moment as I processed the words. The mark on the door was too much. It felt like a warning, but more than that, it felt like a command. Something pressed against my chest, suffocating me. I pulled at the door, jerking it open with a rush of adrenaline, my feet taking me into the hallway before I even fully realized what was happening. My hands were trembling, the phone still clutched in my grip, but I didn't care anymore. I needed to get to safety. I needed to. A noise. The sound of footsteps, unmistakable, coming from the apartment behind me. A slow, measured pace. It was too quiet. Too precise. I dared not look back. I could feel the presence closing in, the pressure building as if something was right there, just beyond the doorframe. I was running now, stumbling through the hallway, past the shadows and into the stairwell. Each step echoed around me, but it was the footsteps behind me that made my heart race faster. I was being followed. But the worst part? I knew I wasn't imagining it. The floor creaked under the weight of the steps behind me. Someone, or something, was there. But who? Or what? I burst out into the lobby, panting, my eyes scanning the dimly lit room for any sign of movement. The windows showed nothing but the usual quiet cityscape, no one on the street. No one nearby. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air felt charged with something, an energy that was just waiting to snap. I fumbled for my phone, my hands slick with sweat, and hit speed dial. Ethan's number. I needed him to listen. I needed someone to believe me. The phone rang once, twice. I could feel my anxiety mounting as the seconds ticked by. He wasn't picking up. I cursed under my breath, slamming my palm against the lobby counter in frustration. Come on, Ethan. I muttered, but just as I was about to hang up, I heard a voice on the other end. Hello? I froze. It wasn't Ethan's voice. It wasn't anyone I recognized. Who is this? I said, my throat dry, voice tight. The voice on the line was cold, calm, almost too calm. You shouldn't have left. I recoiled from the phone as though it had burned my hand. The voice. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. My heartbeat was deafening in my ears. My head spun as I looked around, certain that someone was watching me. And that's when I saw it. The reflection in the glass door to the street. A figure. Tall, cloaked in shadow. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching me through the glass. I couldn't breathe. My legs locked up, unable to move, unable to escape. My mind screamed for me to run, to do anything, but my body wouldn't obey. The figure stepped closer, its features hidden in the dark. Then, in the reflection, I saw something that made my stomach drop. It was me. Not the reflection of the figure behind me. It was my own face, but distorted, twisted as though something was forcing it to contort. And it was smiling. I couldn't tear my eyes away. The smile grew wider and wider. It wasn't my smile. I could see the corners of my mouth stretching unnaturally. And then, the voice again, cutting through my thoughts like a knife. I'm not the only one here anymore. The glass felt cold against my back as I stumbled away from the door. The message was clear now. Whatever had been watching me was inside. And I couldn't escape. The air in the lobby was thick, suffocating. I could hardly breathe, each inhalation feeling like it was being pulled from me by invisible hands. I stumbled backward, my feet tripping over themselves as I tried to move away from the glass door. The reflection of myself, the distorted, twisted smile, was still there, still hanging in the glass as if mocking my every move. I forced my eyes away from it, trying to calm myself, but it wasn't working. My chest was tight, and I could feel the blood rushing to my ears, drowning out all other sounds. I was trapped. "Come on, Ethan," I whispered, more to myself than to the phone in my hand, hoping for something, anything that could break the growing tension. But there was no answer. No reassuring voice on the other end of the line. I looked up at the door to the street again. The figure outside was gone. There was nothing but the empty street, bathed in the dim glow of streetlights. I wasn't sure if I felt relieved or terrified. I had no idea whether the figure was still there, watching, or whether it had somehow crossed the threshold already. I took another step back, bumping into a chair. I was losing control, my thoughts racing in circles, trying to piece together what was happening. But nothing made sense. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. But the messages, the figure, the reflection, none of it was normal. None of it could be explained. I snapped my head around, looking for an escape route, but there was nothing, no way out. The elevator was at the far end of the hallway, but I couldn't bear the thought of being trapped inside a small, confined space with whatever was lurking in this building. The stairs seemed like the only option. I started walking toward them, my steps quick and uneven, but the moment I turned the corner, I froze. The hallway wasn't empty anymore. Someone was standing there. A man, or what looked like one. Tall, almost too tall, with a shadow that seemed to stretch unnaturally against the walls. His face was obscured by the darkness, but I could see his posture, rigid, deliberate, like he had all the time in the world to watch me. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, the words barely audible in the silence that had settled around us. He didn't answer. He just stood there, unblinking, unyielding. I felt a wave of panic grip me, cold and sharp. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't real. It was all in my head. But deep down, a part of me knew it wasn't. I took a step back, my heart pounding. And then, the thing I feared most happened. The man, if he even was a man, began to move. Slowly, deliberately, his feet making no sound against the floor, as if he were gliding rather than walking. He didn't seem to need to hurry. He knew I wasn't going anywhere. I turned and ran. My legs were stiff, my feet heavy, but I pushed myself forward, stumbling toward the stairwell. The door loomed ahead, but I wasn't sure if I could make it. Every step felt like it was dragging me deeper into whatever nightmare had taken root in this place. I heard the footsteps behind me. Soft. Almost too soft to hear. But I could feel them, closing in, drawing closer with every second. The man wasn't rushing, wasn't chasing. He was just following. I reached the stairwell door and yanked it open, my breath ragged. The moment I crossed the threshold, I slammed the door behind me, My body pressed against it as if I could somehow lock the terror out. But I knew it wouldn't work. The stairs were dark. The lights overhead flickered, casting eerie shadows along the walls. I took the steps 2 at a time, my chest tight with every movement. I couldn't stop. I couldn't look back. The silence between each step was deafening. I was alone. Or so I thought. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I could feel it, the presence, the cold, unseen eyes that were on me. I reached the bottom, my knees shaking, and for a moment I thought I had escaped. But when I stepped into the lobby, I stopped dead in my tracks. The man was there, standing right in front of the exit door. Only now, there was something different about him. The shadows that had clung to his form earlier seemed to have grown, now writhing around him like living things. His face remained hidden, but I could see his smile again, the same twisted, unnatural grin that had been in the reflection. It was no longer a mirror image. It was real. I backed up slowly, my heart in my throat. There was nowhere to go. Nowhere to run. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice from the phone said, echoing through the empty space. It wasn't just the voice of the man. It was something else, something deeper, colder, like it had been here all along, hiding in the walls. "Too late," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips before I could stop them. The man's smile grew wider, his body shifting in the shadows like he was becoming something else, something more. The walls of the lobby seemed to close in around me. The air grew colder. My breath came in sharp, panic gasps as the figure took another step forward, his presence suffocating. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't escape. And then I heard it. The familiar sound. The whisper. Louder now, clearer. "Look behind you." I didn't want to. I didn't dare. But my body moved of its own accord. And when I turned, I saw the reflection in the glass door again. But this time, I wasn't looking at myself. It was him. The man. The one who had been following me. He was behind me now, standing right there. His smile was the last thing I saw before everything went black. I woke up gasping for air, the suddenness of it almost knocking the wind out of me. My body was trembling, slick with sweat, and for a moment, I didn't know where I was. The familiar hum of the fluorescent lights above, the smell of stale carpet, the distant murmur of the building, all of it rushed back in an instant. But something felt wrong. I tried to sit up, but my legs were heavy, like they had turned to stone. The cold floor beneath me pressed into my skin, sending a shiver through my spine. I glanced around the room. Everything looked normal, too normal. The faded wallpaper, the peeling paint on the door frame, the slightly cracked ceiling. But I could feel it. Something had shifted. My heart was still pounding as I took slow, cautious steps toward the door. It wasn't until my hand gripped the handle that I realized how stiff my fingers were. Like they were no longer my own. Hesitantly, I pulled it open. The hallway was empty. No figure. No man in the shadows. No one. But the silence was deafening. The hallway stretched out in front of me, familiar and yet utterly foreign. The dim lights overhead flickered sporadically, casting sharp, angular shadows that seemed to twist and stretch in unnatural ways. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, the sensation of being watched crawling up my spine once again. I walked slowly, my footsteps heavy in the silence. The elevator doors were ahead, but I avoided looking at them. I didn't want to go back there. I didn't want to think about the reflection, about the way the man had appeared behind me, about that twisted smile. I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't know where I was going. All I knew was that I had to move, had to find some kind of answer, some kind of escape from this nightmare that had become my life. As I passed an old coat rack near the end of the hallway, I saw it. A message. It was written on the wall, scrawled in what looked like chalk, just like the others. The letters were uneven, hastily written, as if whoever had done it had been in a hurry. It's not over. My heart stopped. I could feel a cold sweat pooling on the back of my neck as I stared at the words, trying to make sense of them. It was as if the walls themselves had become alive, trying to tell me something. But what? What did it mean? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I was losing control. This couldn't be real. It was just a trick of my mind, my fear taking over. But the fear gnawed at me, urging me to turn around, to look behind me, to run, to escape whatever was waiting in the dark corners of this building. But I couldn't leave. I moved forward, step by step, until I reached the end of the hallway. And then I saw it. Another message. This one was different, though. It wasn't written on the wall. It was on the floor, right in front of me. Look up. I didn't want to. I didn't dare to. But my body moved against my will. My neck was stiff as I lifted my head slowly, my eyes traveling upward toward the ceiling. And there it was. The man. He was standing at the far end of the hallway, his back to me. His body was nearly blending into the darkness, but I could see his outline clearly. The shape of him was wrong, though. His limbs were too long, his posture too rigid, too unnatural. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there. My breath caught in my throat as the message echoed in my mind, "It's not over." I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. My feet felt rooted to the ground, my body frozen in place. The man turned, just slightly, his head tilting as if he was waiting for something, waiting for me to make the first move. And then, as if sensing my thoughts, his mouth stretched into that grotesque smile. It wasn't a smile of triumph, of victory. It was something darker. Something far more sinister. I took a shaky step back, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure he could hear it. But I couldn't stop moving. I couldn't stop the feeling of being pulled toward him, toward that thing that should not have existed in the world I knew. I wasn't sure how much time passed. Seconds? Minutes? I was lost in the rhythm of my own panic breathing, lost in the way my body trembled, as if the terror had sunk so deep into me that I could no longer tell where it ended and I began. But then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The man, the thing, was gone. The hallway was empty. Silent. As if it had never been there in the first place. I didn't know what had happened. Was it a hallucination? A dream? My mind playing tricks on me? I didn't know anymore. I turned back to the elevator, hands shaking as I reached for the buttons. I couldn't go back up. I couldn't face what was waiting for me in that apartment. But there was no choice. As the elevator doors opened, I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I stepped inside, and as I pressed the button for the top floor, I glanced at the mirrored wall opposite me. And that's when I saw it. A new message, written in chalk on the wall of the elevator. "You're already here." I didn't know what was real anymore. I didn't know if I could trust my own mind. But I did know one thing: I couldn't escape. And I couldn't face it alone. It began with a question. A simple one. But it echoed louder and louder until it filled my mind completely. Did I hear something? I should have ignored it. It was nothing. The sound of wind shifting through the trees, maybe, or a car's distant rumble. But it kept coming back. In my small, quiet apartment, a strange tension settled in. The air seemed thicker somehow, and every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet felt wrong. I wasn't paranoid. At least, I didn't think I was. I had a past, sure, things that still lingered, like shadows that wouldn't leave. But that didn't make me crazy. No, that was just my mind playing tricks. It always did that. I sat at my kitchen table, trying to focus on the half-empty mug of coffee in front of me. The steam rose lazily, curling into the air like a question I couldn't answer. The apartment felt familiar, comforting even, but tonight something was different. Something felt off. Then it happened again. A faint thud, just barely audible, coming from the hallway. I froze. For a moment, I was certain it was nothing. Just the house settling. But then it came again, more distinct this time. Thud. Thud. My heart picked up pace, hammering against my ribs. It was getting harder to breathe. I stood up slowly, moving toward the hallway. The dim light of the lamp cast long shadows across the wooden floor. My fingers brushed against the cold metal of the door handle. I opened the door cautiously, peering out into the narrow corridor. Nothing. Just the usual quiet. The flicker of a streetlight through the window and the hum of distant traffic. But then, the smell. It wasn't strong, but it was there, a faint, metallic scent, like something burning. My nose twitched involuntarily. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't right either. It was almost as if it didn't belong here, in this apartment. I took a step back, hesitating. Maybe it was the furnace, maybe something with the pipes. But I had lived here for months, and I had never noticed that smell before. The silence felt suffocating now. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though I knew no one could be there. I lived alone. Or at least, I thought I did. I closed the door behind me and walked back to the living room, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the stillness. My apartment had always been quiet, but this was different. It was as if the quiet was hiding something, waiting for me to find it. I couldn't keep sitting still. I had to check again. I needed to be sure. I made my way down the hallway, this time more confidently, my footsteps a little faster, a little more certain. But with every step, that feeling of being watched grew stronger. I paused at the door to the apartment next door, one I had never paid much attention to before. It was always closed. Always locked. The lights behind the frosted glass were dim, but I had never seen anyone go in or out. Not once. The neighbors had always been quiet, and I had never thought to ask questions. It was only recently that I noticed, every time I glanced over, I could swear the door handle was slightly turned, as if someone had been there, but had quickly left. I pressed my ear to the door. There it was again. The sound. It wasn't loud enough to be footsteps, but it was there, a faint shuffling sound, just on the other side. I jerked away, my breath catching in my throat. I had to stop. I couldn't keep doing this. There was no one there. There couldn't be. But as I turned to walk back to my apartment, I heard it again. A soft thud, so faint, almost inaudible. It wasn't my imagination. Something was happening. Something was wrong. I backed away from the door, my hands trembling. It felt as if the walls were closing in, the apartment pressing on me, suffocating me. Did I hear something? I had to know. But what was I going to find? I stood there, frozen in the dim hallway, staring at the door that I had just heard a sound behind. My heartbeat was pounding so loudly in my ears that I almost couldn't hear the next noise, the sound that followed the thud. It was a faint scratching, like fingernails dragging across wood, slow and deliberate. I felt my skin tighten, my stomach churn with unease. This isn't right. The rational part of my mind screamed at me to leave it alone, to walk away, to just go back to the safety of my apartment. But that part of me, the one that still had a nagging curiosity and an endless need to understand, refused to let go. I wasn't sure what was worse, the sound or the silence that followed it. The quiet felt as thick as fog, wrapping itself around me and seeping into my bones. It was the kind of silence that makes you question everything around you. Was the world really as I knew it? Or was there something more, something hidden, just out of view? With every passing second, my breath came more shallow, and I found myself stepping closer to the door. It was strange, almost against my will, like my feet were being pulled forward. The apartment had always been a place of peace. Nothing ever happened here, nothing out of the ordinary. But now, it felt like the very air was shifting, bending. Something was wrong, and I needed to know what. I reached for the door handle again, my fingers brushing it just as I heard it, the softest, strangest noise of all. It was a whisper, barely audible, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was coming from inside the apartment, that much was clear. I pulled my hand back, heart thudding painfully in my chest. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear. But there was only silence now. Not a sound. Not even the faintest rustle. I pulled away again, standing in the hallway, staring at the door as though it had turned into a looming presence. A dark shape. A puzzle I couldn't solve. Something moved behind me. I spun around, eyes wide, but there was nothing, just the same hallway, the same shadows stretching out. But I knew. I wasn't alone. There was something, or someone else in this building. Maybe it wasn't in the apartment next door. Maybe it wasn't even in the hallway. But it was here, in this place, and it was watching me. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. Get a grip, I muttered aloud, trying to steady my breathing. It's just your mind playing tricks. You're imagining things. But even as I told myself that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The air behind me felt thicker, heavier. I turned back toward my apartment, my footsteps echoing through the hallway, but every step seemed louder than the last. It was as though the building was closing in on me. Every door felt like it was hiding something. Every corner seemed darker than it should be. When I finally reached my door, I glanced over my shoulder once more. The hallway was as empty as ever, except for a small detail I hadn't noticed before. The door handle to the apartment next door, the one I had been standing in front of moments ago, was ever so slightly turned. Had it always been like that? The slightest tilt, as if someone had just been there, just touched it, and then walked away? My stomach churned. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to deal with this, with whatever was happening. But I couldn't turn away either. It was like I was locked into this moment, this feeling, this place. I shoved the thought aside and rushed into my apartment, locking the door behind me with a forceful click. I leaned against it for a moment, eyes closed, trying to steady my mind. "You're fine," I told myself. "It's nothing. You're safe here." But even as I said it, the strange, metallic smell lingered in my nostrils, faint but unmistakable. And that whisper, that soft, quiet whisper, it still echoed in the back of my mind. It wasn't gone. It wasn't nothing. I glanced around my living room, as if expecting to see the source of my growing paranoia. The light in the corner flickered briefly, a stutter in the otherwise steady glow. My gaze shot to it, and my breath caught. It wasn't just the light. There, in the corner where the shadows met, something was out of place. A slight shift in the darkness, a disturbance. The shadows were moving, just a little, like something was there, something I couldn't quite see. I was standing still now, unable to move, unable to breathe. My eyes were locked on that spot in the corner. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me, suffocating me. The whisper came again, clearer now. Almost a voice. A low murmur. "You're not alone." And then, with a jolt, the power went out. The apartment was plunged into darkness. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own heartbeat, louder now than ever. And that whisper, it was still there. Closer. Louder. Right behind me. The darkness engulfed me, thick and suffocating. My breath came in short gasps as I stood frozen, every sense heightened in the pitch black of my apartment. The whisper, "You're not alone," was louder now, like it was coming from right behind me. I twisted around, but all I could see was the void of blackness, pressing in from all sides. My pulse was hammering in my ears. I reached out blindly, searching for the lamp on the side table, my fingers brushing across the cold surface. The sensation of the shadows moving, shifting, was still there. It was as though the very air around me was alive, writhing and coiling in unnatural ways. I fumbled for the lamp switch. Nothing. I tried again. Click, nothing. The power was out, but the sense of something watching me was unmistakable. My heart pounded harder as if it was trying to break free from my chest. I had to move. I couldn't stay still any longer. I took one careful step forward. The floor creaked beneath me. I froze. The sound was too loud, too sharp in the heavy silence. Then I heard it. Thud, a footstep. Close. Too close. I wasn't imagining it this time. There was someone, or something, right behind me. My breath caught in my throat, and I whirled around again, my hands outstretched, but there was nothing. No one. The air was cold, unnaturally cold, and it cut through the thin fabric of my shirt. I pressed my back against the nearest wall, desperate for anything solid, anything familiar to hold on to. But the chill spread through me, creeping under my skin. That whisper again. Louder now. More distinct. "You're not alone." It wasn't just a voice. It was many voices, overlapping, blending into one. They were low, guttural, like they were coming from the very walls themselves. My heart was in my throat, and I could feel a bead of sweat slipping down my temple despite the cold. I couldn't stay in the dark forever. I had to see what was happening, or at least find the courage to run. I stumbled through the apartment, my hand grazing the furniture as I tried to orient myself in the darkness. My foot caught on something, a chair leg, and I stumbled, falling to the floor with a sharp thud. The breath was knocked out of me, and for a moment, everything was still. But then I heard it. A soft scraping sound just beyond the edge of my hearing. It was coming from the hallway. The sound of something or someone moving. Slowly. Purposefully. I scrambled to my feet, the fear inside me growing into something unbearable. It felt like the walls themselves were closing in. My body was rigid, every nerve firing in panic. The thing in the hallway, it wasn't just a person. It wasn't something I could rationalize away. This was something else. Something darker. I reached for the door, my hands shaking as I unlocked it, the metallic click of the latch seeming far too loud in the oppressive quiet. My heart raced. I knew I had to look. I had to see what was out there, even if I didn't want to. The door swung open, revealing the hallway, the same hallway I had walked down countless times before. But now, it was different. The shadows were deeper, the air thicker, and the feeling of being watched, it was almost suffocating. I stepped out cautiously, my eyes darting from one darkened corner to the next. Nothing. The hallway was empty. But the sound, it was still there. That faint scraping sound. It was louder now, almost a dragging motion, like something was being pulled across the floor. I turned to the door of the apartment next door, my stomach twisting in knots. The door handle was now fully turned, as though someone had entered. I didn't think. I just acted. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob, and before I could stop myself, I twisted it and pushed the door open. The room inside was dark, too dark, but there was something else, something I couldn't explain. A faint glow in the corner of my vision. My breath caught. There, in the far corner, was a shape. It was indistinct at first, blending with the shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, I could see it more clearly. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even human. The figure was tall, unnaturally tall, its limbs long and disjointed. It stood motionless, facing the wall, as if it was waiting. Or listening. Its skin, if you could call it that, was pale and stretched too tightly across its frame. But what stood out the most were its eyes. They were wide, unblinking, empty sockets, but they were watching me. I froze, unable to tear my eyes away. It didn't move. Not at first. But the silence between us was more than just stillness. It was wrong. The air was thick with it. I could feel the weight of the thing, the sheer unnaturalness of it, pressing against me. Then, slowly, it turned. Its head creaked with emotion, like the sound of old, brittle with snapping. The darkness seemed to stretch in every direction as it focused on me. I could feel its gaze, empty, hollow, but there. I didn't know what to do. Should I run? Should I scream? My legs refused to move, my body paralyzed with fear. I couldn't even breathe. The creature, it was no longer just in the corner of the room. It was standing there, in front of me, and it wasn't alone. Behind it, I saw something else. A shadow that shifted, forming into another shape. And then another. Slowly, more and more of them emerged from the darkness, standing just outside the edges of my vision, waiting. I was surrounded. And then, just as I thought I might lose my mind, the whisper came again, louder now, louder than ever. You're not alone. I screamed. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My legs were moving on their own, propelled by sheer instinct, by the primal need to escape. My heart was pounding so loudly, I thought it might burst out of my chest. Each step I took felt like it could be my last. The hallway stretched before me, but the darkness felt endless, oppressive. The sound of my footsteps was deafening in the silent void, but there was something else, a low, guttural noise from behind. The scraping ever returned, that slow, dreadful dragging sound. And then, faintly, the whisper, "You're not alone." I reached my door and slammed it shut behind me, my hand shaking as I locked the bolt. My back pressed against it, and for a moment, I just stood there, gasping for air, trying to make sense of what had happened. The apartment was still dark. The shadows stretched across the room like fingers, creeping toward me. I fumbled for the light switch again, but nothing. The power was still out. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything familiar, anything that could ground me. But there was nothing. Everything felt wrong. I could still feel their eyes on me. Even though I couldn't see them, I could feel them, those hollow, empty eyes, watching from every corner. I was not alone. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in. The air was stifling, thick with the weight of something I couldn't name. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, my mind racing. What was happening to me? What were those things? Were they real? Was I losing my mind? I tried to steady myself. I had to think. I had to do something. But every time I tried to focus, the sound came again. That scraping noise, now louder and closer. I could feel it moving toward me. I spun around, eyes wide, but there was nothing. I stood there, frozen, listening. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating, and just when I thought it was safe, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of something, someone, breathing behind me. I whipped around, heart racing, but still, nothing. Was I losing my mind? Had all this just been some sick, twisted hallucination? I wanted to scream, to shake myself out of this nightmare, but my voice was caught in my throat. I could barely hear myself think over the pounding in my ears. Then, I saw it. A shape. A shadow in the far corner of the room, barely visible in the darkness. But this time, it wasn't just a vague outline. It was solid, sharp. The air grew colder. I could feel the temperature drop, the chill sinking into my bones. I tried to step back, but my feet were glued to the floor, my legs trembling beneath me. My eyes locked on the shape as it began to shift, moving slowly, like it was trying to take form. I wanted to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the emptiness. The figure in the corner stepped forward. It was tall, too tall. Its limbs were elongated, bent at angles, as though it was still in the process of forming. Its face, it was a blur, a dark, shifting mass of shadows that seemed to swallow the light around it. There was no definition, no features. Just nothingness. The absence of something that should have been there. But its eyes, those hollow, empty sockets, they were unmistakable. They were fixed on me, piercing through the shadows, pulling me in. I could feel their weight, the pressure of their gaze. The world seemed to tilt, to bend around me, as if the very fabric of reality was warping under its presence. I took a step back, and then another, stumbling toward the door. My heart was beating so hard now, I could feel it in my throat. I didn't care what it was anymore. I didn't care if it was real or if it was in my head. All I knew was that I had to get out. But just as I reached for the door, the figure moved. It didn't walk. It didn't glide. It shifted. Like a shadow stretching in the dark, it was suddenly right in front of me. Its face was still a blur, but I could feel it now, the presence, the overwhelming sense of rawness that poured from it. It whispered, "You're not alone." I flinched, a jolt of terror shooting through me, and before I could react, it touched me. Cold. Freezing cold. It was like ice on my skin, but it wasn't just on my skin, it was inside me, seeping into my very bones, into my soul. I felt myself freeze, paralyzed, my mind screaming to move, to escape, but my body betrayed me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I was trapped. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the thing withdrew. It retreated into the shadows, vanishing without a sound. The cold lingered, but the room seemed empty again. The silence was deafening. I could feel my body trembling, every muscle aching with the tension of fear. My thoughts were scrambled. Was it gone? Was it waiting for me to make a move? Was this a dream? But then I saw it. The thing that pushed me over the edge. On the floor in front of me, beneath the faint light coming from the window, was something small. Something out of place. A broken necklace. It was the same necklace I had lost years ago. The one from my childhood. I had left it behind in the woods. But here it was, as if it had always been with me. As if it had followed me. My head spun, and I fell to my knees, my breath coming in shallow, frantic gasps. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be real. But it was. And the thing in the shadows, it was real, too. I wasn't alone. And I didn't know how to escape. I stared at the broken necklace in my trembling hands, the cold metal burning into my skin. My mind was struggling to keep up with what was happening, trying to make sense of the impossible. The same necklace I had lost as a child, the same one I had tossed away in the woods so many years ago. How was it here? How was it in my apartment, on my floor, in the present moment? I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened, the air thick with the weight of something unseen, something far darker than I was ready to face. The shadows that had once been distant now felt too close. They pressed in on me from all sides, suffocating, their edges curling and shifting like dark smoke. The apartment that had once been so familiar, so ordinary, now felt like a prison. I glanced back toward the corner where the figure had stood. It was empty. But that didn't mean it was gone. No, I could feel it still. Its presence was lingering in the room, curling around me like a dark mist. The silence was deafening, but underneath it, I could hear it. That whisper, "You're not alone." I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. I had to think. I had to do something. I grabbed the necklace from the floor and held it in my hand, staring at the jagged pieces that used to form a whole. Something inside me snapped, a surge of anger and fear mixing into one. I wasn't just going to sit here and wait. I wasn't going to let it control me. But what could I do? I rose to my feet, still gripping the necklace in my hand. My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything that could help me. The room felt like it was closing in, the walls pressing in tighter with every passing second. The shadows danced across the walls, moving in unnatural ways, stretching and twisting. I moved toward the window, hoping to find something, any shred of reality, that would anchor me. But as I approached the window, I stopped. The glass was covered in condensation. Thick, Opaque droplets clung to the surface, blocking the view of the outside world. The air was heavy with moisture, but it wasn't natural. It was wrong. I wiped the glass with my sleeve, but the condensation only spread thicker now, as if something was inside the glass. No, behind it. I could see shapes, figures, but not people. The outlines were twisted, distorted, like reflections of something trying to break through. The shapes moved. No. I turned away from the window, my chest tight with panic. The shadows in the room were more active now, writhing in the corners, swirling in unnatural patterns. It was like they had come alive, responding to my fear, to my desperation. I stumbled back toward the door. My mind was racing, my thoughts fragmented and chaotic. I had to get out. I had to leave, but where would I go? What if the thing was out there, waiting for me? What if it followed me again? You're not alone. The whisper was louder now, almost deafening. I could hear it from every direction, from within the walls, from the floor beneath my feet. It was closing in, tightening around me like a vice. I slammed my hand against the door, but it didn't budge. My pulse spiked as I pulled at the knob again and again, frantic. The door should have opened, but it was locked. Ow! The locks weren't the kind that could just break like that. They didn't jam without warning. And then I realized there was no key on the other side. I backed away from the door, panic bubbling in my throat. The air felt too thick to breathe, too heavy. My head was spinning. This couldn't be happening. None of it made sense. And then I heard it. The scraping noise. Closer now, echoing through the apartment. I turned, my breath catching in my throat. There was movement in the hallway. I could see a shape, a dark figure moving slowly, just beyond the doorway. It was no longer a shadow, no longer an indistinct blur. It was solid, real, and it was coming for me. No. No, no, no. My heart was hammering in my chest as I backed away, stumbling over the furniture, trying to escape. I couldn't breathe. My legs felt like they were made of stone. The thing in the hallway was getting closer, its form becoming clearer with every step. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its limbs, too long, too thin, dragged behind it like some grotesque marionette. Its face, there was no face. Only darkness, an endless, gaping void where eyes should have been. And yet, I could feel it watching me, that terrible, suffocating gaze. The whisper came again, louder now, like 1,000 voices overlapping, all in one. You're not alone. I screamed, but the sound was drowned by the oppressive silence that filled the room. I had to get out. I had to escape. I dashed for the window, my mind racing. The glass was still thick with condensation, but I couldn't stop now. I had no choice. I threw my weight against the window, desperate to break through. The glass cracked under the force of my body, the shards splintering in all directions. The cold air rushed in, fresh and sharp, but I didn't stop. I pushed through the broken glass, tearing at the window frame, not caring about the blood on my hands. I had to escape. And then, just as I was about to climb out, I heard it. The footsteps. The scraping sound was back, louder, echoing through the apartment. It was too late. I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, icy fingers that sent a jolt of fear straight to my spine. And then, the whisper came again, louder than ever. You're not alone. And I knew, then, that I would never be alone again. Have you ever wondered what happens when the night doesn't just cover the world, but consumes it? I don't know when it started, this unease that crawls along the edges of my mind, that tightens my chest with every passing hour of darkness. It's not just the quiet, not just the emptiness that stretches across the streets. No, it's something deeper, something that calls to me from the shadows. Something that whispers from beyond the veil of night. Tonight, the city felt different. The streets I've walked 1,000 times seemed foreign, cold in a way that had nothing to do with the chill of the evening air. My boots echoed against the pavement with each step, but there was something wrong with the sound. Too loud. Too hollow. I wasn't the only one on the streets. There were others, figures, their shapes blurred by the dim glow of streetlights. But they were just as silent as the night itself. They moved in strange patterns, as if they were part of the dark, blending into it, disappearing and reappearing with each passing moment. I was used to the quiet, the solitude. It was my escape, my refuge. But tonight, it felt like the silence was closing in on me, like the very air was pressing against my skin, suffocating me. My name is Ethan, and I walk these streets every night. I know them. I've memorized every crack in the pavement, every shadow that lingers at the corners of buildings. But tonight, it was different. I don't know why I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to turn a corner or look over my shoulder. My breath caught in my throat as I turned down an alley, the narrow passageway dark and oppressive. The streetlights had long since disappeared behind the towering buildings, leaving only the faint outlines of shadows. Then I heard it. At first, it was a whisper, so faint I thought I had imagined it. But then it came again, louder this time, a soft murmur that seemed to float through the air, carried on the wind. It sounded like my name. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. No one else was around. The street was empty, just as it had been moments ago. Ethan. I spun around, my eyes scanning the darkness, but there was no one there. Nothing. Just the stillness of the night. I told myself it was nothing. The wind, a trick of my mind. But deep down, I knew that something was wrong. The air felt thick, charged, as if the night itself were alive, watching me. I quickened my pace, the sound of my boots tapping against the ground growing louder, more pronounced. Every step felt like it echoed through the empty streets, stretching out into the silence. I looked up at the buildings towering above me, the windows dark and lifeless. The streetlights flickered, their dim glow casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to reach out, crawling along the walls as I passed. And then, just as I reached the end of the alley, I heard it again. Ethan. Closer this time. A voice. Low. Almost familiar, but twisted in a way I couldn't explain. My breath caught in my throat. I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes wide as I turned toward the source of the voice. The alley was empty. There was no one there. The shadows seemed to grow, curling and shifting unnaturally, as if they were alive. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, a chill running down my spine. I tried to rationalize it. It had to be my imagination. There was no one here. No one at all. But as I stood there, trying to force myself to breathe, I saw something move in the darkness ahead. A shape. It was indistinct at first, just a blur, but then it solidified. A figure, standing just at the edge of the light. The silhouette of a person, but their features were wrong. Too tall, too thin. Their limbs stretched unnaturally, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I took a step back, my heart racing. My mind screamed at me to run, to get away, but my legs felt like they were glued to the ground. The figure stepped forward, its face still hidden in the shadows. And then I saw it. Its eyes. Black. Hollow. Empty. They stared at me, unblinking, like two pits of darkness staring into my soul. Ethan. The voice came again, only this time it was closer, right behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The alley was empty once again. The figure, the voice, everything, it was gone. Except for one thing. The smell. It was faint at first, just a whisper of something rotten, something decayed. But as I inhaled, it grew stronger, overpowering the clean night air. I covered my nose with my sleeve, but it was no use. The stench was everywhere, clinging to the very air itself, twisting my stomach. I turned, desperate to escape, to get away from whatever was happening. But the alley seemed longer now, stretching out farther than it should have, the walls closing in around me. The shadows moved faster, more erratic, like they were chasing me. I ran. I ran without thinking, my heart pounding, my breath ragged. I didn't know where I was going, only that I needed to get away. The streets twisted and warped around me, the familiar buildings now looming like towering giants, their dark windows staring down at me. And still, the voice called. Ethan. I turned a corner, my legs burning, but I couldn't stop. I had to get away. But then, I stumbled. My foot caught on something that wasn't there a moment ago. I fell to the ground, my hands scraping against the cold pavement. When I looked up, I saw it. The figure was standing there, blocking my path, its eyes empty, its mouth stretched into a smile that was too wide, too unnatural. And then, everything went dark. The darkness wasn't like anything I'd ever known. It wasn't the absence of light, nor the quiet of a sleeping city. It was alive. A thick, oppressive weight that pressed against my chest, smothering every breath. I couldn't move. Couldn't think. Couldn't escape. I don't know how long I lay there on the cold pavement, eyes squeezed shut, my pulse pounding in my ears. But when I finally opened my eyes, I was no longer in the alley. It felt like waking up from a bad dream, but I knew in the deepest part of my gut that I wasn't safe. The air had changed. It was still heavy, suffocating, but now there was something else. A hum, a vibration that seemed to run through the ground itself. I pushed myself up, my hands trembling as they scraped against the rough asphalt. The world around me was blurred, like I was seeing it through a fog. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but the streetlights I knew so well were now dim and wavering, casting long, distorted shadows across the empty street. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the figure again. It wasn't far, just at the edge of the light where the shadows seemed to fold into one another. At first, I thought it was an illusion, just a trick of the light. But as I took a hesitant step forward, the figure moved. Slowly, deliberately. Its eyes still burned into me, black as pitch, like twin voids that swallowed everything they touched. Ethan. The voice came again, but this time it wasn't a whisper. It was closer, louder, more real. My body froze. I could feel my breath catch in my throat as it called my name, and for a moment, I couldn't move. Couldn't react. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot, as if the darkness itself had sunk its claws into me. My mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but all I could do was stare at the figure that stood before me, its limbs twisted in unnatural angles, its form swaying like a marionette on invisible strings. I took a step back, my foot slipping on the wet pavement. The figure remained still, its eyes following my every movement. I didn't dare to blink. I knew that if I did, if I allowed myself a moment of weakness, I would lose it. I would lose everything. I took another step back, then another, until I was stumbling backward, my hands pressing against the cold brick of the building behind me. And then the ground beneath me shifted. It wasn't just the feeling of the pavement, of solid earth beneath my feet. No. This felt like the world itself had tilted, like the city had suddenly turned upside down. The air around me thickened, becoming almost suffocating. The sounds, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional whisper of wind, everything vanished. Gone. It was just me and the figure. Ethan. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was inside my head. A thought that wasn't mine, an echo of something ancient and forgotten. It gnawed at my sanity, dragging my thoughts down into a spiral of panic. I closed my eyes, willing it to stop. Please, stop. But when I opened them again, the figure was gone. The alley had vanished. The street had shifted, stretched, bent in impossible ways. There were no street lights anymore, no familiar buildings. Just shadows. Endless shadows, dark and silent, like a sea that stretched to the horizon. I could feel it now, pressing against me. The weight of it. The sense that I wasn't alone. I wasn't sure how I knew, but I could feel eyes on me, countless eyes, watching from the darkness, waiting. I spun around, my body thrumming with adrenaline. I wanted to run. I had to get out of here. But the darkness was alive now, shifting, moving. The ground beneath me seemed to give way, like the pavement was softening, the buildings tilting toward me. I turned again, desperate for an exit, but the more I moved, the more the shadows seemed to close in. The walls were narrowing, pressing me in from all sides. The air grew thick, too thick, choking me, suffocating me, as if the very space was shrinking. The voice came again, but now it wasn't just my name. It was something else. Something worse. Come closer. I didn't know what it meant, what it wanted, but I knew I couldn't obey it. If I did, I'd be lost. The figure, no, the thing, was out there. Somewhere, waiting for me. I turned again, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it would burst. I could feel it moving, closing in on me, the air thick with its presence. And that smell, it was back. The stench of decay, of rot, of something unnatural. It wrapped around me, sinking into my skin, my lungs. The shadows were moving faster now, swarming like insects. The ground beneath me began to shift again, as if the very fabric of reality was warping. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't. Ethan. I looked up, and for a moment, I thought I saw it. The figure. It was standing in front of me again, its twisted form barely visible in the dark. Its eyes glowed, hollow and empty, pulling at the very core of my being. It took a step toward me, and I felt the ground tremble. I had to run. With every ounce of strength left in me, I turned and sprinted into the darkness, my heart hammering in my chest, my body desperate to escape the suffocating weight of the night. My lungs burned as I ran, my feet slapping against the uneven pavement, but it felt like I was running in place. The shadows were stretching, twisting around me, moving like serpents in the dark. Every time I tried to look ahead, the street seemed longer, further away, as if the world itself was playing tricks on me. I couldn't breathe. The smell of decay was stronger now, filling my nose with a nauseating stench that clawed at the back of my throat. I wanted to scream, but I was too terrified, too paralyzed by the growing weight of the night. Someone was out there, and it was closing in on me, its presence suffocating the air around me. Ethan. That voice again. It wasn't just a whisper anymore, but a thundering boom in my skull. It vibrated in my bones, sending waves of nausea through me. I clenched my fists, gritting my teeth, trying to fight it, trying to block it out. But it was everywhere. It was inside me. I turned a corner, my breath ragged, trying to outrun the darkness, but it followed. Always following. No matter how fast I ran, it was there, pushing in from all sides. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. The streets I knew so well had become alien, warped, distorted. The buildings were no longer familiar. They seemed to stretch up to impossible heights, their windows like dark, hollow eyes staring down at me. And then I heard it. The footsteps. At first, it was just a faint echo, barely noticeable. I thought it was my own, the pounding of my heart making everything sound louder. But no! These were other steps. Someone, or something, was following me, matching my pace. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, and listened. The footsteps were getting closer. My entire body went stiff, fear taking root in my chest like a vice. I didn't dare to turn around. The very thought of it made my stomach churn. But I couldn't ignore it. The sounds were so distinct now, so real. Click, clack, click, clack. The rhythm of the steps was irregular, like a person with a limp, dragging one foot behind. But there was something wrong with them. Something unnatural. The footsteps weren't entirely human. I forced myself to move again, though every instinct in my body screamed at me to stop. I had to keep running. I had to outrun whatever was following me, whatever was creeping closer with every step. But as I pushed forward, I felt something else. The air had changed. It had turned cold. Bitterly cold. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. My eyes darted around, scanning the darkened street. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it now. The oppressive weight in the air. The feeling of being watched. Of being surrounded. I glanced behind me. Nothing. The street was empty. The darkness was absolute. But that didn't matter. I knew something was there. I could feel it creeping at the edges of my vision, just out of sight, like a shadow that didn't belong. Ethan. The voice, now louder, closer, seemed to surround me, pressing in from all sides. It was like the night itself had become sentient, alive with malice. The darkness was thickening, turning to a liquid that was seeping into my skin, filling me with dread. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to escape. But where? I started walking faster, my steps now frantic. The sound of my breath was deafening, but the echo of those footsteps was louder. Closer. Click. Clack. I reached the end of the street, but there was nowhere to go. A high iron gate loomed in front of me, its bars twisted and bent, leading to a small park I didn't recognize. The gate was old and rusted, the air around it still and oppressive. I didn't know why, but something told me to go through. I pulled the gate open, its screeching sound cutting through the night. I stepped inside, immediately feeling the temperature drop further. The park was a labyrinth of twisted trees and overgrown paths, the grass beneath my feet soft and uneven. I heard the footsteps again, and they were right behind me now. The thing was close. I could hear it breathing. It was close enough that I could feel its breath on the back of my neck. No. I refused to turn around. My heart was hammering so hard it was all I could hear, but the footsteps, its footsteps, were louder now. I was trapped. I ran, my feet slipping on the damp grass, my hands brushing against the low-hanging branches of the trees. The darkness was thicker here. It clung to me, wrapped around me like a blanket made of fear. Then, just as I rounded a bend in the path, I saw it. A figure. A shadow. It wasn't human. Not entirely. Its form was long and crooked, like it had been twisted into shape by something far more ancient than time. Its eyes glowed faintly in the dark, wide and empty, staring at me with an unblinking intensity. I froze. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was paralyzed by the terror, by the absolute certainty that this thing in the darkness, was not real. But it was. It was real. I tried to take a step backward, but the ground beneath me seemed to buckle, as if it were pulling me down. The world around me was beginning to spin, to collapse. I had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And the thing stepped forward, its long, distorted limbs creaking as it did. Ethan. I shut my eyes, shaking my head. No. I couldn't do this. Not again. But when I opened them, the figure was gone. The park had vanished. The street returned, the familiar one I had been running down moments before. But I could still feel it. That presence. It was still there, lurking just beyond my sight, waiting. Waiting for me. Was it real? Was any of this real? I didn't know anymore. I wasn't sure I ever would. The street had returned to normal, but my mind was anything but. My pulse raced as I tried to steady my breathing, desperately searching for any sign that I was not alone. The cold air nipped at my skin, a harsh reminder of the terror that had just unfolded. The sound of my own heart thumping in my chest was deafening, but I was certain I could still hear something else, something wrong. I could feel it. It was still there, lurking in the shadows. The air had thickened again, and the quiet hum of the world around me seemed to vanish, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my eardrums. I glanced down at the cracked pavement, watching my feet shuffle along in a daze. My hands were shaking, but I couldn't stop them. I didn't know what I was looking for anymore. I didn't know if I was searching for an escape or for a sign that this was all just a nightmare, a figment of my overstressed mind. The world felt wrong now. The streetlights cast long, unnatural shadows across the road, and the once familiar buildings seemed to stretch higher, their forms bending in impossible angles. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? Or had something changed? The voice. The voice had never really left me. It had only paused, as if toying with me, giving me a fleeting moment of false hope before it returned, louder this time. More demanding. Ethan. I stopped in my tracks. The voice wasn't in my head anymore. It was in the air, all around me. Like a whisper carried by the wind, it wrapped around my senses, squeezing until I could barely breathe. It knew me. I turned around, my stomach flipping in terror, but there was nothing. The street was empty. I didn't know what I was expecting, but there was nothing there. Nothing real. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something, someone move. A figure, barely noticeable against the backdrop of shadows, standing just at the edge of the alleyway. I wasn't sure if it was a trick of the light or something more, but I felt my heart lurch in my chest. I took a cautious step forward, squinting to make out any defining features. The figure remained still, its form shifting slightly as though it were waiting for me. I should have turned and run. I knew I should have. But my feet moved of their own accord, slowly, as if drawn by some invisible force. My breath caught in my throat as I approached, my legs feeling like they were made of lead. The figure didn't move. It was a person, standing there. But they were wrong. Their posture was too stiff, too rigid, and their face. I couldn't see it clearly. But the impression it gave me, the sensation it left in my chest, was enough. It was as if this figure wasn't meant to exist in the space I was standing in. It was as though they were an echo from another time, another place. Ethan. The voice. This time, it was unmistakably coming from it. The figure. The words crawled over my skin like 1,000 insects, chilling me to my core. Who are you? I forced the words out, but they felt foreign, as though my voice wasn't mine. It came out hoarse, shaky, barely audible. The figure didn't respond, but I could see the faint outline of something shifting in the darkness behind it, something moving, something that was just out of my line of sight. It was here. I took a step back, panic starting to rise in my chest. I felt my mind unraveling with every passing second. Was this real? Was it just another vision, another hallucination brought on by my overwhelming fear? But I couldn't deny the terror crawling up my spine. It was real. Whatever this was, it was real. I turned to flee, but as I did, the alley seemed to stretch, elongating into an endless path. The walls on either side of me loomed taller, narrowing until they were almost closing in on me. I couldn't breathe. The walls were pressing against me, suffocating me. The figure followed me. Slowly. Steadily. Its footsteps, soft but unmistakable, echoed behind me like a drumbeat, getting louder with every step. Click. Clack. Click. Clack. My heart raced. I had to get out. I had to escape. I turned down another alley, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of the madness consuming me. The air around me felt thick and suffocating, as though the very space was closing in, suffocating me. But even as I ran, I could feel it. The presence. I was being watched. And this time, it wasn't just a feeling. I glanced over my shoulder again, and for a split second, I saw it, a flash of something just behind me, moving with impossible speed, its form too quick to capture in my peripheral vision. A long, gaunt figure, with limbs that twisted at unnatural angles. It was there. I broke into a sprint, my legs screaming, my breath ragged as I tore through the alleyways, my heart pounding in my ears. But the thing was faster. I could hear it now, its breathing, ragged and heavy, close, too close. I wasn't alone anymore. I reached the end of the alley, where the street opened up, but there was no relief. The world around me had changed again. The buildings were gone, replaced by a vast, empty field. A cemetery, perhaps, but there were no graves, no markers, just endless, barren land stretching out into the distance. The thing was standing there, waiting for me. It wasn't moving anymore, just standing in the middle of the field, its head tilted to one side. The darkness surrounding it felt alive, like it was breathing, pulsing. Ethan. The voice was everywhere now. It surrounded me. It seeped into my skin, into my bones. I wanted to scream, to fight, to do something, but my body was paralyzed, my mind locked in a vice. I was trapped in this endless nightmare with no way out. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The field, the darkness, everything gone. I was back in the street. The familiar street. The one I had started on. But it felt different. Everything felt different. The world around me had shifted. The shadows, the air, even the ground beneath my feet seemed wrong. I turned, hoping to find something familiar, something that would tell me I was safe. But there was nothing. Just the emptiness. And the whisper. Ethan. Was it real? I didn't know anymore. But I knew this, whatever it was, whatever I had seen, whatever was watching me, it wasn't finished with me. Not yet. The world was still. Too still. My body was trembling, shaking uncontrollably as I stood on the street corner. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of something wrong, something I couldn't name, but that I felt down to the very marrow of my bones. I tried to breathe, but every inhale seemed to get stuck in my chest, as though the air itself had become too thick for my lungs to process. I looked around, but the street was empty. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch, to twist, to move unnaturally. I could still feel the weight of those eyes on me, though. Those eyes that had followed me, that had seen right through me, that had made it clear I was not alone. The world had become something else, something hostile, something that didn't care about what was real. Every corner, every shadow, every crack in the sidewalk seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as though the night itself was alive. My vision blurred as my thoughts raced, frantically trying to make sense of it all. But nothing made sense. It couldn't. It was impossible. I could hear it again, the whisper. So faint, so distant, but unmistakably there. Ethan. The voice, familiar yet not, clawed at my sanity, a constant reminder of what was lurking just out of sight. It was the same voice. It had to be. But now it wasn't just a whisper. It was a presence. Something ancient, something far older than me, far older than this world. It was a whisper in the dark, a pull on my soul, a tug at my mind. I stumbled back, my mind screaming for me to run, but I couldn't move. Not anymore. Every time I tried to break free, the world shifted again, as though the ground beneath me was swallowing me whole, twisting, warping. And I was caught in it. I was tangled in the threads of this nightmare, helpless to escape. I heard it, then. The sound of footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Closer. I whirled around, eyes searching, heart pounding, breath ragged. But I saw nothing. Nothing at all. It's not real. I told myself that, over and over, each word a mantra to fight the fear threatening to consume me. But even as I said it, I felt the truth of it slipping away. This wasn't just fear. This was something else. Then the sound came again, louder this time. I could hear the shuffling, the dragging of something across the ground. The steps didn't belong to any human. They were too uneven, too wrong. The sound echoed down the street, bouncing off the buildings, stretching out time as if they had always been there. As if they were part of the fabric of this place. The steps grew louder, closer, more distinct. And with them, that terrible feeling returned, the sensation that I was being watched. The presence was here. Ethan. It was closer now. The voice, the figure, the presence, it was all merging together into something I could no longer distinguish. The world around me was collapsing, bending to its will. Reality was breaking down. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Every instinct told me to run, to flee, but my body refused to obey. Click. Clack. The footsteps. Closer now, louder. The sound was unbearable, and the weight of it was crushing me. I took a step back, my body frozen with dread. And then I saw it. A figure in the distance. A figure that shouldn't exist. It was standing there, at the end of the street, in the shadows where the light couldn't reach. I couldn't make out any details at first. It was just a shape, a silhouette, but I felt it in my gut. I knew what it was. The same form, the same figure I had seen in the park, in the alley. But now, it was closer. Much closer. Ethan. The voice was almost a scream now, ripping through the air, tearing at my consciousness. It was a command. A demand. It wanted me. The figure stepped forward, its long limbs moving with unnerving fluidity. It moved faster than it should have, its body twisting unnaturally, as though its bones didn't follow the laws of nature. The eyes, those glowing eyes, pierced the darkness, two orbs of cold light fixed on me. I couldn't look away. I wanted to scream, but my mouth wouldn't move. My body was trapped in a state of pure terror, unable to fight, unable to escape. I knew it was coming for me. My heart raced as I backed away, step by trembling step. My feet couldn't move fast enough, my mind was unraveling. But no matter how far I went, no matter how fast I tried to run, the figure was there. It was always there. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. The presence was enough. Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way, and I found myself falling, tumbling into nothingness. The world spun wildly, disorienting, the air growing colder with every second, until I hit the ground, hard. I gasped for air, but the air was thick, like I was drowning in it. It was suffocating, pulling at my lungs, at my thoughts. I couldn't see. I couldn't think. Ethan. The voice echoed in my mind, louder now, clearer. I opened my eyes. I wasn't on the street anymore. I was somewhere else. Somewhere dark, confined. A small room, maybe? Or was it a coffin? I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold walls. They felt real. Solid. It was real. The walls were pressing in, getting tighter, and I couldn't breathe. My body thrashed in panic, but it was no use. My vision blurred again, and everything around me began to pulse with a sickening rhythm. The presence was closer now. It was here. I could feel its fingers, cold and sharp, crawling under my skin, digging into my mind. I could feel it, could feel the whisper filling me up, suffocating me from the inside. Ethan. The whisper, the voice, was no longer separate. It wasn't distant. It was me. I was hearing my own voice. I was becoming the voice. The world around me fractured. I wasn't sure if I was awake or if this was the end. But as the darkness consumed me, as the figure closed in with its eyes and its twisted form, I realized one horrible truth. There would be no escape. I was already gone. Have you ever stumbled upon something that shouldn't be there, but you can't explain why? Something so small, so insignificant, yet it nags at you, pulls at your insides, until it consumes you with questions? That was how it all began. Thomas walked through the grand entrance of the house for what felt like the 100th time. The house was old, steeped in history, and was now his to renovate. The wooden beams creaked under the weight of the past, but there was something oddly comforting about the way the house stood, as though it were inviting him to discover the stories locked within its walls. It wasn't that Thomas had a particular fondness for old buildings. In fact, he was a man who preferred the straightforwardness of modernity. Yet, when the opportunity to restore this centuries-old house appeared, something about it intrigued him. Perhaps it was the house's secluded location, tucked away on the edge of the woods. Or maybe it was the price, too good to be true, as his friends had joked. But it was the house itself that spoke to him in a way he couldn't ignore. The work had begun months ago. The peeling wallpaper had come down first, revealing faded portraits of ancestors who had long since departed. The old furniture was piled in the corners of rooms, covered in dust and neglect. The air smelled of wood and mildew, yet there was something strangely familiar about it, something almost comforting. But still, every time he walked through the long, empty hallways, a nagging feeling gnawed at him. It was as if something was waiting, lurking just beyond the corner of his eye, behind the closed doors. This afternoon, as he moved through the upper floors, Thomas noticed a door at the end of the hallway that he hadn't seen before. It wasn't hidden, but somehow, in the months of work, he had never bothered to open it. Perhaps it was the thick layer of dust around the doorframe, as if it hadn't been touched in years. Or maybe it was the fact that, despite the renovation, no one had even mentioned this room. It was as if the house had forgotten it was there. But now, standing in front of it, Thomas felt a strange pull, a curiosity that began to outweigh his doubts. He reached for the brass handle, the cool metal against his skin sending a slight shiver down his spine. The moment he turned it, there was a faint click, one that sounded oddly louder than it should have, as if something deep inside the walls had acknowledged his touch. The door creaked open. At first, Thomas didn't see much. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tight, the only light coming from the faint glow of the hallway outside. It was cold, the air damp and still, like the room had been forgotten not only by the house, but by time itself. As he stepped inside, his footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor, which felt unnervingly slick underfoot. There was an unsettling stillness in the air, too still for a room that had been untouched for so long. His eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light, and he could make out the faint outlines of old furniture. A rocking chair sat by the window, its seat covered in what looked like decades of dust. A fireplace, long unused, sat on the far wall. The mantel was cluttered with forgotten trinkets, relics of a life that had been abandoned. And then there was the painting. It hung crooked on the wall above the fireplace. The frame was ornate, intricately carved, and weathered with age. The painting itself was a portrait of a woman. But unlike the usual portraits of the house's former inhabitants, there was something strange about her eyes. They didn't seem to look directly at him, yet Thomas felt like they followed his every move. His throat tightened as an uneasy feeling washed over him. He hadn't planned to investigate this room today. He had a million other things to focus on, sanding the floors, repainting the trim, fixing the broken windows, but something about the room, something about this portrait made him linger. As he stepped closer to the fireplace, Thomas felt a sudden shift in the air, a barely perceptible change, like a whisper in the back of his mind. He brushed it off. But when his gaze flickered back to the painting, he realized something. It wasn't just the eyes. There was something in the background, partially obscured by the shadow. A faint outline of a figure, someone standing just behind the woman, but barely visible, as if trying to remain hidden. He leaned in closer, squinting in the dim light, but the more he looked, the more the figure seemed to shift. It was there, and then it wasn't. A trick of the light, surely. But as he reached up to adjust the painting, Thomas noticed the frame had been slightly dislodged, the edges not quite aligned. With a cautious hand, he tried to push it back into place. But before he could, the frame suddenly gave way, as if it had been waiting for him. Behind the painting, there was a small, hidden compartment. Inside it, tucked neatly against the back of the wall, was a small, weathered box. The box was old, far older than anything he'd encountered in the house so far. The wood was smooth and dark, almost too smooth, as though it had been polished over and over again, but its edges were frayed, worn. Thomas hesitated, his curiosity at war with an unshakable sense of dread. The box was clearly important. But why had it been hidden? And what was it doing behind a painting in a room that had been sealed for so long? He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly, and opened the box. Inside, there was only one thing, a small, tarnished key. For a moment, Thomas stared at it, feeling as though the weight of the house had just shifted. It was as if the walls themselves had closed in a little tighter. There was something familiar about that key, something right. Yet, it felt completely out of place, as if it didn't belong here in this forgotten room. He turned the key over in his palm, feeling a strange chill run through his fingertips. And as the shadows in the room deepened, as the silence seemed to press on him from all sides, one question burned in his mind. What does this key open? Before he could answer, a sudden sound, distant but distinct, reached his ears. A soft tapping, like the sound of nails against wood. At first, it was so faint he thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again. Closer. In the silence of the forgotten room, the tapping grew louder, more insistent. And this time, it wasn't coming from outside the room. It was coming from inside. The tapping was unmistakable now, louder, sharper, like the rhythm of someone, or something, fingering the wooden floor beneath the room. Thomas froze, the key still clenched in his palm, as if the simple object had suddenly gained an ominous weight. He glanced around the dim room, his heart thudding in his chest. The tapping didn't make sense. The room had been undisturbed for decades, yet now, in this very moment, someone, was making a sound that felt far too real for his already overactive imagination. The air around him felt thicker, as if the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The familiar ticking of the old grandfather clock downstairs, an ever-present sound, was now silent. Everything had stopped. He turned slowly, his gaze darting to the corners of the room. The shadows were deep and stretching unnaturally long. The tapping came again, louder this time. It was as if it was coming from within the very walls. Thud, thud, thud. It was coming from beneath the floorboards. The sound was almost rhythmic, deliberate, like someone was trying to communicate. A chill slid down Thomas's spine. He stepped closer to the fireplace, his fingers brushing against the cool stone, and he stared at the spot where the sound seemed to be coming from. The floor beneath him creaked as he moved, the house protesting every step. His pulse quickened, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. Not yet. He had to know what was happening. Without thinking, he knelt down and pressed his ear to the floor. The air around him grew colder, the silence stretching thin as his heart beat louder in his chest. The tapping had stopped. For a fleeting moment, everything was still again. Then, as though in response to his proximity, the tapping began again, but this time it was louder, clearer. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was unmistakable now. A steady, measured beat, almost as if it were knocking. As if it wanted something. Or perhaps it was trying to reach him. Thomas felt a wave of unease wash over him. His instincts told him to leave, to run, but something else, something deeper, urged him to stay. The key in his hand seemed to hum with an energy he couldn't explain. He stood up, his legs shaky as he stepped back toward the wall, his eyes scanning the old wooden panels. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. In the faint light of the hallway, a section of the floor near the corner of the room looked different. The wood there wasn't as worn as the rest, its color slightly off, as though it had been replaced at some point. The edges of the boards were uneven, and there was a faint line running across them, almost like a seam. The tapping was now a distant murmur, but Thomas knew he had to investigate. He crouched down and inspected the corner more closely. There was no doubt about it now, this wasn't the original flooring. But why had someone bothered to replace just a small section of it, and why was it hidden away in this forgotten room? It didn't make sense. Taking a deep breath, Thomas pried at the edges of the floorboard with his fingers, feeling the dust and grime caked into the old wood. After a moment of struggle, the board loosened, creaking as it shifted. His fingers tingled as he pulled it up, revealing a small, hollow space beneath the floor. A dark, musty odor wafted from the hole, and Thomas recoiled slightly, but his curiosity overpowered the initial disgust. Beneath the floorboard, a small leather-bound book lay hidden. The edges were worn, the cover cracked, as though it had been buried for far too long. It didn't look like something that belonged in the house, or perhaps it did, but it was clearly far older than anything else he'd uncovered so far. His hands trembled as he reached into the hole, pulling the book free from its resting place. The moment he touched it, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, the chill seeping into his bones. He could feel the weight of the book in his hands, a strange heaviness that made his heart race. There was something forbidden about it, like it was never meant to be found. The tapping noise grew louder again, the rhythmic sound now more of a pounding. But Thomas couldn't tear his gaze from the book. Slowly, he opened the fragile cover. Inside, the pages were filled with delicate, swirling handwriting. But what caught his attention were the sketches, drawings that looked almost like diagrams, sketches of rooms, of doors, of windows. And at the center of one page, there was an intricate drawing of the very room he was standing in. A shiver ran through him as he flipped through the pages, each drawing more disturbing than the last. The sketches were detailed, with tiny notations scribbled in the margins. But there was something more. As Thomas's eyes moved over the drawings, he saw faces, faint outlines of faces that appeared in the shadows of the sketches. Eyes that stared directly at him. His breath caught in his throat. The room, the exact room he was standing in, was drawn in perfect detail. But there was something else in the sketch, something he hadn't noticed before. In the corner of the drawing, near the fireplace, there was a small figure. A shadowy, indistinct shape, barely visible. But it was there, in the corner, watching. Suddenly, the book slipped from his hands and landed with a thud on the floor. And the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was almost unbearable. Thomas felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He wanted to run. He wanted to throw the book down and flee, but he couldn't. He couldn't tear himself away from the eerie stillness that now filled the room. The air was thick with a presence he couldn't explain. And then, as if on cue, a low voice whispered through the room, soft but unmistakable. "You shouldn't have opened it." The voice was barely a murmur, but it seemed to echo in every corner of the room, vibrating against the walls. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest as he spun around, searching for the source of the voice. But there was nothing. Just the shadows. Just the quiet. And the book. The book that had whispered. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. The voice was gone, but its presence lingered, swirling around him like the air itself had become alive with unseen forces. He stood frozen, his back to the wall, the heavy silence now pressing down on him. The shadows in the room seemed to move subtly, as though they had become aware of his presence. The book lay at his feet, its pages still open, as if inviting him to look further, to delve deeper into the unknown. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and despite every ounce of rational thought screaming for him to leave, he found himself kneeling again, reaching toward the book. As he touched the edge of the leather cover, a strange jolt of energy shot through his fingers, a sharp, tingling sensation that made his heart race faster. He recoiled, but something deep inside compelled him to keep going. He flipped the pages slowly, as though the book were watching him, waiting for him to make the next move. The drawings grew darker, more twisted with each turn of the page. Faces emerged from the shadows of the sketches, twisted, contorted faces that stared out at him with hollow, vacant eyes. They weren't just in the drawings anymore, they felt as though they were in the room with him, watching him. The tapping sound, which had ceased moments ago, began again. But now it wasn't just beneath the floor, it was everywhere. Coming from the walls, from behind him, from inside the very air he breathed. Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, deliberate, as though someone, or something, was trying to get his attention, trying to lead him somewhere. He felt a shiver run down his spine, and his gaze flickered back to the corner of the room, the place where the shadows seemed to grow thicker. The air felt heavier there, as if something was pressing against him, forcing him to look, forcing him to move. He wasn't sure why, but he felt the overwhelming need to walk toward that corner. The book remained open in his hands, its pages now eerily still, as if waiting for him to read on, to understand. The figures in the drawings seemed to shift, their eyes following him as he stepped forward. The tapping grew louder. Thud, thud, thud. It was impossible to ignore now. He had to move. His body was moving before his mind had fully decided to. He stood and took a step toward the corner, his footsteps slow and deliberate. The floor creaked beneath him, but the sound was drowned out by the pounding of his own heartbeat. The shadows twisted unnaturally, and the closer he got to the corner, the colder the air became. The chill wrapped around him like a suffocating blanket. The tapping stopped abruptly. Silence. Thomas halted, standing inches away from the corner of the room. He didn't know what he expected to find, but there was something there. Something waiting. His eyes scanned the wall in front of him. At first, it seemed like just another wall, covered in dust, worn down by time. But there, in the center, was a faint outline, barely visible against the rest of the stone. It was the shape of a door, but it was unlike any door he had ever seen. There were no handles, no hinges. just a simple rectangular outline etched deeply into the wall. The tapping had started again, but now it was coming from within the wall, as though the sound was emanating from beyond that door, beyond the stone. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and touched the outline. His skin felt cold, the stone slicked beneath his fingertips. And as his hand made contact, the room seemed to shift. The temperature dropped again, and for the briefest moment, everything around him seemed to bend, to warp, as if the room itself was stretching inwards. Whisper. The voice returned, but this time it wasn't a mere whisper, it was clearer, closer. It was a low, guttural sound, almost as if the walls themselves were speaking to him. Do not open it. The voice sounded different now, gravelly, desperate. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. The room was closing in on him. He could feel the weight of it. The shadows were creeping toward him, thick and oppressive, as though they were trying to swallow him whole. The tapping became frantic, echoing through his skull. Thud. 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 The sound was louder now, as if something was on the other side of the wall, trying to break through. The pressure in the room intensified, as though something enormous was pushing against him. Leave. Now. The voice wasn't just in his ears, it was in his mind, burrowing into his thoughts. His heart was pounding so violently he could hear the blood rushing in his ears. He stumbled back, but his legs felt like jelly. His breath came in short, sharp gasps, but no matter how hard he tried to steady himself, he felt as though he were suffocating. His hand remained on the door. The outline burned against his palm, an unnatural warmth spreading through his skin. He could feel the energy radiating from it, thick and heavy. The whisper stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. And then, a loud crack broke the stillness. The outline of the door began to shift, as though it were slowly, agonizingly, coming to life. The stone walls groaned, the wood under his feet creaked, and the floor itself seemed to tremble. Thomas's pulse was hammering in his throat, his eyes wide with fear. He couldn't move. The door was opening, but not in the way he expected. It was cracking open, splitting the stone in places, the edges of it writhing like something alive. The tapping was now a deafening roar, an endless pounding that seemed to consume him from all sides. The walls felt like they were closing in. Something was breaking through. A shadow emerged from the crack in the wall, too large, too unnatural. A dark, formless mass, its edges shifting and writhing like smoke. And then, through the blackness, a face. A face he recognized. A face from the sketches. One of the twisted, hollow-eyed faces that had watched him from the pages of the book. It was staring at him. And then it spoke. You should have never come here. Thomas's chest tightened as the face in the swirling blackness grew clearer. It was the same twisted visage from the sketches, distorted, hollow-eyed, but now it was more than just a drawing. It had a presence, a weight that crushed the air around him. The shadow's form shifted like smoke, indistinct, but its eyes, they were the only thing that remained unnervingly clear. The whispering voice that had come from within the walls was now gone, replaced by the heavy silence of the room. His heart pounded so loudly he thought the walls could hear it, his breath shallow and uneven. The temperature in the room had plummeted, the air growing thick, almost suffocating. The shadow's face stared at him, expressionless, and then its lips parted, but the voice that came out wasn't human. It was something deeper, more primal, a sound that rattled his bones. You should have never come here. Thomas stumbled back, his legs shaking, but he couldn't tear his gaze away. His mind screamed at him to run, to leave this forsaken place, but his body refused to obey. The room seemed to press in on him from all sides, the walls bending inward like they were closing in, suffocating him in the darkness. The shadow stirred again, its form shifting and distorting. The face faded, and then something else took its place, something more sinister, something that made Thomas's stomach churn. A hand, long and thin, stretched out from the darkness. The fingers were unnaturally long, too thin, as if they didn't belong to any human, but something far older, far more unsettling. It hovered in the air, just inches from his face. The fingers twitched, the nails elongated, sharp as daggers. He could feel the weight of its gaze on him, could feel the pressure of the air thickening around him. His feet were rooted to the spot, as if the floor itself had grown 1,000 hands to hold him in place. The shadow moved, its fingers brushing against his skin. Cold. So cold it burned, a sharp pain like ice carving into his flesh. He tried to jerk away, but it was as if the room itself was holding him there. He wanted to scream, but his voice wouldn't come. The air was too thick. The darkness too complete. "Please," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "What do you want?" The shadow's form seemed to pulse, its presence swelling as it leaned closer. The air grew heavy with an oppressive force, as if the room itself was closing in around him. "What I want is irrelevant." The voice echoed through his mind, the words wrapping around him like chains. "What you want is what matters now. You disturbed the past, now the past disturbs you." Thomas's chest tightened with an impossible, suffocating pressure, his pulse racing. His eyes darted to the door, the one he had just touched, the one that now felt miles away. But he knew better than to try and escape. Something was stopping him, something unseen, something that made the very thought of movement feel like a crime. The shadow seemed to smile, though its lips never moved. It wasn't a comforting smile. It was the smile of something that had lived far longer than it should have. A smile that tasted of ancient, forgotten things. And then, with a sudden jerk, it pulled back. The hand retreated, disappearing back into the shifting void from which it had come. The shadow recoiled, but it didn't disappear. No, it loomed there, just on the edge of his vision. Watching him. Waiting. Thomas's body trembled violently. He could feel the walls pressing against him, suffocating him, pushing him further into the dark corner of the room. The smell in the air had changed. Gone was the musty scent of old wood and forgotten things, replaced now by something foul. Rotten. Decay. It made his stomach twist and churn. Why are you doing this?" he gasped, his voice cracking as panic began to claw its way into his chest. He stumbled backward, his legs finally finding the strength to move, though his feet seemed to drag through the thickening darkness, like wading through molasses. The shadows seemed to shift with him, closing in, creeping along the walls and floor. It was as if the very air was alive, pressing on him, closing him off from everything familiar. He didn't know how much longer he could stand it. The voice came again, but this time it was different. It was lower, more insistent, as though the shadow was growing impatient with his resistance. "You've already begun to unravel it, Thomas." Thomas felt his heart lurch in his chest. "Unravel what?" he gasped. "The secrets of the room, the truth of this place." The shadow's voice was calm now, soothing in a way that felt wrong. "You touched it, you opened it, and now you will know." He looked down at his hands, shaking as they gripped the book still clutched in his fingers. He hadn't even realized he'd picked it up again. He could feel its weight, its power, as though the book was no longer just an object, it was something more. Something that had a pulse, that called to him. The room is not a room, Thomas. It is a tomb. A tomb for memories, for things forgotten, things that should have remained forgotten. He turned, the pressure building in his chest as he slowly approached the center of the room, his body on autopilot. The air was suffocating now, the darkness wrapping around him like a heavy blanket. His eyes darted from corner to corner, from wall to wall, but it was all the same oppressive, suffocating blackness. You are not alone here, the shadow continued. We never were. And then, something changed. The temperature in the room dropped so suddenly that Thomas's breath caught in his throat. He could see his own exhale, the cold mist forming in front of him. The shadows on the walls twisted and warped again, their edges sharpening. The air hummed with an ancient energy. Then he saw them. Emerging from the darkened corners of the room, figures began to take shape. Not solid, not fully formed, but there, just on the edge of his vision. Shadows. Faces. A crowd of forgotten souls. They didn't speak, but their eyes were all trained on him, staring with an intensity that burned into his very soul. And in the center of them all, just beyond the shadow's grasp, a figure stepped forward, tall, cloaked in tattered robes, its face obscured by shadows, but its presence undeniable. Leave, before it's too late, the cloaked figure whispered. And even though its voice was faint, Thomas felt every word cut through him like a blade. But it was already too late. The room was changing again, its reality shifting with every passing second. There was no escape now. Thomas's pulse thundered in his ears, drowning out the low, eerie hum of the room. The figures in the shadows were drawing closer, their forms becoming more distinct with each passing second, their eyes gleaming like dark pools. He could feel the air growing denser, thicker, as if the very walls were breathing with a life of their own. His mind raced, heart pounding violently against his ribs, but his feet remained glued to the floor. The cloaked figure, still hidden in shadows, moved forward, its long robes trailing behind it like the remnants of forgotten time. The figure's presence was overwhelming, a suffocating aura that made the very atmosphere feel alien, unnatural. Thomas's breath came in shallow, panicked gasps, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't look away from the figure. It was as though his mind was paralyzed, trapped in the pull of its dark influence. You shouldn't be here, the cloaked figure spoke again, its voice soft yet commanding. This place, this room, it was never meant to be discovered. The words hung in the air, their weight settling heavily on his chest. Thomas's thoughts spun in chaotic circles. He had thought the room was an anomaly, a forgotten relic of a house too old to hold secrets, but now, in the presence of these figures, he realized how wrong he had been. Why me? Thomas croaked, his voice barely audible as the terror clamped down on him. Why am I the one to uncover this? What is it? The cloaked figure took another step forward, its face still hidden, but the aura of cold that radiated from it pressed harder against Thomas's skin. The shadows around him shifted, swirling like smoke. He could feel their eyes on him, those hundreds of empty, vacant gazes watching, waiting. You've come for the truth, the figure said, its voice now tinged with a sorrowful echo. But the truth is never what you expect. This room holds the memories of those who once lived here, their lives, their pain. And now, you will carry it too. The words reverberated in Thomas's mind, the weight of their meaning sinking deeper. He had known something was wrong with this room, with the house, but this, the growing awareness of its past, was too much to comprehend. The shadows began to move closer, almost as if they were alive, circling him like vultures. His breathing quickened as the realization hit him. The room had never been abandoned. It had never been forgotten. It had been preserved for a reason. To trap memories. To contain the souls of those who had entered and never left. As the shadows closed in, one of the figures stepped forward, this one different from the others. It was a woman, pale and thin, her face gaunt and twisted with an expression of hopelessness. Her eyes locked with his, and Thomas felt a chill settle deep within his bones. "Look at me," she whispered, her voice cracked, yet soft. "Do you see it? Do you feel it?" Thomas's breath caught as he found himself drawn into her gaze. It wasn't just her eyes. There was something in the way she moved, something in the very air she displaced. The room seemed to shift again, the walls narrowing, the light dimming as though the house itself was holding its breath. The woman reached out, her bony fingers brushing his cheek, cold as death. "We were once like you," she murmured. "Curious, foolish, thinking we could control it, wasn't it? But the truth is, there's no escape. Not for you. Not for any of us." Her words were a poison, seeping into his consciousness, wrapping around his mind like a vice. His thoughts spun wildly, his body frozen, incapable of movement. The shadows closed in tighter, and the whispers grew louder, as though the house itself was speaking through them. "You're already one of us, Thomas," another voice echoed from the darkness. "You've touched the room, awakened it. Now I will claim you, just as it did all the others." His body trembled violently. The room, the cursed space, was suffocating him, pressing on him from all sides. He felt his consciousness slipping, his sense of self slowly being devoured by the oppressive force that filled the room. And then, suddenly, everything went dark. For a long moment, Thomas couldn't move. He couldn't feel. The weight of the shadows had consumed everything, light, sound, time itself. There was nothing but the oppressive stillness of the void. But then, a flicker of light. Faint, distant, like a dying ember in the vast, endless blackness. He reached toward it, desperate for anything that might break the suffocating silence. As he did, he felt his limbs return, his senses sharp again. He gasped for air, feeling the tight grip of fear loosen for the first time in what seemed like forever. The light grew brighter, and he could make out a shape, a door, standing in the center of the room. It was familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. It was the same door he had seen earlier, the one that had been locked, the one that had felt so distant. Now, it was right there, beckoning him. With his heart pounding in his chest, Thomas stumbled toward the door. His feet dragged, the room still disorienting him with its oppressive weight, but the pull of the door, the hope that it might lead him out, was stronger. As his fingers brushed the cold metal of the doorknob, a voice echoed in his mind again, cold and ancient. "You cannot leave, not yet." Thomas recoiled, his breath catching in his throat as the whisper reverberated through his very bones. The door, the light, it was all a lie. He wasn't escaping. He was only walking deeper into the darkness. In that moment, Thomas realized the truth. The room wasn't just a place, it was a prison, a trap, and he had already been caught. Thank you for making our stories part of your relaxation time. We hope they brought you a sense of peace and transported you to a world of fantasy and mystery. If you enjoyed the stories, feel free to leave us a review, Your feedback inspires us and helps us make the content even better. Now, unwind to the calming sounds of rain and thunderstorms, which will continue to set a tranquil mood. Let these sounds carry you gently into the realm of dreams. Don't forget to like our page if you haven't yet. Wishing you a restful night's sleep. Relax, rest well, and good night.